auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pie, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwammsee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for CEST, but he's not content with just the Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's NAVI!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome to our third day of action here. IEM Rio continues. It has been brutal to this point, and all the points herein will be very sharp indeed, as more teams will be lost as we head forward to the final roster. IEM Rio continues. Hawker and I will be taking you through the first match here on the B stream. Man, I get goosebumps watching that intro. So many great moments from different games, Hawker.
Yeah, man, great to see. I love the history of all games. I love to see it. And yeah, man, we could have some history made in this one. Here in IEM Rio, we've got still the group stages going, but there's already been some surprising results. I think it's been a good tournament so far. And now we're starting to get down to the real grindy part of the tournament where a lot of teams have to fight back from that lower bracket.
Absolutely. Now, let's have a look at the status quo. Let's look at the bracket and see how things are looking right now. As we speak, of course, Big and NAVI have headed forward already. Ninjas in Pajamas beating 9 yesterday in an amazing comeback, which we witnessed here on Stream B. Heroic 2-1 versus the Mongols. Had some trouble where Exist had to stand in. Before that, it was looking really strong for them, but they did win out in the end. So, NIP and Heroic will have some work to do if they want to continue on fourth. Looking at Group B, though, let's see how things are in that group at present. Furia and Cloud9 headed forward. Furia with a 2-0 over FaZe Clan, a hard team to beat at the moment, but Furia did it in strength. Cloud9 sending OG to the lower side where they will be facing Fnatic. Fnatic having to beat 9Z earlier on. Witnessed that one yesterday as well. Vitality, again, a shock in the lower bracket after losing to OG. 2-0 MIBR to go ahead and face FaZe Clan in the lower bracket. One shall stay, one shall fall. That's going to be a big one as well.
Yeah, that lower bracket is stacked as hell. We can see some of our matchups today. OG Fnatic to kick things off. Big versus NAVI and Furia versus Cloud9. I think we're getting to the point now where a lot of the teams from, different regions coming into this event have largely been eliminated, unfortunately. But that means we have the bigger names left over. And, Furia are, I guess, the one exception to a lot of the EU teams being strong here. Nice to see Furia doing well.
Is that we have lost early. I think it's cool how many teams we've lost early into, at least A, we've lost early, and B, we have in the lower bracket, because I think it just makes every single game engaging. There isn't really like a game which is like, oh, won't bother watching that. It's just crazy stuff in every direction. Again, like some of the matches we have in the lower bracket to come are things that could be a grand final in any tournament, including this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Vitality FaZe down there. I mean, the fact that Fnatic OG and Vitality FaZe are two of these games, it's really tough for whoever's going through this lower bracket run right now. You've got a hard game coming up, but it is Fnatic OG initially. I think coming into today, it is going to be a position where a lot of these teams feel a bit of pressure now, because I feel like on day one, day two, sometimes you do see teams get off to a bit of a slow start. You know, we saw Vitality losing against OG in the opening BO1, but the problem with that is you kind of put yourself in this position now where there is going to be tough games for you, and it makes it really hard to make the playoffs.
Yeah, it really does. And I think that the people who make it all the way to the end are really going to deserve it with how hard it is going to be, especially if you have to make it through that lowest bracket. It is baptism by fire in that regard. No slouches there, especially with the way Zywoo has been playing. Again, there was a big game of Anubis where we saw a 30 bomb from him. That was on the A stream. I'll definitely be watching that demo back as we hopefully see more Anubis in the future. Seen a fair amount of Vertigo at this event. I don't know how much Anubis has been played. It's been vetoed every match that we have seen on the B stream. I'm only aware of it being played once on A. It could have been played more times than that, but I would hope that teams would adopt it sooner rather than later. I mean, who knows?
Look, it's only the one Anubis played.
Only the one time. I feel like I reckon there's probably going to be another map pool change when CS2 comes in. We can discuss that more later. We're going to head to a break for the time being. When we're back, we'll start digging into this first match of the day.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. 2, 3, ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
Fnatic versus OG is our first game of the day. First match of the day on the B stream. If you're sleeping, I hope you're awake now. Otherwise, I'll keep shouting at you. It is myself and the Hawkman who will be taking you through the first game of the series. That chap on the left is a honey enjoyer. I've had bizarrely quite involved discussions about honey. I actually owe him a jar of honey from my favorite place in France. But again, it is myself and Hawker, both dressed in black. We are dressed for kidnap and ransom demands. I've even got the duct tape.
Yeah, there you go. Boom. Nice and ready. You know, I actually asked Flames if you'd given him the honey yet at the RMRs, and he said, no, not yet. I've got to keep reminding you. I think he said he's going to get it soon, hopefully, it sounds like.
Yeah, I might send Maui Snake over with some honey. You can mule the honey over for him. But yeah.
Maui's good for.
OG, a team who I think don't always go as deep as they want to, but of course they put themselves in a great position, besting Vitality early on. Big upset, sending them into the bin, and that's going to be great for their confidence as well. What do you think of the of this team in terms of where they are currently and where they can go?
Yeah, it's interesting. Then they don't have Nexa in the lineup anymore. There was a lot of concern, I think, from people about what the leadership would look like. But I think Nico deserves a lot of credit. He's come in and he seems to be steering the ship really nicely. And Nico was not always known as an in-game leader, but it seems like OG are actually really comfortable with him. And they've definitely got the talent on this roster. I know that Dexter is someone who would be in very high demand if he wanted to move elsewhere. I'm sure a lot of teams would be looking at him. But he's happy on OG right now. He's probably the main man to look at. And then Flames hasn't been great this event, actually. He's been their lowest rated player, but normally he is up there taking aggressive duels. So I'm sure if he can start to step up, OG could definitely do some damage. It feels like they've actually found their direction now on this team, which is something I wasn't sure they'd have. So I'm glad to see it.
Yeah, that's great to see. Always want to see this team succeed. On the other side, of course, we have Fnatic. We saw plenty of Fnatic on the B stream yesterday, and we saw plenty of individual performances from the squad as well. Mezzi was playing amazing yesterday. He was absolutely a standout. I think all the Fnatic matches we have seen, he has been the key player for the squad. Very, very well played from him yesterday. Of course, Crims as well has been very important. And as the kind of icon for Fnatic, the bloodline, if you will, I think that's really important as well. So, I mean, what is your opinion on what we've seen from Fnatic thus far?
Yeah, I think they've been pretty solid. You know, opening loss against FURIA, but a close best of one. It went to overtime, and then they looked pretty good in that series against NZ. It was interesting hearing the interview come out from Mezzi yesterday over on HLTV, that he said sometimes he struggles with micromanaging because he's focused on his own game. But I think this is a team that doesn't need too much micromanaging. Like, based on what I've seen, I mean, you have Crims. I think you have players who can come through with their own ideas. And that's been pretty important for this team because Mezzi's still adjusting to be in an IGL. So I think it's a really well-balanced roster right now.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching Fnatic. They're one of the teams who play that slow pace in a really interesting way and an effective way as well. But this will be yet another test for them. Again, it really is a gauntlet for these teams as we get further and further into this tournament. But now we're going to find out where they will be playing as the veto is upon us. OG and Fnatic. What will the battlegrounds be? Being banned immediately?
Recently. So we might have an idea on the veto. That is exactly the same on the bans. Last time OG picked Mirage and they won it 16-6. I feel like you just go with that again, and that is indeed the decision. I think OG are very good as just this sort of more loose team. I would say that they kind of have the opposite approach to Fnatic. They're very willing to take individual engagements. And then Fnatic, I think they could go for either Overpass or Vertigo, but they picked the Vertigo last time. They won it convincingly. They go for it again. That means OG remove the Overpass, and now Fnatic decide Anubis or Ancient.
Come on. Oh, they're going to go
Anubis,
all day.
honestly. Oh, man, okay. They keep it the same veto, but OG did win the Ancient last time these teams played. So the exact same veto between these guys. Gotta wonder if that plays into the mind games at all.
OG are 22% on Vertigo, but then Fnatic are 20% on Mirage as well. But the Vertigo measure is with almost double the maps played, so I think that is going to be quite telling. But it is a very fun series of maps. We saw some crazy action on Mirage yesterday. What are these slaps, man? I mean, he's burning more calories than anybody else with the way he's smashing those fists around. I'm excited for this one. I think this is going to be a really big match. Do you have a favorite for this series?
Oh, it's a great question. My gut would normally lean towards Fnatic because I feel like their playstyle is a little more controlled. But I feel like the veto might favor OG. I think getting that Ancient Decider is pretty good for OG. So I think I'd lean slightly towards OG, but I really think this is a close series. And I love the clash of styles here.
Yeah, I think it's extra exciting with OG having beaten Vitality earlier on. Of course, with how they played afterwards, Vitality, I think that's even more promising for OG. But is that the ceiling, or can they go higher? It'd be great to find out if they can best the likes of Fnatic with Keita standing behind them as well. Won't be a simple task whatsoever. And into the game we go. Mirage, the first map of this series. Our first game of the day here on Stream B. Of course, Stream A is live as well. Let's see who starts where.
Important to see. I'm sure it should be Fnatic starting on that CT side because it is OG's map pick. Look at OG though. Everyone out towards B immediately.
Smoke lined up for the window. HG could be promising. Will they get to throw them though? Their first one's going to come in late and do very little damage indeed. As Crim's tries to find a second frag, but he'll be denied by Neo Frag, who finds two himself. Bomb site's been taken then. Fnatic on the rotation. Flash has got a smoke and a flash. These players aren't carrying any kit though. We'll see if there's one on the bomb site. Doesn't look like there is. 3 on 4. We've got 2 players in the apartment. Potential baits that are being played there as Seeker makes it even worse for Fnatic. Roy and Nikadors remain behind the smoke as well. Don't see them finding much success in this situation, especially with the smoke up though. That will let them make their way out of the door at least. But the clock is ticking and they still are barely finding any enemies. No one picking Roy really. Emergency now as he's fully committed, but nothing else to do. OG take the pistol.
Yeah, and that's a perfect round to show the difference in styles between these two teams. If you were watching Fnatic yesterday, you'd have seen a lot of slow rounds, methodical play between the bomb sites. OG oftentimes will be much more straightforward, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. If the team play is good, if you've got the explosive players, that could be the most effective way to play, and OG can do that really effectively. It's kind of the beauty of Counter-Strike, right? Different styles can succeed. That is a nade onto Neo Frag. There is a force here for Fnatic, and the pace again coming in from OG. They should get onto this B site.
Lovely. Nice and simple. And successful. Not much else for Fnatic to do. Again, hold on to what they have. Bring it back into the next round. Promising start for OG.
Bomb has been planted.
Neo Frag with 4 early. All but Dexter on the scoreboard so far for the team winning the rounds. I still remember when this Mirage first came out, and on the NA side of things, before everything was in sync together worldwide, NA was NA, Europe was Europe, and NA stuck with the old Mirage for a while. So when it came to the international tournaments, they weren't quite prepared many moons ago. Completely different climate to where we are in Counter-Strike now.
I remember when the bench was added. That's as close as I can get. It's funny that just adding a bench is such a big deal in Counter-Strike.
Yeah. I thought I was like, oh my god, this is going to be a terrible addition, but it actually wasn't that bad at all.
Yeah, it was quite good. It was quite fun. I feel like there was a period of a few months where, like, FURIA especially were just always jumping into window and just causing chaos with it. But over time, teams have adapted, adjusted to it. I always think it's really fun to see how just that one small change can affect how much the pro level is played.
Yeah. There's some really fun bugs on Mirage as well. Like next to the crawl space towards the window, you could crawl into the wall and just get stuck in there.
Oh, I remember that. It's wild.
The entrance to B apps you could, at a certain angle on the window, you could see through the window towards top mid. Some kind of funky bug that we had there. And then sometimes you would just spawn in the wall in mid when you connect it to the server.
As you do.
As one does.
Yesterday, Art tweeted, like, it looked like a flash, just for some reason didn't blind him entirely. It was really weird. It was on Mirage as well. It's like a flash in at CT, and it looked like he just stared at it and didn't get blinded.
I haven't checked that yet.
Yeah, it was
Look out for it later. Little bug.
This is decent damage for Fnatic. They didn't have much in this round.
Oh, this is promising. Not for the round, of course, but for later on. Because OG would have had so much money otherwise.
Yeah.
Would have been a very impressive start for Fnatic, and it still will be. They need to find their success early. Otherwise, things could get out of hand pretty promptly. Mirage, Vertigo, and Ancient are our maps if you're joining us late. Those are the battlegrounds.
It does feel like a series where both teams have really good punish picks. Let's see if Fnatic can prove us wrong by getting off to a good start in this first gun round. They've got that AWP out for Nico Doz. He's looking for action, but I don't know if he's going to find it. It might just be another B play here for OG.
Smoke is deployed in the apartments. Crims is standing up, so they may have to wait a while. Although this Molly might be lined up to clear the balcony itself, but does it go beyond? Crims drops either way. Flashes are here, and so are the numbers. Stuck in the choke point for the time being, but they will get the success they're looking for. Nikodos fully committed. Little cold going into this one, and that's surely the end of the round. 5 versus 2. OG brute forcing the B bomb site with full success. Can't ask for more than that if you're OG. Pasha gets dropped on the rotation as well. Gets even worse for Fnatic, who don't have so many kills just yet. Pasha and Roy still looking for their first. OG starting very strong indeed.
I mean, this is where it gets really frustrating to play against that fast play style from OG, because they might just keep running this play, and if you don't show you can stop it, what's going to stop OG from just running over this B bomb site? Individual starting a little slow from Fnatic. Thought Crims might get an early kill up in the apartments, but then he dropped down and his teammate on short just got dealt with, and that was the big deal there. Because Crims wasn't able to get to cover on that B bomb site. And Nico Doz, unfortunate not to land a shot. Yeah, that's Mezzy. I mean, both CTs not really able to get to cover, not able to get to good positions. And I think this is a reasonable response from Fnatic. They need this timeout because it has been all about this B site so far.
Let's see how Fnatic use their money. Bearing in mind they need to keep a certain amount together for later on. They'll be able to pick up some stuff here and there. Very promising start for OG. I would imagine most people would have Fnatic as a favorite in this series. But OG have done well so far. Such a big name to take in Vitality. You haven't seen the Gucci mini doc with Zywoo. Definitely take a look at it later on.
It's very well made. Love the style of it. Well, Fnatic have stacked the A site this time. And maybe OG will finally do something different in this round. It's been all about B. This one they've got mid control. They've also got Fiku towards A ramp, so it looks like they might fall into the stack here.
Oh my days. That is a devastating nade. There's so much promise in that grenade. Can they keep those promises? Fnatic, Nico Doz will start off well. Very well indeed. This is going to turn into disaster, isn't it? How do they fix this, OG? 4 players to find. Nico pretty tagged up. Fiku creeping. That's a headshot position to the left-hand side for Crims as well. Very awkward. Essentially a double peek into the scout. Pico's been tagged by that scout, I believe. 21 HP, and they only get 1 kill from that. Disaster for OG on the A-bomb site, and Fnatic will steal some rifles away. Rewarded. That grenade really softened them up perfectly.
Yeah, the fact that NicoDoz can just spam to the body is great. And I feel like he is purposely spamming the body because he knows that nade would have softened those players up in Connector. And that is the risk you run if you play OG's playstyle. You're not feeling out across the map. You're grouping up early. You could end up running into a stack. Let's see if Fnatic can use that to try and get the ball rolling here. NicoDoz hungry for action at mid. Can't find anything. Looks like an A play here from OG. And they're not making much noise right now. Already out through ramp.
Flasher spots one. That's the bomb on the radar as well. Plenty of lurkers in the mid position. Somewhat of a stalemate now as the flashes continue. Support flashes. Flame still stuck there. Soon that smoke will be gone, but OG are delivering. They're going to reset Fnatic. Have a look at these frags from OG. 2 players left for Fnatic. Looks very nervous for both squads there, especially with Flames alone on Tetris with the bomb. But they deliver all the kills they need, OG. Head towards the 5-1 scoreline. NicoDoz still in control of the AWP. Will give them a chance in the next round. And Fasha's got 3,900 already, so they'll basically have a full buy. They'll be fine. However, the score is not fine for Fnatic, who haven't really found stability on their CT side just yet.
Oh, they are getting beaten pretty comfortably on these gun rounds right now. It's kind of funny seeing Roy over on stairs getting caught out early, and his gun just goes flying across the site, almost as a warning that OG are coming through Connector. And OG, they just pressure enough from ramp that those Connector players can come in on the flank. And it just ends up being really clean fights. Fnatic, the only round they've won was that round where they took a gamble stack, 5 players on A. And they take another timeout here. Looks like they want a secondary AWP onto Mezzi. I think that could be a good idea here because OG are grouping so early. You might want that AWP to just try and pick off some of these players when they commit in the early round. But honestly, it's just the individuals that need to start stepping up for Fnatic. They're not winning fights right now.
Different look for Fnatic in round 7. See what Mezzi can do with this sniper rifle. NicoDoz has got a very good spawn. We'll see if he goes towards A ramp or Connector. Playing it safe then. Point man on A throws the incendiary. Hold on a second. We've got a palace burst attempted by Crims. That it absolutely fails. Fiku and Flames get absolutely melted. Sorry, not Crims. I called out the wrong player there. It was OG rushing through palace, losing Flames and Fiku. But maybe Nico can do something about this. Only 5 plays left on the server. This one has been very fast indeed. Messi in that short position. Can't do all the damage he's looking for. HE will do just a slight bit more. Once you identify that Neofrag is stuck in Connector, OG are creeping forward elsewhere. Smoke is on top con now. They know where one of the remaining 2 players is, but what about Crims? Currently sitting in CT spawn. They've lost the angle for the short plant, Fnatic. And now we've got game on. Smoke is from Mezzi. Perhaps a lurk smoke for the CTs. Crims will make his way forward, not find anything just yet. 3 players to catch. There's the first one, Nico. No trade fragger popping out just yet, but there goes Mezzi. That's half the info for Crims. He's got work to do, but Dexter will puncture him, and OG will keep the W's coming.
Yeah, I didn't really get to see how OG got even trades out from that Palace position because it looked like they were screwed there. They were like running through flames. It felt terrible for them. They get a 2-for-2 trade, and then Nico just wins that fight from ramp that gives them all the access. Oh, Neofrag got one on mid. That's why they're able to turn it into a 3-on-3. Fnatic, I mean, it's not a bad effort in the retake. It's just so hard coming back there where you have limited utility. Maybe this is a round where Fnatic can take another risk. Their only round win coming from that A stack. And they only have Deegs in this one.
This time can be used for Fnatic to think about how they can change things up. Maybe OG were reading Fnatic maybe making a play, which is why they sent it so fast towards that A bomb site. Just break them before they can get anything started. That might be the order of the day for OG. Will they continue that fast pace though, one way or another, even if it's mid-presence, or will they slow things down in the next buy round? That's what I'm wondering. They don't want a repeat of the round where they went into the stack. They're being careful for the time being. Piku's made his way through the A bomb site. He has the information now. Lesson learned then for OG.
They figure it all out. Shot from Dexter. Oh, we actually got the stack in there before Nico does. Landed with the Deeg. Maybe a bit of an unnecessary risk. The AWP has now been recovered by Nico Doz. I think Fnatic would have afforded one anyway, but they would love to save this. Oh, they're really toying with him. As Nico does get away. Fiku closing the distance. Nice play from Nico Doz. Makes a move aggressively, something that Fiku wasn't expecting. So he gets to save that AWP. That's always nice for the AWP. He's going to keep a lot of money in the bank. But for Fnatic, they've got to find a solution here.
Double AWPs again then for Fnatic. Now, well, do they fear OG going for a fast play? Do they just commit to going for a plan they may have had in mind? Teams are going to try and, you know, they're not keeping an eye on the radar, but Messi's gone back towards the apartments. I mean, towards kitchen with the AWP. I mean, towards the shop. What is wrong with me today, honestly? Anyway, the numbers are here for OG. Prim's jump peeking. Put one towards the balcony. Messi's got the right angle. That's how they want to start things. Fnatic. 5-on-3. Jumping out the window. The bomb's committed now. Neofrag's on site. They need more kills though, but it's only 2 people left. Make it 1. Dexter on a 1 versus 4. And finally, Fnatic will cut down OG. Again, they were going for a fast player surge into the B bomb site, but on this occasion, Fnatic said no.
I thought Neofrag's entry kill might be a difference maker in that round, but Fnatic able to rotate. I love that Roy fights aggressively through the smoke. He knows his teammates are still on the site, so he's happy to take that risk. Fnatic finally showing some fight here. See if that allows them to gain some confidence in this one. Nico Doz did drop down mid early. And he will see that OG aren't really going for this mid control right now because they are all grouped outside A.
Some counter-util on the ramp from Fnatic. Grenades towards Palace. See if they swing with a flash on the bench, above the bench. Roy's getting molly. He's going to stand his ground. Won't work out for him though. Opening frag for OG. Flashes will continue, but it's Fnatic who are dropping. They can't avoid another. They can't handle another reset with a 7-2 scoreline here. That might be what's on the cards. A lot of movement in their positions, and it will be backwards movement from Fnatic. Again, they've got the cash to buy around what they have. But it's another disengagement. OG just successful time and again on these entries.
Yeah, it takes two to tango. And right now, OG are just breakdancing all over Fnatic. This is not a competitive game. That's how we'll put it. I'm kind of surprised that Fnatic aren't just deciding to play retake in some of these rounds. Like, Roy really wanted to fight ahead there. But when that molly comes in, I don't think you can afford to take that risk. It's just so risky moving into the molly, trying to fight like that.
Yeah, flashes didn't help.
Yeah, I mean, good utility, obviously, from OG. They deserve credit for that. But Fnatic not finding any success fighting for the sites. Take another time out here, at least have some money. We are gripping at silver linings right now.
I wonder if Fnatic try something aggressive towards the ramp. Then if OG head into B again, it'll be a long rotation. That said, last time it didn't work out so well for OG. So maybe that deters them. Mind games to be had here. Some guesswork, certainly for Fnatic. Aren't really getting the chance to make a play with the pace we've seen from OG. I wonder if it's a case of if it's not broken, don't fix it, as we see 5 players heading towards A immediately. One flash over the wall. Won't necessarily be an indicator of what is to come. There is the util, but there's no flash and flames will be dropped. Nikodos towards triple now. Looking towards Palace. Comms have to be good. Down goes Neo frag. Not working out for OG this time. Dexter and Nico remain. Somehow they've made it a 2-on-2. Nico with the multi-frag. Dexter trying to avoid flashes. It is a HE coming his way though. Minute 15 on the clock. Mezzi rotating. OG will be convinced someone's in CT. So maybe it gives them an extra man of sorts. Perhaps they can work together. OG still needs to cross to the site. Making the way as we speak, and Mezzi's being passive with his angle. There is a smoke for Nico. Never mind, he's dead. Dexter 1 versus 2. Needs to avoid a trade fragger. Smoke is coming towards the ramp, which will force him forward. Quick scope time now. He's going to put a lurk smoke up for himself as he goes towards Tetris. Nice one onto Cribs. 1v1 now around the smoke. Misses the no-scope. Mezzi in the smoke. Orb versus Orb. So awkward. Swings with the barrel and a shotgun mode prevails for OG. 9-2. Chaos towards the end, but they're still successful.
Dexter earned his slap in that round. Great clutch from him. And Dexter is one of these AWPers that you can always believe in the clutch. He's won some big ones. This time a 1-on-2. That was Nico able to quickly adjust to get it into a winnable position in the first place. The nade and the smoke I thought would be too much, but look at that first shot from Dexter. As he can't reply in time, gets stuck in the smoke. Nice drop down from Dexter. Mezzi tries to get forward while he's just dropped, but Dexter too quick on the trigger.
Very, very awkward indeed. This has to be a very frustrating game of Counter-Strike for Fnatic thus far. Another attempt is on the way, though. Roy will be limited to a FAMAS. Molly for top boxes. Very important to eliminate that lurker. Nikodos posted up towards B with the AWP. Now, there's been no fast execute from OG, which makes a change. With Nikodos' position, perhaps there can be a focus towards that A bomb site. As we can see, they are playing close A. We did ask that question earlier on, and it has been answered by Fnatic. Where is the bomb headed? With a second player in Flames making his way towards A. That's the big clue.
Happy to chill in mid, OG. Sure, they will start to move towards connector. Now this ramp aggression could take away one side of the push. This Flame's waiting. They won't go any further here, so OG will wait for their wrap to come in through Con. There's a nade. Good damage onto those connector players, but Dexter finds the entry. Fasher needs this fight. Big damage. He'll swing into Flames to win that duel. But Mezzi now fighting for the site also does work. They've got a man advantage here. Frag hasn't been spotted in the CT smoke. That's so sneaky. He catches the rotate, but Fasher's still fighting back. And it's up to NeoFrag. 22 seconds, that bomb down in connector, and nothing he can do. Nice reaction there from Fnatic.
So many situations in that round. CT players heard throwing the molly into Palace. Flames dives, but throws the molly and separates the CT from the rest of the fight. But Fnatic are able to deliver enough on the A bomb site in the meantime. Very back and forth. Very marginal round for both squads, but it will be won by Fnatic. 6 rounds are possible, but this would be the key round if they want to get to 6, because there'll be no money left for OG if they can find success in this one. Fnatic could see Flames limited to a max 10 on Mirage. Not the most common weapon, of course. Now, can Fnatic find some success in this particular round? It really would make a much better first half for them if they could.
Yeah, great opportunity to break that T economy. Maybe could salvage a reasonable CT side, still hit. Roy will put down that connector smoke, so OG will be stalled on their mid move. We're not playing in connector though, we'll go towards window instead. Again, Fnatic fine giving up this mid control. They have been throughout this half. Rather focus on defending the bomb sites instead.
$40 seconds remain. What information is there for Fnatic in terms of OG's intentions? Big presence in connector now as Fiku lurks on ramp. Now, how do they make it towards the A bomb site? Jungle has been abandoned actually by Fnatic, so they are essentially playing retake save for Basher. Nikodos is around the corner though, and Fiku gets dropped on the ramp, but the bomb's still making its way to the site. There's no smoke on short, there's no smoke for Jungle. How do they plant this bomb with Dexter on short? That will certainly help. Keeping an eye on Jungle now, bomb planted. Roy says hello from the Jungle position. Nikodos trying to reposition, gets dropped. NeoFrag will be traded by Crims. Down to Dexter then, 1 versus 2. That bomb is not quite planted for him. Was he just spotted there? I'm not sure. It doesn't look like he was. Who is he going to peek first? They're not fully committing to this defusal just yet. There's a trade fragger, misses the shot. And Fnatic will secure an all-important 4th round, eliminating the whole OG squad as well. And have a look at what it's done to OG's money.
Yeah, even with the bomb plant, OG short on cash into this one. I thought Dexter might be the difference maker. I mean, the fact that Fasher has like 2 bullets on the site, that was so scary. But he gets that 1 kill. And even though Dexter was able to win that fight over on short, a couple of the OG players still low on health. Not an easy 1v2 this time for Dexter to win. So Fnatic have taken their time to show up in this map, but they are now delivering. What do OG buy into this one? You can see that losing bonus at $2,400. So if they want to save for the last round of the half, they need to make sure they don't buy too much here. Probably be a few pistols. Nico will save some extra cash to make sure that AWP can be dropped. So really not much for OG to work with in this round. Looking very good for a Fnatic fit.
Race cars towards that short position. But again, not much to offer really. Almost asking for handouts with the lack of money they've got. So an ugly half for Fnatic. But 6 rounds on the CT side wouldn't be as ugly as the rounds have played out. Dexter 1v4. And gone. 5 rounds in the bag for Fnatic. Let's see what OG have to offer them in the last one. Will it be another Ferrari peak situation for OG. Will they pump the brakes and play a longer round? Prim's on 14 frags now all of a sudden. Very cold start for Fnatic across the board. But yeah, the anti-eco frags will certainly help.
Yeah, you take that warm up. Get yourself into the game. Because 6 CT rounds isn't too bad. It's at least competitive. Again, OG putting one player towards mid. Nico on the lurk, while the rest of the squad are up in the apartments. But there is the AWP of Nico Doz ready to hold that angle if OG want to make that play towards B.
Got Mezzi for support. He's only got the HE though, Mezzi. There'll be a molly under the window, trying to avoid the flashbang. But here comes Flames. Nikodos now battle sniper mode. They're lining up for it, but he will be traded. And position has been taken by OG on this B bomb site. Nico still holding the apartment, so only 2 players on the site itself for OG in this 3-on-3. Beyond the flashbang, which is about to be deployed. That's all the util they have now. Time to get that bomb planted. As Nico's moved deeper into the B bomb site, Roy will push the position Nico was previously covering. There are eyes on the apartments, though, as we see from Nico's position. But who's going to be ready for this? Big headshot from him. Has so much util and position lost by Fnatic. Basher and Crims remain both with kits, but no util. Walking in dry. Easy for Dexter. Spots the last one as well. They know exactly where Fasher is. 1v3, trying to find one last round for Fnatic in this first half, but it's getting less and less likely and unlikely now as Fiku finishes him off. 10-5 then for OG. A big half from them, but there's more work to do. 10-5 at half-time. Looks like it could have been a more oppressive scoreline from Fnatic's POV, but they were able to finally break OG and squeeze an extra round or two. Will it be enough for them to mount a comeback here in the second half? Let's find out. They'll be the aggressors now on the T side. Two players with a lot of util as OG have numbers in the window. Flames looking to clear Biabs quickly. Neofrag, the only player towards A at present, but can his teammates get there fast enough to give him some support? Because all of Fnatic are here, and they are sending it into the bomb site. Neofrag by triple, taking the silencer off to make things a little weird. Oh my god, that second frag from Neofrag! Almost took out Nikados as well. Did great work, but we've got some flashbangs for Roy. Just labored frag that first one, trying to find that head. Can't find a second. Dexter to trade. 3v2 for OG. Now Nikados is the last one. Never mind. Flames will come in from the back. OG take the second pistol. I believe they've taken both pistols. Indeed, they have.
Yeah, they have now. And this looks very good for OG. Solid hold towards that A site. You see just bodies littered all over the bomb site. Fnatic at least able to force the bomb plant. You don't mind seeing the silent
kill,
US
dude. That second kill.
Yeah, that was spicy. Damn. And I mentioned earlier, these two teams played just a couple of weeks ago in the IEM Dallas closed qualifiers. And that time it was 16-6 for OG on Mirage. They're looking to repeat that performance. Actually got the exact same scoreline out of the first half as well. In that previous matchup, OG had 10 T rounds. And now they've got themselves off to a good start here. Fnatic could really do with winning this force buy. Try and reset that CT economy early. They've got good utility here. They've really focused on the nades rather than getting the Galils out in this round. So let's see what Fnatic have up their sleeve. Looks like it might be a B play.
Smoke off the wall for Connector from the CTs.
OG is so ready for this, man. Oh, no.
At HG, let's have a look at it. Oh, the chunk, boy. Nico with the MP9 trying to stay alive. He's got Dexter here as well. Essentially a crossfire for OG as Nikados tries to find something, trying to make a fatal connection here, Nikados, but he will be denied. Just the one frag for the Fnatic. No bomb plant either. It doesn't seem like Mirage is looking much better for them as the money's gonna suck.
Damn. I mean, they run into the stack there. Nico does great work coming in from that short position. And yeah, that is just tough. I think now it's going to be really hard here for anything to come through. I do feel like this series has two maps that are very favored for both teams, though. So if you're a Fnatic fan, don't be too worried. That's something from Fascia. Will burn shortly thereafter.
Oh, love a continuation spray when they walk back into it and eat a fat headshot. Only the fattest headshots. Bombs in T-spawn. So it's a question of damage here for Mezzi. Bomb hasn't been detected just yet. They may realize now. Where is he off to? 1 minute on the clock for Mezzi. This is still a winnable round. This is no longer a winnable round. 13-5 for OG. Off to the races in this first map. Really haven't seen much of Fnatic yet on this map. Apart from face down on the floor.
Yeah, that's what they've been looking at. Yeah, it's weird. I feel like this should be a decent enough map for Fnatic. Like, they've got skilled players. I mean, we were seeing Mezzi play so well yesterday, but it's not been the case here on this one. For whatever reason, it is not clicking for Fnatic on this map. And to be fair, OG look very locked in on Mirage. You can see it with some of their executes. really, really solid on this map themselves. So maybe it's more just the strength of OG than anything else. Here is the gun round for Fnatic. We saw that fast-paced style from OG in the first half. Something I love about Mirage is you definitely can play different play styles. You can play slower. You can try and draw rotations and play in the late round. Fnatic will be grouping up outside A early in this one, though. NeoFrag will try and play a little closer, maybe see if he can dodge any of those flashes thrown over the top.
So Dexter's in CT with the AWP.
Oh, look at the info for OG. Nico's pushed through B.
If they don't do a deep flash in CT, then he'll have great support. Oh, they've done a pop flash in advance, but Roy will eat one. Sorry, NeoFrag will eat one from Roy as Roy eats the flashbang. And now they are spreading onto the site. Dexter could be in trouble here. He'll get a quick shot, but he'll be instantly traded by Crims, despite the information. They are down bad at the moment, but Nikados is still just beyond ramp with the bomb, making his way towards default. No, triple actually. And that's where the bomb will get dropped. Nico coming in for a second as we're down to a 2-on-2. 15 seconds to plant this bomb. There's no smoke and it's in no man's land, that bomb. Messi gets domed, leaving Fasha in a sandwich, and Flames will deliver one more. 14-5 for OG.
Yeah, even though the initial site take was really solid from Fnatic, it's just that flank. Nico devastating as he arrives here, takes two quickly and takes the Palace player out. And then Flames does a really solid job just back at CT. Was low on health, but he wins both those fights. Fnatic will do what they can here, but it's not looking good for them. It's not looking good, bruv.
Boy, bruv.
He's from Birmingham, actually. I'm not going to do the Brummie accent. No one wants to hear that.
James Banks is the most bruv person on the broadcast.
Oh, for sure.
He's King Bruv.
King of the bruvs.
Minute 20 on the clock. Keep an eye on Nikados on the radar. He is rotating the bomb over towards the A-bomb site. So what is the role for Messi and Fasha? 7 and 8 on the radar, still towards B. Will they be looking to run distraction? See, Messi's playing very passively at present. What is their role? It could be that they execute on A and go for a short plant. Messi comes through B later on. Classic versus pro strat from years of old. OG with an aggressive 3-person setup in mid. Could have a fast flank as Flames continues forward towards T-spawn. Executors coming in. NeoFrag, the main person on A. Might see a few numbers here. Delivers and escapes being traded. 38 seconds on the clock. And Fnatic aren't moving in just yet. Where's that bomb going? Where is that bomb going? To throw a grenade. That's top connector smoke, I think, based on the radar. Indeed, it is. And we're going to see a meeting of the minds here as Messi makes his way down. Flames has got that information, but still, NeoFrag's the only person on A. This is getting very weird indeed. Messi's dealt with, but the bomb's still not planted. Fnatic may be hesitating in this round. We'll have 2 players left. A traffic jam around default. And Crims don't get to fire his gun. I think they hesitated there, Hawker.
Yeah, it felt like it. Yeah, it's just one of those maps for Fnatic. It's not going right for them. They actually end up doing enough sort of pressure on B to draw OG away from that A site. But NeoFrag able to come back, and then they just don't get that bomb down soon enough. Dexter starts arriving. Little gap in the smoke. 15-5 for OG. This has been incredibly one-sided. I'm sure Fnatic will be looking forward to Vertigo, their pick coming up. For now, though, do have to close out Mirage, and Dexter will look to do that, and he's feeling it.
Lovely shot. Doesn't have the support he needs to get a second frag from it, though. And Fnatic will spread in mid. 4 for 4. Crims won't get any sound cues of anybody from B heading towards short. Of course, you won't know it's empty, though. But the bomb's heading in that direction. OG very busy around connector. A lot of action towards A. We've seen on this map, mostly from OG, of course. Not much success on the T side just yet for Fnatic, but this might be a round for them. Still an empty bomb site as OG are clearing mid. See Flames using that directional sound. Figure out where these players are.
Bomb has been planted.
Now there is money here for OG. And they have some angles. I'm sure they'll go for this. Flames to crouch big, but Messi delivers. Will they continue? 3v4. Almost guaranteed to lose players on the retake with these positions. So it might be time to call it a day on this particular round. Piku may hang out and try to make it expensive for Fnatic, but I think we've got a new position for Fnatic with 6 rounds instead of 5. New in some ways, but not new in others. They are still miles behind their opponent.
Ooh, Neo frag. Try and do a bit of damage at the end here. Crims dies to the bomb, but Messi able to make sure no further players fall. So there we go. Something for Fnatic. They get onto that B site nice and quickly. And OG always going to have a tough time when you're retaking that B bomb site, especially when Messi's just watching that flank from the B apartments. As soon as he gets that kill, it's not really going to be a winnable round for OG. See if Fnatic can get anything else going here. Out through ramp immediately.
Storming out. So many targets for Dexter. See if he can find a second one. They're still stuck by Tetris as Flames is up close. Dexter and Neofrag delivering plenty of kills. Crimson Messi now, they're in trouble. Reinforcements coming through connector. Messi versus 3. Down he goes as well. A quick one, a violent one. Mirage is one-sided and it's all OG from start to finish pretty much. Fnatic were barely in that one. That can't be one they're happy with at all. Perhaps not the deepest map pools then, as we witnessed a one-sided affair on Mirage. OG dominating on the T side, unable to, well, not allowing Fnatic to really make an aggressive play on the CT side. Always had to be wary of a fast push into B or A, and they often found success, OG.
Yeah, just that fast, aggressive play style. Too strong from OG on that T side. And once it came to CT, kind of felt like it was going to be a foregone conclusion for them. A 16-6 win, the exact same scoreline on Mirage that these two teams had when they faced off just 2 weeks ago. So clearly not the improvements that Fnatic would have wanted on this map. And for OG, yeah, listen, a lot of those site plays were really solid. You saw the utility always very good, and it just seemed like Fnatic didn't know how to handle all those quick side takes.
Yeah, I think we saw some hesitation from Fnatic in situations towards the end as well, which is unfortunate for them. Yeah, there's plenty of work to do on Mirage for them. They really need to fix those statistics that we're seeing there, because it is looking really, really rough. I mean, credit to OG for making it look that way, but like 17% on Mirage now is rough. And yeah, I mean, we're not seeing much Anubis from them either. So indeed, looks like we might have some map pool issues for them. But now I would expect we'll see a mirror of that, because Fnatic are about 70% on Vertigo, our second map, and OG are 22%. So they're kind of similar in their opponents' picks being about 20%. Do you expect it to be the same but the other direction in terms of the dominance?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like these guys just have really good punish picks against each other. I mean, I talked about the previous Mirage matchup. Previous Vertigo one was 16-8 for Fnatic, and that was with them starting on T side and getting 9 T rounds. So I'm expecting a complete turnaround here. I would assume Fnatic coming into this series are kind of aware Mirage is a bit of a long shot for them. And it kind of makes sense, right? I think it's a map here that we saw can suit OG pretty well. I think OG do well on maps where their players can take initiative and can just take a lot of fights. And we absolutely saw that here. I mean, Dexter was top of the board, but normally you have Neofrag and Flames being the two furthest forward players, the two aggressive players for OG. And this time it wasn't actually Flames delivering, it was Neofrag who got 19 kills, over 100 ADR. Good game from him, and good to see he was able to deliver a lot of that early round impact.
Yeah, they were so effective on the T side, especially in rounds where, I mean, I think this particular action was off the radar, but they had two players try to burst out of Palace, and they both went down pretty quick, but they still managed to bring it down to a 2-on-2 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. So they were just finding success with those AKs on that CT side. Of course, Vertigo is going to be a completely different affair with the verticality and so on. I mean, we've seen great examples on the T side from the likes of 9 recently, but do you think on a map which isn't so good for OG, do you think that we're going to see them leaning more towards the typical like smoke executes on the A-bomb sites and such?
Yeah, I think that's probably what you have to expect from OG here. Probably have the basics down, but that's about it. I guess they should probably be starting on CT side, so that's maybe the one chance for them. Try and get rolling early on that favored side, but going to be a bit of a tough one here for OG, I think, based on those recent results.
Well then, maybe it's Fnatic's turn to slap OG around on a map. We're going to head to a break. When we're back, we'll see how Vertigo plays out.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for the Capybara Challenge. We've got Crims with us over here. Me and Blair are going to fire some statements at him. So I'm not the oldest player in the team, but sometimes I feel like one.
Could happen like we're going after an event, we're taking a beer, I'm most likely the guy first up in the room. So
you get done very quick.
Yeah, I'm getting old.
I feel you, man. I'm not the only one of few players from the old era who managed to adapt to the new era that kept good ratings.
Okay, I would say.
I would say so. He's adapted pretty well.
All right, next one. There is no more famous bald and bearded guy in Sweden than me.
Okay, that is not true. We have Forrest, okay. But he's not actually like really bald because he doesn't shave his head like to the bottom, you know.
So does that count as being bald, or?
The day you accept the baldness, I would say like it doesn't matter if like 1 or 2 millimeters, then...
Shout out Moses.
Yeah.
Maybe even if it doesn't seem like that, I'm a very funny guy.
Yeah, behind the scenes, I'm a bit of a joker in the team, I would say.
He tries. He tries to be funny.
He's a bit crazy. He's more like a kid. Maybe not so funny, but more just like a kid. So
I saw Flusher once lift his mouse.
No comment.
That's a capybara.
Okay,
right.
Skipping that one. That makes sense. You can't skip anymore, just so you know.
Wow, wow, still get the answer there. All right. I was waiting for it, man. All right. If it wasn't for me, Olaf would never shine in Fnatic as he did.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, right? I boosted him on overpass. He ran out banana and died on Inferno every time I had to stay in sight and like kill everybody, so...
Oh no, Smuya was one of my favorite players to play with.
I'm so happy he hasn't got the capybara for this one.
No. I don't think we got that.
Yeah, a bit louder?
No.
I'm a better clutcher than Zipex.
Yes.
Oh.
All right.
Everybody just chokes against him. They're getting afraid. I don't know what they're getting afraid of.
What do you tell your teammates when you go up against them in a clutch?
Nothing. It's not worth mentioning.
Swedes are the best CSGO players.
No.
Majority, I would say yes.
I was going to say, final CSGO major is going to be 4 UK players, the most ever. We're on the rise. That's all I can say.
It's all time, not 2020.
Yeah, but
2022. You know,
the UK's fighting strong now. So
all right, final one. Let's do this. The Fnatic era was more impressive than NIP's 87 win run.
Yes.
Why?
There wasn't like any good teams playing when they got the record, right?
He said
It was only very games. I worked as a plumber and played in LGB, so like,
you did very well. You avoided the right question, I feel, Grims.
Yeah. You can still like give us an answer if you want
to.
Yeah,
we do want to know.
If he lifted his mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a couple of times.
There we go.
No, there we go.
It's finally been settled. It's finally been settled. Now we know.
Shout outs to Mezzy. Hashtag UK Mans at the major. Wonder if we can get some Nando's airlifted to Paris for them, give them that energy boost they need to go far. That's going to be fascinating. I hope they don't get nervous, but enough about them. It's the UK man on the server, Mezzy, and the rest of Fnatic, who look for revenge, look to equalize the situation as they were missing on Mirage, but I imagine they'll certainly be appearing on Vertigo.
Yeah, man, nice to hear from Crims as well. I wish Crims did more content. He's got a great personality. He just he keeps to himself sometimes, but definitely a funny guy. Heading into this Vertigo, though, I do think that Fnatic should have a much better time here. We will see if that is indeed the case, though. Maybe OG have adapted since the last time they played. It is OG who get to start on that CT side, and they were looking very sharp over on Mirage. So I'll be hoping that they can get off to another strong start here.
Nico will have some work to do. There is a two-man setup here, as you can see. Flames hoping to jiggle. Let's see how fast Fnatic are. 3 plays here, in fact. So this is quite the expectation from OG. Into the grinder they go then. Dexter with 2. Nico's here as well, looking for a third, and he'll get it. Bomb secured, and Fasher is wondering why no one's answering the phone. That's a nice headshot from him, but he's got a lot to do. 3 more players to find with that bomb fully committed in mid. 1 minute on the clock. What will his play be? Looking for a flanker, maybe. He's going to go up the ladder. Head to the stairs. Just around, not too shabby around to have to find yourself in a situation like this. Faster movement. Only headshots required. Speaking of, Neofrag has the angle. Pasha had to check the left and the right at the same time. Open the wrong door. Pistol goes to OG then. That's 3 pistols in a row, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, they're out here. Good to see from OG. Yeah, not much Fasher could do at the end there. Really hard to find fights to isolate. Great to see from OG, though. Seems like the individuals are looking very good in this series. And maybe that can just be enough here. If Fnatic don't get rolling, they could start to feel the pressure here in this elimination matchup. Don't get to see too much mid-play on Vertigo, so I don't mind seeing it in this round. Don't think they can get much out of the pistols, though. Oh, they ran into the MP9s as well. So that is a lot of money made for OG.
22% on Vertigo OG with 9 maps played recently. Point being they are playing the map. Maybe today is the time where that percentage starts to improve once again. 2-0 for them as the AK-47s come out for Fnatic. Big smoke deployed at the beginning of the round. OG will have the AWP on Dexter. A random mixed bag of rifles and SMGs for the rest of OG. Neofrag looking to make his way down. Drop the HE in there. That will announce his position, but does he stay in situ? Baiting them into Dexter maybe, who finds the first and second kill. Promising start for OG in round 3.
Yeah, Dexter getting into that really strong sniping position. I know ZywOo loves to play there. It can be very hard to clear them out from that back ramp area, and Dexter's still going. He just keeps finding fights. Fnatic need something special to come back into this round. Prim spots out that player, but OG playing it pretty safe at this point. They know they've got such a big advantage here.
I just found an opening on B, but now it's only Fasher. With 42 HP, support is on the way, and he'll be sent off the side of the building. OG, with the anti-force buy weapons, find success in round number 3, and Fnatic will have to wait longer for their first round. You see Dexter coming to life with 2 through the smoke. Didn't see much of anything. Saw that one though. No bomb plant for Fnatic. This will be an arid round for them. Max loss bonus on the way.
An arid round. So that suggests that full gun rounds are like wet?
Well, if the landscape is arid, then nothing can really grow.
Ah, that's how you're going with it. Okay. I get you. Just wanted an insight into the mind of James Bardo. Just a brief one. Don't want to be in there too long.
Arid, and therefore not arable. Arable farmland. Indeed. Definition of arable: land used or suitable for growing crops.
Ooh, there you go, Dexter. Took a few opportunities. And he's struggling slightly here. A few missed shots. I think he's out of ammo on the AWP. He's got riflers. Nice shot from Nico does. Can they recover that rifle? I don't know. OG is still hanging around. Oh, and they've even got the flank, but Nico does ready for it.
That's something.
There we go.
Now there is a game to play in this round, even if it's a question of doing more damage. Trying to rescue the bomb, perhaps. Still peeking around. 28 seconds on the clock. They must die. Mezzi and Nikodos must die in order to get their loss bonus. So they're running their own clock down, and the bomb plant becomes less and less likely. But a chance at another kill, perhaps. Dexter's in the red. Dexter's dead. Now Mezzi, he could hold on to that AWP, or he could full commit to the bomb plant, and it seems that he'll scurry away with the AWP. Worth more than his loss bonus. He can buy Kevlar, so he's in a good position. He's got the abacus out, he's done the maths.
Oh, let's see if Fnatic can get something going here. Keita does love an early timeout. If they got off to a slow start, he's happy to call, you know, just a few rounds in the timeout, which I think is good. I'm sure Fnatic came into this with a game plan, but maybe has quickly gone wrong for them. Really good work from the top of ramp, even if he did finally get caught out. Having that AWP there, proving very powerful, so good that he has the money to rebuy it. Although it is a bit costly for OG, getting that AWP back into his hands. Still a decent amount of money in the bank for OG. Slow starts for a couple of the Fnatic players. Roy and Crims yet to get on the board. See if that changes here in the 5th round.
Look at the battle sniper here. Nikodos had half a chance. Got to be careful though, and Dexter manages to escape. Posting up from the sandbags, Neofrag is here as well. The usual smokes will be deployed. Mezzi going into it. Dexter spotting something, he might need some support now. The molly's on the way, misses the shot again. Unlike Dexter, we saw a lot of frags from him so far. That'll be important, as will this. Nico with 2 in mid. Instantly turning things in their favor, shutting down a potential split of the bomb site. Neofrag's not going to sit on this advantage. That molly will give him more cover to peek further. Spots one of the 3 players and holds onto short at the same time.
Yeah, Fnatic might have hoped the ramp pressure, getting the kill on Dexter, drew people away, but no. And now Fnatic, wow, they're falling at the hands of Nico right now. He's got 3 on the round. It's Nico, Doz, and Mezzi again in a clutch, trying to come back from a 2-on-3 this time. He just deployed a smoke towards the short side of sight. But this construction area is where both CTs are stacked right now. And 25 seconds. Fnatic have got to get a move on.
Great jiggle from Nico.
It's on for the ace.
He is. The bomb is lost as well. Nico's hiding in plain sight.
No time.
Where's this plan here? Looking to win by elimination, maybe. He'll be on the receiving end of that. 5-0 for OG on their CT side. They're off to the races. Another round with no bomb plant for Fnatic. The measure of success is quite limited here. They haven't planted a bomb in a single round just yet. So things are looking pretty rough for them. This could be an unceremonious exit if it continues in such a fashion. They need to try and right the ship soon. Sometimes it is these Tech 9 rounds which are the ones that find the breakthrough and break the money of the opponents as well. Easier said than done, of course. Crims with no frags to his name. Mezzi with just the one. Unlike them, we pointed both of them out specifically for the actions that we saw from them yesterday. They were the most important men in terms of fragging for their squad. Right now, on their pick of Vertigo, they are relatively missing. PQ with many targets towards B, lots of flashes as well. Roy will be barbecued, leaving 3 remaining. One spotted on the stairs then, but what about the other 2? Back in position for the time being. Again, Fnatic can try to focus on keeping that CT money honest. Another frag here would be great, whether they plant the bomb or not. Again, as a measure, as a minimum point of failure, they need to plant the bomb in these buy rounds so they can just keep buying. Otherwise, every other round is going to be like this. That'd be a lot easier for OG.
And that's a clean one for OG. So less of an opportunity for Fnatic to try and cause those woes to the CT economy. I think the issue that Fnatic can have is you play this style where it's pretty important that the timings and the team play are right. And if they're slightly off, the rounds can look really bad. You can really struggle. I think we've seen that here. They've tried to put pressure on ramp and then come back through mid. But OG still had enough ramp information in that previous gun round. So they didn't really rotate away from mid. Nico just gets 2 kills back straight away. And I wonder if that means Fnatic will go back to something more simple at any point. You can always just fall back on that standard A play if you really want to. See if we get a more simple approach from Fnatic, or whether they are happy to stick with their standard style of play.
Monster start for OG. Still a world where Fnatic find 9 rounds in this half. Oh my days, Fiku almost finds 3. They were taking tickets one by one. Bomb's been spotted as Fasher full commits to the bomb site. Molly goes off the wall though in the wrong direction, which gives OG more space, but they're wondering about that mid area. Looking for more kills now as Mezzi finds himself 2, finally activating and keeping it close. 2 on 2 as OG try to find these last players. 1 minute on the clock for Fnatic, who'll be looking to get the bomb plant soon. Nico's going for the fake as we see the swing from Neo Frag. That leaves Dexter with 11 HP. They're going to try to double peek him. He's positioned himself well enough. Nico's falling back to the site now. He had the sound cues, Dexter. Looking for the trade fragger, moving forward. Who peeks first for Fnatic? Nico's has to be patient if his teammate has the angle. Switching down to the left. They were lined up perfectly, but they were so fast. They'll finally find a scoreboard. Their first round of Vertigo.
That'll feel good for them. finally home and dry with a round win. And it looked so bad initially. This lineup from Fiku I thought was going to be devastating. But fair play to Fnatic. That transfer from Mezzi seemed like the difference maker in the round. He's able to come through with a lot of impact there on that multi-kill. Mezzi and Nico does often in the late round, this time able to convert. Look at the aggression though, OG wasting no time in this round. That is just a head-on collision over towards B.
That's almost felt like an eco rush. NeoFrag holding down the A-bomb sites in the meantime. He's lost his teammate, but he's bought some time and he's really neutered Fnatic. It would need to give birth to a miracle to find a second round here. Minute 14 on the clock. Down to Crims to be the can opener. Angles are not favorable for him. They'll cut noise now as they don't hold position. Maybe there's only 2 CTs here, but 2 CTs looks like it'll be enough. Nico here to trade. As they cut noise for a while, OG have got to spread across both bomb sites, of course. They still almost have 3 players on the bomb site, only 2 required. Look at Flames' hop down here. That was beautiful. Excellent work from him. Brave man to make a play like that, but he delivered. 7-1 for OG.
Yeah, that movement is so cool. It's risky to pull that off, but when it pays off, it looks lovely. And this is really sketchy now for Fnatic. See OG brimming with confidence. Nico, IGL, top of the board with 12. NeoFrag in the midst of the smoke. They have to be aware of this possibility. Someone needs to look back. They are. Are they? Maybe not. NeoFrag able to get 1.5 before he's traded.
So much information. They swing onto 2 Fnatic and look at the kill feed. OG delivering again. Dexter with a multi-frag and a bomb. Hiding from short, allowing his teammates to rotate. Basher and Nikodos remain. Where have Fnatic gone? You know what that smoke means. They can see the legs, but Nikodos will make his way over. At the cost of sound cues, they know where he is. He's found 2. Really trying to find a headshot. That's half the information for OG. Question is, where is Fashion? Nikodos somewhat stuck for the time being. The molly is coming. He's forced wide, exposed and exploited, leaving Fashion on a 1 versus 3. Bomb just ahead of him, and now he's been spotted. They could even triple peek him here. There's the flash, and there's the headshot. 8-1. Is there any stopping OG in this series?
I thought Fnatic might be able to just sneak up onto the site and find success, but no. Even though they sort of got past NeoFrag, Dexter's there holding, and he delivers that all-important double kill. Nico, the man in the shadows, pops up for the final 2. I thought Crims looked back at NeoFrag, but I don't know, I guess he didn't see him. And here we go again, Fnatic sending it over to the A site. This time there's a player in sandbags, and they're watching for the short play. NeoFrag delivering on the bomb site itself. Pistols finally get something going here, maybe more. The fight too much. Nico eventually brings it back to even numbers, and Nico hits the transfer.
Beautiful transfer. Very, very nice indeed, and very necessary for OG. This is so fast from them. Fnatic will try to slow it down with a timeout, but my God, 9-1 from OG on the pick of Vertigo. These guys are about 20% on this map. But again, those are historical stats, and it seems like they might change for the good the way things are going right now. Again, we didn't see much from Fnatic on Mirage, and believe it or not, it looks actually worse on Vertigo. Being stamped out from round to round. Mezzi and Nikodos, the only real ones fragging at the moment. Crims 1 for 10. How often do you say that?
Not often. And for OG, Nico 17 for 3. How often do you say that? Danish Nico coming through, and he's calling for this team. What a fantastic performance he's having. We might not have G2 here, but Nico's still top fragging on the server. Great to see. And that is Dexter blinded early, but not enough. He hits that first shot.
Nicolas creeping through the smoke. That was so fast from him. He's found two of them. False sense of security. And this is the chance for Fnatic finally. Roy eats the shrapnel next to him. The lurk from Crims doesn't go his way. Nico moving forward now. 18 kills for Nico. He's only died 3 times. Now Nikodos with 23 HP needs one more. 3 kills on the board thus far, but it might not be enough. Nico may find himself, he might happen upon the bomb if he keeps going. Nico starts to look to his left-hand side briefly. But again, Nikodos still has to rescue the bomb. Keep an eye on Fiku on the radar. Surely he spots the bomb now. He knows he has the advantages. Waiting for Nikodos to come down. He'll smoke him off. There might be time to wait for that smoke, though. It might get really funky if they wait for each other around the smoke. Oh, he's going to peek out and take him down. Punish him for his incidents. 10-1 it's his. 10 times the score of Fnatic on Fnatic's pick of Vertigo.
Yeah, I feel bad for Nikodos, man. He's trying his damnedest. Even getting aggressive on ramp in this round. It looks so good when he wins all these fights, but his teammates unable to do anything. It's a quad kill on the round. But Fiku solid on the final shot there for OG. And it's OG who take the tactical timeout. I mean, listen, OG's money is really precarious. Like, if Fnatic just get that one breakthrough round, they can break the CT economy. But it feels like they're just not able to find that right now. They just don't have that extra bit of oomph.
They have not planted the bomb.
Bloody hell.
They won one round by elimination, so maybe there was a bomb plant there. But in all the other ones where they've lost, all these 10 rounds they've lost, not a single bomb plant. Hardly seen them on the A-bomb side. Like, the ramp is a giant problem.
Spinks has just had a 42 kill game. It went to overtime. That's mental. Wow. Thought it was going to be the ZywOo show for Vitality. Apparently not. Back into this one, though. Fnatic need to focus up here. Nikodos, the one real shining light for Fnatic, sitting in this smoke. Oh, and Flames gives away his position. Nikodos looking for more, but Neofrag gets him out of there. Fnatic lose the early trades again.
How do you turn this around with only 3 players? Minimal utility as well. 1 flash for Mezzi. Surely somebody dies here. That's the only thing that's going to happen on the ramp. Dexter delivering AWP shots. That was all but guaranteed. Unbeknownst to Fnatic. So hard to turn that angle. They just can't solve the ramp situation. They have to be able to force the CTs back from that position without these heavy losses. That's not happening. Crims 1 for 11, left to pick up the pieces. 1 for 12.
Devastating right now. Again, Nikodos is finding these kills on ramp. I wouldn't mind Fnatic just trying to go for that full-on A play at this point. Maybe just see if Nikodos can get you into a round. Final timeout taken, and we haven't even left the first half. But can you blame Keita for wanting to talk to his team? They're facing elimination if they lose this map. They might need a slap in the face right now to wake themselves up.
Look at their money for this round as well. Again, this is the funny thing. So since round 4, we're on round 13 now. Since round 4, Fnatic have had maximum loss bonus. So they plant the bomb, they get 4,200. They can get AKs or Galils and grenades in the next round. They have not been able to do that in any of these rounds they've lost. So you're having rounds like this where you've got the pistols, the smokes, and maybe in the chaos you come close to winning a round, but they still lose the round. This is so bad for them. Like, of course, the score is one measure, but the lack of bomb plants, the measure of success per round is really lacking as well.
Dexter up close. Maybe a chance for Fnatic to get an AK here. Oh, Dexter in the smoking chaos will be dealt with. So that's an AK recovered, and that might be the way in that Fnatic needed, because Flames almost caught on the bomb site.
Surely they're going to swarm. Maybe Fiku does something about it. So Fasher at the very least. You see Flames dancing, because they're going to want to spread with these Desert Eagles. They are lining up, but he's running out of bullets. So it could be an unlikely one with the pistols, but again, not a replicable round. Mezzi's got the AK. Mezzi is gone, as is Nikodos. They've planted the bomb, finally. Took 13 rounds to do it, but they'll still lose the round.
Nico with a monster half, and the half isn't even over yet. 21-4. Cleans up here in this round again, even when he's got the FAMAS. He'll frag. That's a great shot. Oh, man. That was clinical from Nico. Why doesn't my FAMAS work like that? Don't answer that question. I don't need to be told I'm bad. I already know it.
Right then, let's see how Fnatic approach the ramp. Because again, they just haven't been able to solve that problem in the early to mid rounds. And those late lurks when Dexter has the AWP. He's got to walk into the sniper rifle. You can see Nikodos has an angle now as the grenades continue. An opening frag for Fnatic is something. But again, they're going to have to wait on the A-bomb side. Fasher's found a frag on B. It's second of the round, and you can hear the rotation start. Nikodos going to hold in position. Frag has to be careful. He knows those steps could be a bait, but the sniper has gone off as well. Still the 1 round for Fnatic, but surely this has to be a second one for them. OG can't actually even afford to push this if they want to have money for the next round, funnily enough. So deep into the first half to make the money awkward for OG. I'll imagine they'll be saving here.
Yeah, gotta be. And this was the annoying thing for Fnatic. At pretty much any point, if they had that one breakthrough round, they had a chance to cause the CT's problems with the economy game. But it never happened until now. It's a big win streak for OG. 6 in a row that has just been broken by Fnatic. Whatever happens, it's obviously not going to be a good half in terms of scoreline. But Fasher finally getting something going here. Nico tries to respond. Good mechanics from Fasher to win that second fight. And Dexter falls down to a dig for the last round of the half.
Finally, some success on the ramp. They've been looking for that the whole half. It comes in the last round. So much oppression there from OG. Fnatic has finally done something about it. But what can they do about Nico? 22 for 5. Unbelievable. Been so hard for Fnatic to find kills here. Outside of Nikodos. 4, 5, 2 frags for Roy, Fasher, and Crims. Crims will end this half 2 for 14. Utter nightmare for Fnatic. They've got a 4-on-4 in this final round. Make it 3-on-3. Make it 3-on-2. Basher and Mezzi putting in work. Nico's pretty low now, but he's still alive and still dangerous. The 2 players on B for Fnatic. Roy keeping eyes elsewhere. Frag looking for something. Nicolas creeping with the AWP. Nico charging through, pre-frying around the corner. He knows somebody is there, and Neofrag's traded. Now, where is Roy? Bottom of the stairs. Neofrag doesn't have a kit, but he does have an AWP. Can he bait the shots out? Roy spotted now. He knows the situation. Oh, there's the headshot. Unbelievable stuff. Fnatic might feel like they're in a twilight zone because it feels like the sun is coming down on their tournament very, very early indeed. We've seen great things from them on previous days, but we've seen nothing from them today. They are up against it. 2 rounds in the first half on Vertigo. They've got it all to do here. On the CT side now, Mezzi's got an incendiary. Don't see those too often in a pistol round. Although there are 3 because OG have got 2 of their own in the hands of Nico and Fiku. Both teams with bad intentions. There's the first one towards the sandbags and Royce forced from his position. What of the second one? Nico will start to put a wall up if he can, but the frags start to come in for Fnatic. Such a hill to climb.
Ooh.
That is violent from them. They've got 3 plays of perfect armor. They'll get the cheap helmets and likely M4s. Well, it was brief but successful.
Made that look easy. You'd have thought it was OG who were the ones who would come in with shots like that, but no, Fnatic coming through with a strong start on their CT side. I like the Mezzi had the incendiary there. I think he was either going to slow down a B play or have the molly for a potential retake where it can be very useful. Okay, yeah. I was wondering what they were doing. Flames is having fun. He's a human Beyblade. There we go then. Can Fnatic use this start to spur them on? Gotta hope so. It's their map pick here. It is just a Glock, so this will be easy. Or at least I pray that it's easy for them.
You said just the Glocks, but you didn't appreciate the decoy that they had to force Nikodos to look away so they could swing on the other player. So there.
I apologize. I'm sorry to all decoys out there. I didn't mean to demean you like that.
Decoy Appreciation Society is here.
Decoy Appreciation Club. Sounds like a fun club. Here comes the buy for OG. It is full AKs. So an early test for Fnatic. The pistol looked good, but they've got to show they can do it in the rifle rounds as well.
3 rounds required for OG. Plenty of attempts before Fnatic catch up or even make it to double figures of 10. A long road ahead. They're going to be so dangerous with these AKs as well. Let's not forget the fragging OG were doing on a T side of Mirage. Fnatic are really up against it. OG's form compounds the problems for them. Map control taken by OG. Presence in mid and CT spawn makes things very awkward for the likes of Fnatic. How do you respond to this? 1 minute on the clock.
Like they have a 3B stack at least. But he's coming back. He wants action. And he will go down. That's what Nico does. Oh, God, it's all gone wrong. Fnatic finding nothing right now. This has been a complete collapse.
It's another angle where Crims's gun is obscuring the vision of the T side, the T player, to his right-hand side. And indeed, OG, it's such a nervous position. It's genius, actually. Take mid. Look how happy Dexter is with that. Take mid and CT spawn and just hold. They had the time to do it. It's so difficult for Fnatic to deal with that. Just walk to their demise.
Yeah, man. I think you see how uncomfortable they are. Like, Roy's one of the only 2 players on A, and he feels like he's got to help this. I think they were concerned about the B split, which is the most standard play when you get that mid control. But nice and patient from OG. And now Fnatic on their last legs here. The force buy is not great. They got to win it.
His legs look very jelly at present. See the boost onto Fasha with the FAMAS. He will be traded, looking to transfer on a second player. Nikodos here with the Desert Eagle, though. Got some work to do. Nico needs some help. There's a trade from Fiku. 2 versus 3, however. Fnatic's advantage, looking for their 5th. 10 rounds behind OG. They must deliver here. We've got a Jack in the box by the orange boxes there. Nikodos delivering once more. Fiku wondering where Mezzi is. Nikodos is the bait. Oh, the grenade timing is not in his favor. Much needed round by Fnatic. All these rounds are much needed, really. But there's still money for OG. Fnatic only surviving with 2 players. Might have a tough buy here.
And Nikodos deserves a lot of credit right now. on the Fnatic side. He's been the one player delivering a few of these kills that have won them rounds. He's been trying. 19 kills for him. He's got to hope his teammates can start to step up alongside him. Dexter out to be early. Oh, run boost round. Look at that damage. Flames down to 8 health. He's going to get out of there. Yeah, normally you want to land up on the railing. But at least Flame survives. Oh, what a shot, Mezzy.
Must be careful here. Oh, he's found Flames. Finishes off the job.
Is there a nade? Is that why Flames took so much damage on the run boost? I guess it must have been. Maybe it was a
Nice
shot
from Fiku. Hold on a second.
Wow.
A flurry of kills here. As OG turn things around. 2 versus 1. Fnatic have just got no luck in this round, in this game. On either map, on this server. Something is terribly wrong here. Unreal from OG. Shell-shocked Fnatic. Absolutely shell-shocked. Fiku with sublime frags in mid. Neo frag as well coming through. Changing the face of this round.
Wow. Oh, it's a P90. No, man. You can't do him with the P90 Neo frag. Okay, they deny. But the push is still coming. Crim's blinded by his teammate briefly. Trade will eventually come through. Dexter looking to see if he can continue the entries, and it looks good for them. Oh, Nico Doz was blinded. He's still got a chance here. 1-on-2 to keep his team in it.
Molly will force him further back, and Fika will punish the reposition. Blink, and you might have missed it. OG send Fnatic packing in brutal fashion. describe that match in 2 words, it would have to be OG playing unbelievable, complete dominance on both maps. Doesn't matter about the stats on paper, it's about what they did on the server.
Yeah, hot diggity damn. That was a very one-sided matchup. And OG just showing up individually to a whole different level in this one. So nice to see. I mean, this was real domination throughout, but especially for someone like Nico, who wasn't playing Counter-Strike really last year. He's just come back into this team in like the last month. What a showing from him. He's only been playing for like a month or 2 this year. Before that, it was like a year ago he was playing on OG. So, I mean, he's just adapted and fit right into this squad.
Yeah, fantastic performance from them. And it's great to see OG with a dominant win over big names as well. Because again, they often feel like a middling team, but they had a big victory over Vitality. And that's another huge scalp to take in Fnatic. The sheer passion in which they won that Vertigo as well. Like, yeah, Fnatic were missing. Maybe they never got warmed up. Maybe they lost so badly that they just never really got into the groove because was it 13-2 first half on Vertigo?
Might have been 12-3. Listen, it was one-sided. I can tell you that for free. And here is
crazy
head-to-head. I mean, Nico Doz was trying, man. Bless him. He was trying. Like, that first kill percentage, very high. He was trying to get them into rounds. It's all about that man, Nico. What a beast.
Yeah. Nico was amazing. I think he was like roughly 22 for 5 at some point. And man, I mean, yeah, we saw, some rounds won in the second half, which maybe by Fnatic, which maybe increased his KD, the D part of his KD. But yeah, it's just crazy. I don't even know what to say. Like for Fnatic though, I mean, you could see the body language after they lost that one. Like they barely registered on the radar of any measure apart from body bags in that entire series, which is bizarre. But it's a horrible way to exit a tournament as well. But fortunately for Fnatic, it's rare that it happens in such a fashion. But my God, we know what they're capable of in terms of their pacing on the T side and so on. But this series was just not it.
Yeah. I like that we also, we've taken Nico off the screen for any Fnatic fans, so they don't have to look at him again. They don't have to have him haunt their nightmares. Because, man, that was brutal. And yeah, I mean, for Fnatic, I guess they've got to just, hope going forward that they can use this tournament as a learning process, or this series especially, because they were just not in this one.
Yeah, they might need a therapist after that series. Winner's interview is here with Nico.
OG have eliminated Fnatic, and they did it in absolute style. Nico, I'm going to touch on your performance as well. You took charge in the server and out of the server. You dominated them, mate. You were feeling it?
Yeah, I didn't really feel it in the start, but then it went crazy. Some of the rounds when they came here, I got everything.
I would say from watching you guys at previous events as well, even when you've been in-game leading, this seems to be like the most energetic I've seen OG. Has something changed? Something clicked for you guys?
I actually don't know. I think we were pretty energized as well at Armar because it meant a lot to us to qualify, and to me especially because I'm only standing, so I need to show my name as well.
Well, you're definitely doing that. Now, I want to touch on the fact that you beat Vitality in that crazy overtime game on Overpass, but then Fnatic decided to move away from Overpass. Do you feel like you scared them off it, or do you think they were trying to trick you a bit? What do you reckon?
We played in online qualifier versus them before Armar, and we played these 3 maps that was today as well. So I think they went with comfort because we don't really have good vertigo stats on HLTV, so I think that's why.
Stats don't tell it all. Now, really quick though, you've got to go get yourself ready for the next game. We were facing FaZe or Vitality. What do you do during this time?
We'll go back to the hotel, relax a little bit, and then Alex will do a game plan, and we show up in practice room and we go through it.
I like it. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much for your time. Let's see what OG can get done. They're 1 game away from getting to that playoff. It's real special. Let's see if they can do it. Bardolph, Hawker, take it away. Lovely, mate.
Thank you, Banks. Well, it is a gauntlet run after all then, isn't it, for OG? They've beaten Vitality, they've beaten Fnatic, and now looking over at Vitality versus FaZe, Vitality maybe looking for revenge. They're 6-1 up on the second map after winning the first one. So it might be a rematch on wider terms of a best of 3.
Yeah, man. Good to see Banks rocking that iced gem haircut as well. UK boys will know. But yeah, man. I hope to see Vitality doing well. It's looking good for them. I just want to see Vitality in good form ahead of the major. Like, it feels like they're ramping up. Saiwu in Paris. How sick would that be? So you want to see them have a good result here to prove that they're in good stead. And yeah, that would be a cool rematch to have for Vitality. Try and get that revenge against OG. Because you see in the upper bracket, OG beat them in that opening matchup you were talking about.
I think that if it is to be Vitality versus OG and OG beat them again in a best of 3, that would be superb. Imagine, just for them. I feel like that would be such a good result for OG. And I think it would help them more than it would hurt Vitality. So I would love to see a result like that for OG to just grow and become more of a threat as a team and just kind of climb those ranks a bit. So that I think would be super, super cool and a very interesting storyline. But as we can see, the bodies keep hitting the floor. That's such a big 2-0. You know, just looking at a bracket and seeing a 2-0 there, OG Fnatic doesn't tell the whole story, really, does it? Like the sheer... I mean, Fnatic were never really competitive in that series, but there's enough about that. OG will go and prepare for their next opponent, and their next opponent is currently playing on the A stream, so check that out. That is live at the moment. That's it from us today. It'll be Lucy and B-Dog taking you through the next 2 matches on the B stream. We'll see you later.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO.
2, 3, ha!
ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest. Nein, ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Nein, Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenity. Send out a signal, please.
And welcome back, everybody, to the sunny shores of Rio and the sunshine of the B stream. We have had nothing but action here over the last few days, and we round out the stream with our last two best of threes.
Yeah, for sure, right? Sweat off the brow for most of these teams trying to secure playoffs. We've established that here on the B stream. Now we're just trying to figure out the pecking order, which teams will advance through to the semi-finals and which start their journey in playoffs in the quarters. First matchup, of course, Big versus NAVI. It's set to be an explosive one indeed.
Yeah, an exciting matchup. I don't think many people expected Big to even be in this matchup, right? Like, we looked at this upper bracket, the sort of teams that were here, and Big kind of weren't really on people's radars considering the caliber of this bracket, but they've surprised everybody. That victory over Mouse was phenomenal, and then to take down Heroic, huge win for Big. But now a very difficult target to fight, and it is NAVI.
Yeah, and NAVI, a team that I think many of us expected to kind of make the playoffs quite comfortably, and they've done so. And what better place to start off this pre-show than hearing from NAVI themselves?
I've got the IGL of NAVI with me, Electronic, as we go into a game where you'll be in playoffs either way, so less pressure. But you, as an in-game leader, you've been looking so much better. The team looks happier. How much is that helping with the performance? I see smiles on your face even now.
I mean, I think I made a lot of work, but I have to put even more work in the future, you know. But now I'm feeling more confident than I feel previous. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that my teammates understands me better than before. That's why.
And it's looking really good. And I just want to ask, do you feel like you guys now in Rio are the favorites?
I mean, for NAVI, we see ourselves as favorite in every tournament, I think. I mean, when we in the shape, we can do a good damage for every team, and we can win every tournament if we are in shape.
I look forward to seeing it. Electronic, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for an English interview. Well, let's see what NAVI can do in this matchup. But either way, they're looking hot coming into Rio. Boom.
Well, they consider themselves the favorite in every tournament they go into, and that's the attitude I like to see coming in from Electronic and NAVI. And why wouldn't you feel that way when you've got the greatest of all time on your team?
Yeah, for sure. It's championship mentality, of course. And that's the way you got to kind of frame yourself whenever you come into these tournaments. And NAVI, I think Chad and Machine were saying it best between the FaZe and Vitality best of 3 in that second map. They were saying, look, an argument can be made right now for so many of these teams to be the best in the world. And we take a look at this NAVI roster, and I've been so impressed with how Electronic has been cooling, but also really performing. It feels like peak Electronic back in the day. And to see him bringing his former self into the forefront of this NAVI team is devastating when he's also got all of these superstars that he can try and set up and make plays for.
Yeah, Papatronic, here to play. He's the highest rated player for this team at the event so far. Simple's not that far behind, but that's crazy to see Electronic in such form while calling. And we had that interview with Blade a few days ago, right, where he was saying that he thinks Electronic's a better call than Boomage was, you know, when he was in the team and when they won the major. So that's a huge boost of confidence for this team to have Electronic not only calling at a phenomenal level, but also performing at a really fantastic peak. Plus, you've got other players really stepping up. I'm looking at Perfecto as well. He's really been impressing in these last few months. And we're starting to see what MPL can deliver as well, right? After that initial honeymoon period went a little bit quiet for a bit. People were questioning him being brought in, but I think he's starting to really show what he can do.
Yeah, and of course, you've got the players on the right-hand side of the screen as well. Let's not forget about Simple and the fact that he can just pop off at any given moment. His floor is so high that it makes his ceiling look even greater. And for Bit, he's just becoming a lot more of a consistent player. He's transitioned now into a slightly different role in the team where he's not required to pop off and have these huge individual performances, but he's still so clinical with the headshots, and he's a very dependable pair of hands should NAVI need him.
Yeah, very mechanically gifted, but hasn't kind of been needed to step up into that superstar. And, you know, I kind of wonder if maybe with Electronic kind of fragging out here, that takes over a bit of that space from Bit, but it does seem to be working for them. I think they are currently sitting within this IEM Rio competition as probably the strongest team, right? Given that, what we saw with FaZe Vitality earlier, it's harder to make an argument for those two. I think the next strongest argument is maybe Cloud9, who we obviously have later against FURIA. They're also battling it out for one of those semi-final spots. But I think NAVI is on everyone's lips as definitely the favorite now, including Electronics.
Yeah, let's take a look at their opponents as well, because on the side of Big, what's really been unfortunate for them, especially last year, is that they were never able to field their 5 that they wanted to. You had the academy players having to substitute in event after event. It was never really consistent. Even at the start of this year with Searson out, Hype's now in, another academy player, but it seems to be a permanent fixture and fit-in for this Big main lineup. And he's been performing really well. Was impressed with how he was doing in the RMRs. Not shown the same face here at Rio so far, but again, the conversation piece of does he really need to? You've got Farthen, Crimbo especially has been performing exceptionally well, and Keto, his reintegration into this starting lineup, well, you can see how effective and how reliable he is.
Yeah, I think Crimbo has really been impressing everyone. I can remember that 1v5 that he pulled off at the RMRs a few days ago. He was a huge part of Big's performances there. Unfortunately, obviously, they didn't make the major, so that's kind of sitting in Big's mind. And I think for them, it's a similar conversation to what it was for, or is for Cloud9, right? Where you've missed out on the opportunity to play in the very last CSGO major. So now you got to look at the final events in the calendar. And Rio, obviously the first one up, you've just come off a pretty heartbreaking loss in the LCQ, right? And now you've got to battle it out on the other side of the world. But they've been looking pretty good doing it. It feels like they've bounced back from that. And I'm really excited to see how they prove against NAVI, because this is the real test for them. Obviously, the win against Heroic is a massive boon to their confidence, because I think Heroic was a team we were looking at alongside NAVI as just being one of these really strong teams that's always going to make it through to playoffs. They might not now. We have that game going on this evening on the A stream. But Big are now really looking good. And I'm really excited to see this matchup.
I think Big really blindsided Heroic as well in that best of 3, because it was the individual level that I don't think that Heroic were really anticipating. And then Tabson is the mastermind behind. You've even got Gob B with all of his experience that can call in timeouts and weigh in his opinion. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they measure up. Can they add another scalp to the mantelpiece? Can they start in the semi-finals? And I feel like for Big, if they do make the semi-finals, if they start off there, top 4 at IEM Rio after a disappointing result in the RMRs, that's only going to instill a lot of confidence and belief.
Yeah, plenty of events still left in the calendar for them to build up. We can have a bit of a talk about the map veto, Brandon. I'm not sure what you're expecting to see here. In the past, obviously these two teams haven't actually matched up this year. Normally they would battle out on maps like Dust 2, Big's favorite. Obviously not an option here. I like the Ancient ban. NAVI have looked fantastic on Ancient recently, so it's good to remove that early. Vertigo, obviously the perma ban of NAVI. Now we get to see picks coming through. Mirage makes sense to me for Big. Where are you expecting this to go?
Yeah, I like the pick of Mirage for Big, especially we saw the Mongols really exploiting space. Inferno, that's a very standard pick coming out of Na'Vi. I assumed that was going to be the battleground they wanted to select. And we go through. Big actually removing Anubis is a little bit of a surprise to me. I know Na'Vi are quite strong on it, but Big, they obviously are trying to adopt that as the home turf now that Dust 2 has kind of escaped them and rotated out. And Nuke is our final playground. That is really interesting indeed. That could be spicy if we get there.
Yeah, I don't know if I like it for Big, but obviously they've got a game plan. They're the ones that removed Anubis, but I feel like Anubis could have been strong for them, given that, I know that Na'Vi are currently unbeaten on it, but they're not playing it really much at all. And all their games they've played this year on it have been incredibly close. They've almost always gone the distance. It's never been an easy battle for them. So I feel like given Big have looked pretty decent on it lately, I'm kind of surprised to see them ban that one out, but they have opted to, and obviously they've got something in store for us at Nuke if we do need to go there.
Yeah, I mean, they beat Heroic on Nuke a few days ago. That one was quite close, but they were able to prevail. And we haven't actually seen Inferno or Mirage in the best of 3 at IEM Rio for Big so far. So this will be an interesting test for them. It also gets an opportunity for us to see how deep their map pool runs. Obviously, they are quite the competent team, and they do like to flex a lot of these maps. They do play all of them. So it's really interesting to see how Na'Vi will then battle up against Big, considering they haven't got potentially all of the demos, all of the kind of the data to go along against it.
Yeah, and I think for Mirage, it is a map that Big have been playing a lot. You know, it's the team that, as I mentioned, they were loving Dust 2, right? It was their home map for the longest time. You mentioned they've started to look into Anubis as that, but Mirage has kind of been that safe space for them in many ways. And it was kind of similar for the Big Academy roster, and still is, right?
Yes.
Where Hype comes from. So there's a lot of familiarity for him there. And, you know, he's kind of a player that we're looking to step up in this matchup in particular when you got Simple on the other side of the server. And I think your point about the Mongols is spot on. I think there's a lot that Big can learn from that demo as to where to exploit NAVI, because their CT side looked a little shaky against the aggression that Mongols brought out.
And kind of these puggy style maps, like your Mirage, your Inferno, whilst it does rely on fundamentals, a lot of the mid round is dictated by your aim fights when you do try and execute into the bomb sites. And considering we've got 3 players of Big really rising to the occasion and stepping up, and they looked monstrous against Heroic. Like, it felt like every gunfight they were always going to win. So that is going to be definitely a boon going into the Big camp. That's going to be interesting to see how NAVI are going to react and respond, but we are going to get straight involved, find some answers to all of these questions.
Yeah, and straight off the gate, all the Big are making their way towards A. Well, they dropped the bomb, so they have to go back and pick that one up, but they are going for an execute off the gate, and it looks like the perfect read. Look at NAVI. They are going for a heavy B lean early. Once they got these players up, they might start to budge, but if they get a move on, they're going to find a very lightly defended site here.
That's the run boost molly that goes in towards CT. Look at that. It's deep, but Bit just stand ahead of it. Starting to tap away, but Big start to pour into the site. Anyway, want control beyond just the site. Simple removed early.
Yeah, Gustenbert on down. Electronic, though, he runs on through, removes tabs, and looking for Favin, but he's managed to step up on the site. MPL removed on the flank by Crimbo, who was tucked on through, and this is looking brilliant from Big. Only 1 blemish on the record. They take the pistol.
Yeah, huge round from Farben, right? 4 kills on the bomb site. I already like the consideration that Big have thrown into the afterplant as well. Crimbo's elevated, always looking at the flank. That's just his sole responsibility. And they can have the luxury of doing that from taking the space out towards jungle. That's just a well-crafted pistol from Big.
Yep. Perfectly read. NAVI, if it had been a B hit, NAVI would have been in a great position with they had aggression under underpass, they had a player boosted up early, but it's the perfect play from Big, and again, moving as a unit, making their way over towards the B bomb site. There's a Nova over here for MPL.
All right.
See if he can take anyone down with that one. Simple with the scout also in the right position and gets a tag. Nova looking to finish the job, but Favin removes him before he can strike. That HE looks pretty nice. Simple not able to connect anything further with the scout. Favin comes on over. Perfecto on the rotate, does get one back. They're forcing their way into this bomb site, and oh, that's a nice shot from Electronic. Look out, the damage done. Perfecto with the Deagle. All of the NAVI players hitting heads right now. A 2 versus 2 Hyped, crawling on around, catches Perfecto slipping. Now it's Bit in the 1v2. The smoke fades, and he crawls on through, tries to get ahead, but Hyped doesn't let him.
Yeah, that is NAVI just trying to throw a little bit of chaos into Big's initial execute. I like the double layer in, and these shots are just spicy coming out the gate for NAVI. Electronic and Perfecto quite proficient with the Deagles. Start to show us a little bit of examples of why they are very consistent anchor players. Regardless, Big, they have got the superior weaponry. They overwhelm with the SMGs, close the gap. And now for NAVI, it's a little bit of a save. Electronic can't find anything, is now flashed off. Bit it'd be in a world of hurt potentially, but the molly, it lands on default or not under Palace, doesn't matter, hype adjusts.
And because from the old Deco, we did see the Deagles do a bit of work in that last round. We'll see if they can do anything here. So far, no luck, and well, that was a lot of frags very, very quickly. Big have no issues against the pistols. Now the real game begins. NAVI get out all the guns and opt for Simple a certainty here. Surely, has the money to buy it. Could even get, I believe, no, decides not to. Wants to have all of the tools, wants to have all of that utility. So no sniper.
Hype's got one. And that's probably indicative of maybe, I was going to say, a slower default coming out of Big, but no, instead. Even 3 players over towards B, juggling utility. It's a drop-off point for Farven, potentially a little bit later on. Who started off the game lights out. NAVI can't get a foothold in. Crimbo can potentially just keep recycling all this utility and keep NAVI defenders interested at B.
got the recycling bin out. Very eco-conscious. Much slower from Big after these initial few rounds, knowing that NAVI now have everything out, and it's going to be a slow crawl through mid. They've taken space. Only one smoke left on towards Crimbo. He's got that in his hands. We'll see where he decides to throw it. It's going to be a bit of contact out here. Perfecto at the off angle. Not yet spotting anything, but they're about to come around the corner. Simple's caught one. Tabson does take down Perfecto before he can get anything on that angle. And now he's looking to charge on through. Has the bomb on his back, but the timing not good. MPL swings on out, and now this is looking good for Navi. The player up, make that 2. It's all now on to Crimbo. As MPL locked into the site, the flames are good, forces him into his crosshair. 2 players out towards short, and Bit makes short work of him.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea from Big. It feels like they were faking the B bomb site execute to kind of come through the apartments, but then they were trying to slip on through short after the smoke's faded. But MPL, huge couple of kills on the bomb site, just maintaining 1v1s at every possible opportunity, even does significant damage onto the player coming out of the balcony. So Navi hold on when all the rifles are in play. Of course, a rebuy on the horizon for Big, and Hype is still wielding that big green, but Simple, well, he's got one as well.
Yeah, got his for free as well, so very happy with that one. Hype looking for a fight early and might be given to him. Electronic comes around, Hype takes his head off. Electronic's aggression has been notable throughout his time here in Rio, finding a lot of opening kills. We saw his statistics, something absurd, 33% or so, but this time around, not going to be finding an entry. Now Simple's dancing. Can he get something back? But Big aren't presenting anything yet.
It's crazy the amount of liberties he's taking, considering that Electronic was the first player to fall. He's just very comfortable in the idea that Big won't be there for the initial trade. Still prioritization towards middle. Bit with the FAMAS at the top of the stairs. And with that kill, this idea that Big might be heading towards A will start to develop in the minds of Na'Vi. They can start to rotate everyone over and be here just as they start to walk in.
Did Bit spot anything there? I don't think so. Smoke comes on over, and while the information is there, utility starts to come out. Perfecto swings, as does Bit. That transfer didn't actually get that first kill, but gets the final 2 between the 2 of them. They hold down the site to perfection. Na'Vi with 2 on the trot. The guns come out, and Na'Vi look hot.
Yeah, that's just really nice coming out of Na'Vi. The fact that even though they lose the initial kill in towards top middle, you've still got the reinforcements there. They understand that Big, well, they can only attack the bomb site from one direction. Then MPL strikes. Make sure that the anchors can remain. Simple. You get full luxury because there's no window smoke. Go for a pick or 2. Even pulls out the sidearm for more impact. Should just be a cleanup. Tabson. We'll strike down 1. That's a nice shot, but you can't really get past Electronic.
Maybe. No. MPL makes sure that is the case. So, well, a bit of damage done there. If that orb can't be collected, it ends up being painful. But Bit is fast with the fingers, collects it from the window like a cat burglar, climbing up the side of a building. Simple, using the USP like a little pocket scout, which it basically is against the unarmored opponents. A couple of nice shots of the Deagles. So, a little bit of economic damage, but that's all that Big really gathered from that round. And Na'Vi equalized the scoreline.
Nice smoke thrown in from Na'Vi. Allows Perfecto potentially a lot of control. But there is a T-smoke dropped in from Big as well.
That looks like an exact counter to that play. That's kind of cool.
Good start, MPL. You can hear this utility being dropped on in. Farben doesn't check below him, and MPL strikes. Good multi-kill. And suddenly the pressure's on the rest of the Big players to take some control back. Area presence looks to be towards Connector. They want to split towards A, but Big, he's tucked in.
That's so cool from MPL just to reposition to where the Molotov just flushed out that spot. Bigger a little bit too slow to capitalize. He gets into a perfect position. Bit is, though, under pressure. Keto does find that kill. So it's still possible for Big here. They have an open A side at the moment. Na'Vi start to rotate on over. Simple peering on through, but smoked off at the moment. That rotation coming through to CT, but Electronic playing retake at the moment, dribbles a smoke forward, actually throws that one intentionally to cause some disruption. Bomb still goes down, Simple trying to deny with the shots through the grey, but they do not connect. Patience from Na'Vi, they wanted to play this retake. The flashes come on over to set up these plays towards CT. They're going to swing on through. Electronic looking for a fight, not ready for Hype though. Tucked in behind the grey and MPL, he's found one. Hype though gets that double, a 2 versus 2. Being peppered through the smoke, but look at Tabson. Sitting into towards the connector. It has to be Simple, swaps to the AWP. But Hyped is there.
That's so cool from Big. That's so sick in the afterplant there, because Hyped is under a lot of pressure, but he's still cool, calm, and collecting heads. And that just sells the idea, because Tabson doesn't need to move a muscle. He can just position in towards connector. Simple needed to reposition. Comes through jungle, not through short. That means that Tabson is completely unknown. Surprised that Na'Vi had that many players out towards B as well to end off the round, because they started off strong with that double from MPL, but they were so convinced that it was going to be the double pump. Big were going to walk back in to the crosshairs, but that never happened. They completely reset and went to the other way.
Yeah, good recovery after losing those 2 players to MPL. Big get their first gun round on the board after Navi's 3 streak, and you can see already the ramifications of that in what Navi are working with. At least Simple gets his AWP out. Yeah, Big caught a little slipping that. Uncomfortable position. Hyped has an opportunity, doesn't connect the shot on the cross. That is always a tough one to hit. Simple, he's fast up through the ladder. Like a snake. Slithers on in. Now he can lock down all of mid from that position. Sets up his team to be able to take space elsewhere. Electronic out in the open, a bit of an off angle. You won't be expecting this if you come up through the underpass, but that's not where Big are intending to go.
Yeah, it feels very silent. Now you smokes are being lined up. Big. Looking towards the first test of the alphabet bit. Can't be juggling nades there. In fact, he can just sit in this smoke. Perfecto actually thinks the same, but I think Tabson spotted a glimpse of him. Bomb site now compromised. Can't be overwhelmed by Big, but you still have got to deal with the player tucked on in. Hyped holding for it. Now the bomb can come in. You've got this flank from Electronic. This will hinge a lot on the contact being made by the rest of his teammates, but Keto's watching. Keto's prepared, but Electronic still delivers a devastating headshot. Hype looks for more, but Electronic doubles down.
Yeah, Electronic on a roll here. 2 massive kills, and now it's another angle that Big have to be worried about. And he's looking for more, but Favin makes sure that that's not going to be the case. He's tucked into the sandwich, which is a little uncomfortable. MPL makes short work of him. Now it's the player advantage. That smoke goes down. There is a kit on MPL. Crimbo with a fast shot, but that bomb's being defused. Simple's providing Overwatch, and they're not ready for it. Tabson finds him, but not before that bomb gets defused. And even Simple coming through with the final kill. A good retake from Na'Vi, set up by that double kill from Electronic into Palace.
And despite Big planting the bomb, some of these rounds have been ever so close, so their money's in a little bit of disarray right now. This is the double impact from Electronic. And then all heads are turned on the swivel, delegated to deal with Palace, and then that allows the rest of Na'Vi just to close on in. Tech9's faster play potentially. Everyone grouping towards the B halls, and that's where Simple can really find success. A very deep incendiary as well. That cordons them off.
Well, now they're going to be coming, though, and Simple is ready. MPL as well with the MP9 up close. That smoke making it a little bit easier for him as well. They have to run straight through that. HE forward's going to be hefty, and Simple can now take them all down. This is an absolute slaughter in the apartments. Crime scene investigation called on in. There's blood on the walls, on the couch, and in the kitchen. Na'Vi, hold easy against the pistols.
Yeah, we've seen that double setup between Simple and MPL a couple of times now, where Simple is there to take first contact, and then you've got the close quarters swing of MPL. MP9 works a lot better than a Nova, it seems, in that situation. Learned from his lessons mid-game. Big wanted to put the bomb down, unfortunately, does not occur. And as a result, Hype can't bring out the AWP, so it's going to be just straight AKs and limited utility.
Yeah, and Hype's been really a strong performer for them so far. So a little unfortunate he doesn't get to have that on. Tabson get brought very low early, trying to cross mid. goes in front of the boxes because of the flames behind them. Crimbo's trying to take space. Perfecto actually dunks Tabson in the end. Usually did that damage earlier. He follows it up with the HE. It's already working on a 4-on-5 here, Big. They were grouped up outside B. And Keto does look to come over to with them, but looks like the call is to fall back. He can reset. Still plenty of time on the clock. 2 smokes left. Utility a little light for an execute. See where they decide to go. At the moment, Navi very spread, bit of a default setup. 2-1-2. It's getting a little curious. Edges on forward. SMP9 in close range. The flash through doesn't spot anything, which is slightly false info because Keto is sitting back there, but Bit can now jiggle this angle and can get that early warning sign. That's one of those 2 smokes remaining thrown towards Connector. So Big better capitalize off this space they're gaining.
Electronics moved back as well. Was holding for the short cross, but now Perfecto stepped in. He can look for the murder hole. Keto finds Bit. Manslaughter in towards ramp. Simple now posted. Short players start to move in for Navi, but Farvan holding the angle. Jump spot over. It's not the kill conversion, but it's a lot of damage done. Nade will finish the job. Bomb will be punched in, but it still feels so difficult for Big. Look at the HP bars. Electronic worming his way around triple. The audio cue's given up, but it does not matter. Another kill secure. Perfecto coming in from middle. And now Crimbo is all that remains of the 1v2.
Yeah, the clutch master for Big, though. This is where he thrives. A 1 versus 2. Electronic low. Kit on his back, but they're waiting for the peek, and Crimbo's not giving it. He knows that it's a fake out. Has to peek eventually, and Perfecto out in the open is able to take him down. Clutch denied for Crimbo. Navi with another successful retake.
Seen a lot of these mid rounds played. It's unfortunate by Big, and it's a lot of pack mentality. There isn't too many faking coming on in. Yeah, airstrikes are quite dangerous for Big. Perfecto in the open as well, off angle towards ramp. Does lock that in, but it's been real pack mentality. It's not been too much faking, so whenever you see the smokes coming in for Big, it feels pretty telegraphed at times. Another Tech 9 round, another B hit, this time MPL gets removed early on. Simple up close, can't deal with Keto's Tech 9 either, so now the overwhelm starts to come in towards this B bomb site.
They're good on the retakes. This one's tricky though. Keto's found one. Perfecto does find a kill, which keeps it interesting for them. I mean, Hype's literally just got a Glock at the moment. But Keto is finding everything. 3 kills already. And he's got Perfecto locked on in. It's a common position behind this bin. He spotted the hand, gets the kill. Keto's on for the ace right now. Orp in his hands. Man could do nothing wrong, but Fabian is the one that finds it. Big will be happy with the round off the back of just the pistols rushing B.
Yeah, that time around there was no early incendiary to stop Big running in. MPL wanted to hold a more direct line with the AUG, and these shots are phenomenal from Keto. The fact he tucks up quite close in towards bench, it's unexpected with that AWP, and now they get blindsided. 3rd time of asking, that Tech 9 rush does come in. It's approaching the game plan and not really deviating from it, but it does yield success.
Yeah, and it's also just not great to have the AUG take first contact there instead of the AWP. You really want it to be simple, getting a kill, falling back, and then you kind of bait in that AUG for the multi. But it's the other way around that the contact comes through. And I mean, Simple had to really hit one there. Even there, I still don't know if it's a successful round if he finds a kill. Just due to his position. But this time around, he's in a nice spot. Can hold down from Connector. It's powerful if Big decide to take contact out here. And I think they might do. That smoke comes through the window. Faven trying to creep on through. Hyped is dancing with this corner. Simple actually gets flushed off. That's a really cool Molotov. He's forced back, and that gives them the mid space if they want to take it. Though they actually decide to back on off. That bomb is outside of B currently, and Simple's come to reinforce.
Yeah, that molly actually acts as a positive reposition for Navi. Big waiting, walking, creeping through the halls. MPL again on these close range angles, unchecked, but can't make good on the promise. Simple now has to go huge. Will find Tabson, drops the bomb, and even spots the shoulder. But there is a player in the back lines. Crimbo dealt with as well. Simple, oh, it's a highlight reel yet again from him. Hyped at least finds Electronic on the flank, but there's so many players from NAVI all stepping in at the right time, and Keto can't have any more further involvement. There's no time left. And the AWP will sing out a song, a sweet symphony for NAVI as they hit 7.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference in terms of Simple's positioning now compared to the round prior, right? In terms of the amount of impact he can have. There's just nowhere he could have moved on that round prior when he was up on the edge. But here, he can reposition to his heart's delight. The AWP has so much room to move here, dancing around bench, dancing around the site, repositioning, always a different angle and a different fight he can take. And each time, raining down death. Beautiful triple kill from Simple. And Big now take their second time out. That one hurts a little bit, considering the ideas were pretty nice there, right? You force Simple off. You hope that the fact that you've now sent through the message that top mid's being taken, that you're going for this aggression, will then have NAVI reinforce the wrong areas. But the Simple factor not held for. He goes all the way back to deep B, does it all, even when MPL doesn't come up good.
Still close though. Big are hot on the heels of NAVI. That's the most important thing, and can also reinvest, dig deep into the pockets, get an AWP out for hype. Deep smoke being thrown by Electronic. This time feigning that there's players tucked up close in towards middle, and Big needs to be a little bit careful. But in actual fact, it's an extremity that wants to be pushed. Bit will hear the bullet and just drop the flames.
That's super cool to drop that smoke there. Kind of leaves Big guessing, although I think they've answered it pretty quickly by taking the controls towards top mid, so that's kind of the counter. It's a cool idea, but as soon as they take top mid control, any sort of misdirection they were hoping is immediately discounted. Although Simbo's just going for a bite, flashes himself in, oh, even going for a second bite. Lucky to not be punished there. At least Big weren't ready for it, so that allows him to get something done. Electronics tucked on down at the moment, holding this angle. Keto edging forward. This one might come down to timing as to who finds this kill. Big are ready to go on this A hit. They've got 2 players sitting in connector. The bomb being collected by Crimbo now. They have so much map control currently. But NAVI have made a 3rd player over here, and it is Simple.
Yeah, this is sick as well, because even if Electronic falls, you're surely not anticipating Bit, especially with Simple being that 3rd player as mentioned, shoulder spotted as well in towards the connector. The jig, it's up for Big. They got to make their way in. Simple will find Tabson. And Electronic has spotted out Keto, but that's a good headshot back. Needs to find a few more, and Simple's just dancing in amongst all of these smokes. Misses Crimbo, but somehow Crimbo hasn't noticed. He's too distracted by Bit. And NAVI, despite not having the map control in towards middle, they understand the pressure that Big were trying to apply for, and they knew it was always going to end A. And from there, it just all slots into place.
That's so sick from NAVI. I love that smoke that's been being used a lot now. We see it so much in the meta on the CT side to drop that smoke next to triple so that you can play around it. And he almost gets a chance to find Crimbo there. It wasn't even needed, but the setup and having Electronic and then Bit, and then you got Perfecto rotating, Simples dancing around Ticket and Triple. Everything is set up perfectly for NAVI. You think you've got the map control, Big? No. You're walking straight into the spider's web and you are tangled, helplessly limping there while the spiders eat you alive. And now, look what you're working with. A couple of pistols again. They did find success with the fast B with these. This time they're going back to A.
You know, speaking of limp, they threw the nades in towards connector, but they all landed really short. So need to get the protractors back out. Feel like 5 degrees a little bit higher. Simple would have been a dead man. In-range further utility though. Yet again, smokes trying to overwhelm A. They have made it in, and they do want to fight over towards jungle. That's the funnel that they've made for themselves, but you just can't get past any of these players. Bit is being so useful on this anchoring position. Multi-kills are plenty from the young guns of MPL and Bit on either side of the map. Keep Big locks out.
Yeah, had a slow start into this map, but starting to get warmed up now. Massive multi there. Was just against the pistols, but Navi, again, happy to let them walk into the lair. 9 now, looking very pretty for Navi. Let's see what Big's response is. They get very quickly in towards both Palace and towards Ramp. Hype there with the AWP. Famine strike. Simple does get his with his AWP. He's the only one on A though, so he has to push further in. It's really his only option. He doesn't know what Big's play is. They're not committing just yet. A lot of smokes and mirrors in towards mid. Electronic spotting heads and taking them both. Huge double kill from Electronic. Now for Big, it's just Hyped and Favin, and look at Simple. He's pushed all the way up, has him locked in. Hype knows that this is a possibility. He's going to be edging on through with this AWP. Spots out the head, cannot connect. Simple. He now knows what's going on. He's just jiggling, has the smoke ready. Gonna drop that one and deny access.
Yeah, this is so sick. He doesn't even need to peek. Doesn't need to give over any further chances for Big. Forces them completely away. Electronic confirms that they've relocated, and you've already got MPL positioned ready to receive on the B bomb site. 40 seconds, so I guess you can wrap underpass here if you are Big, but you're going to feel so constricted and feel like your options are really just limited. The fact that you haven't spotted anyone out towards B apartments will kind of make you feel a little bit more motivated. The issue is, though, it's false confidence. MPL tucked in towards jail. Farthen not ready. Bomb denied. The Perfecto follows up. It's double digits for Na'Vi on the CT side of Mirage.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Na'Vi. It was a good start for Big, but once Na'Vi got warmed up, it was all one way. Let's see what Big can do after the break.
was a solid start in the first half for Big, but as soon as the rifles came out, Navi came swinging, and they were really disrupting those late mid-round plays from Big. They were trying to really just kind of initiate contact in towards mid, split over towards the bomb sites with 2 different directions, but it was Na'Vi that were constantly always in control. Now they swap over to the T side. Hype's already taking a little bit of flak through the smoke. But speaking of, there's so many deployed. Na'Vi, they just want to walk straight mid to B.
Yeah, taking space, no worries. 3 players on the A side for Big. Flashbang being set up for Perfecto to set up Simple. The split's about to come on through. Comes over the top, doesn't actually hit anyone on the site here. Favin's the one that gets the first kill. Bit with a quick trade, and Tabs has found Electronic. That was on the look through jungle. So now this is getting very tricky for Simple and Perfecto. Favin is here, and he is still staying alive, looking for more fights. They made their way in, but they can't find any of these players. Hyped with a quick kill, and Keto with another. Both pistols go the way of Big.
Yeah, awesome pistol by Big, especially when Electronic starts to kind of creep through connector and try and cut off rotations as the rest of his team's making noise. The smoke's actually thrown a little bit deeper. It's that one that gives a little bit of a gap for the T to walk through and try and cut things off, but they're ready for it. And on the site, it's the Pendabalanca players that see Big over the line. Navi won't be too disturbed by it, won't be too upset, because we know how well it went when the rifles came out.
Yeah, who needs a fist around? Just get them with the AKs. That's what Navi are thinking about. This one, just that deagle for Simple. A couple of PD fitties in the mix, and the MP9s can go for a bit of a hunt. Hyped has got his out. Been super impressed with Hyped. Over the last couple of weeks, was a standout performer for Big at the RMRs. I feel like he really answered a lot of questions. People were floating about this player coming through, replacing a veteran in Sirison, and well, the young gun has shown that he's got it. A couple of kills with the MP9, swaps the P250, so a triple kill in the round for him, and Perfecto and Simple have both found kills. Simple doubles up there. This now gets scary, but it's recovered by Keto.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage being done by the Deagles from a round that should never have really caused that much disruption. When you think about the fact that Na'Vi are holding a stack, no one walks into it. Hyped either finds 3 kills, but it's the snappy aim from Simple, always a threat in the server. This second kill there is disgusting. Oh, he even gets the third. I thought Perfecto found that one on towards Farben, but regardless, doesn't matter. It comes without consequence for Na'Vi, but some economic detriment for Big.
Yeah, Hype has still managed to get that AWP out thanks to the double kill with the MP9s. He'll be very happy to have that. Uncontested, of course. It's just going to be these rifles for Navi. They're doing very good at converting once they get the guns on out. And it would reset Big if they were to take it. So a bit of a swing round here, an important one for Big to pick up. Navi definitely interested over towards B. That's where the bomb's covered early. They have no one lurking out towards A. They've made no secret of this on our minimap, but there's only 2 big players here. It starts to get activated. They're coming on through. Crimbo under pressure, deploys the smoke. Favin tucked on through, gets that first kill without any issues, but the trade comes immediately. Now Crimbo steps up to the plate. It's a 1-for-1. That's pretty decent for these B holders, but it does put it into the 3-on-3 as Simple breaks out the bomb plant. Still a little bit uncomfortable. Oh, Electronic, that timing should spot it eventually. A big kill to find, and now he's a pain in the bum in the backside.
Oh, piped. Does actually miss the first shot. Tabson's here as well, and he's going to creep and crawl out the window. Navi might not be aware of this because of the strike from the AWP. Shoulder spotted, Simple. Well, those barrels provide a lot of bullet cover. They nearly line up, but Simple does trade out the AWP. Nicely dispatched off by Navi, but a good idea from Big and Tabson. Unfortunately, the spam, it just doesn't do as much damage as he honestly thought it would.
Yeah, the barrel's full of munitions, I believe, right? I don't know why else they're blowing up that particular marketplace. It must be due to illegal smuggling of arms, and so they're going to be pretty impenetrable to the bullets, unfortunately. As Tabson finds out the hard way. So Navi, they do convert immediately once they get the guns out, which has been the story of this matchup so far. And yeah, you can see exactly what that's done to Big. Not looking pretty for them, just the pistols. They've got 3 players here, Bit with the MAC-10 in a good position to maybe get a bit of cleanup happening. And indeed, Mop and Bucket out. Habson does let one slip with that USP. But that's all it's going to be. Hyped and Keto will make their way over, but the bomb site is taken. And the 12th round all but secured for NAVI.
Yeah, that's nice. NAVI making sure that even on the Ecos, they're just not really finding anything on the CT side. And it starts to look like, although the scoreline is fairly close, 12 rounds to 7, you're almost put on a timer here if you're big. There's only a couple of gun rounds potentially left if they keep losing. So for NAVI, they're in cruise control. Free flow in CS.
Bad trade there. Hyped gets the AWP. Drops a FAMAS over to Crimbo.
Oh.
You'd never see that one in matchmaking.
No, it'd just be vocalized yelling. No, I'm not having the FAMAS.
That's you, echoing in my ears. All right, well, Big have invested into it. Let's look towards Hype. Currently on 15 kills. Favin not that far behind him. And a bit of pressure towards A early. Just the 2 defenders here for Big. And NAVI are looking pretty like they want to hit on this fast. MPL's already out-ramped. Does fall on back, waiting for the response from Big, which has been a bunch of utility and a rotation. Meanwhile, Electronic is continuing to work over towards B. But the hit does remain looking like it's going to be towards A. That bomb has not budged.
Yeah, you got the early pressure, and now you got the uncertainty. Big haven't found any information since the initial contact came in, which starts to get them feeling a little bit anxious. Keto wants to step in. He's going to actually play bait and switch for Crimbo. Underneath, Palace steps out, finds MPL. And that's huge, because that sells the position to Crimbo even further. Keto doubles down, and there's that activation from Crimbo. It's perfect from Big. And NAVI even get caught out on the other extremity, just Bit remaining. How talented he can be, but can't get past Keto, who did phenomenally in that round.
Yeah, Keto has also been a really exciting player to watch lately. You know, we talk about him as being a little bit inconsistent at times, but when he pops off, he can just absolutely take over a game. This is a huge amount of initiative being taken here to swing on out. The fact that he finds MPL is massive. MPL is setting up a Molotov there, which is going to flush out both of them. If he throws that single piece of utility, the entire round probably is very different, right? Because it's going to force both of them to take very quick moves. They're forced out in the open, but not the case. Keto, massive round from him, the impact player, as you can see on your screen with that triple kill. And NAVI finally forced to use their first hack.
Well, they've actually brought out double AWP as well. Big reclaim that off Simple's body. So they're going to use that to, well, probably position one of them out towards B, lock that over, and then the other one can kind of float and try and lock down a different area of the map. It means the rifles can be a little bit more flexible, and potentially it means that Big could go for some of these pushes on maybe towards ramp. Just try and catch NAVI off guard, and advanced positioning is very scary.
All right, well, let's see what the double MAC-10 Tech 9 have in store.
Well,
yeah, you know exactly what it has in store. It's the classic rush B. Well, not a rush, it's more of a labored start. Come on through, pretend you're not rushing, then you rush. Wait for that initial util. Favin is here, AWP in hands, at the plate. Crimbo by side, nice flick from Favin. Falls on back, drops the smoke eventually, and there it does go down. Crimbo is positioned as well. Flames come on through, and NAVI can't make any further progress, but now they start to go. A flashbang comes on through. Crimbo steps up with one, Bit trades him, but Favin is still here. A missed shot with the AWP and almost gets overrun. P2K makes short work of one. Perfecto with the trade. Hyped gets one back, so now it has to be simple. 1 versus 3 gets tagged by Hyped. That makes this all the more difficult for him. Gets to a slither angle, looking for that fight, and it's a nice headshot from Simple. 2 more to find, and he has the read on them. Keto edging his way forward. Simple looking for a fine line, but Keto collects.
Yeah, really well done by the 2 AWPers, because that can get a little bit precarious. When you're playing up against MAC-10s, they want to add pace to it, but Father than Hype, they get the majority of the kills coming through. Simple does really well to kind of isolate these angles and ensures that he's always got an advantageous fight in his favor, but the quantity of players coming through to retake the bomb site before the C4's even planted is just too much for Simple to handle. Big starting to close that gap now, and NAVI are out of money. just has to be the Deagle striking. I've seen some glimpses of them providing good leverage, especially with Electronic and MPL. So it'll be interesting to see what the hand cannons can produce in round 22.
Yeah, we. Sorry, I love the MP9 stickers. I've got that combo. Who doesn't? Classic. But Simple Deagle got a triple kill earlier, so don't count him out. Electronic getting boosted on up. Favin with the beautiful homage to one of Australia's finest, or is he Kiwi? I don't remember. One of Oceanic's favorite finest players. All right, I'm done being childish. Sorry, back to the game.
It's all right, Big getting a little bit silly, a little bit loose in this round, and that's fine. Primbo. See, this is quite a wide angle. Ooh, doesn't get caught in transition. Okay, this angle feels a lot more favorable. Hyped, gets dropped, but you never expect Primbo. M4 runs out of bullets. Simple capitalizes upon it and picks up the orb. The Farvan's here, and Farvan runs them down. It's just Perfecto left in the 1 versus 3. Has got the M4, but would need to reload it. But why bother when you've got the Deagle at your fingertips? Jumps and shoots to mask the noise. Now he creeps in closer. Can he find either of them? But he's spotted. Keto peppering him down to allow Tabson to come in, and it is expensive, but yet again, it's a round secure for Big.
Yeah, it looks a little dicey there. That shot from Electronic was insane. Let's watch that one from his POV. Boom. Hyped had no chance to respond to that one. Favin thankfully saves the day. It gets a little scary. If Simple hits that flick, suddenly, I mean, I feel like this is a Navi round at that point, despite all the situations, just because Simple's got an ult in his hands, but not the case. Big, get double digits, put it within 2 now. Looking good in a lot of these dicey situations, recovering before it falls too far out of hand. And they still have the double orb in play.
Look at this now, aggression from Big as well. Keto already wants to secure. There's also Farvan postured up, peering in towards Palace. Perfecto measured. It's a stalemate over towards A. Who's going to blink first? Will it be the 2 eyes of Perfecto or the 1 Cyclops of Farvan, scoped in, waiting to receive? And on the other side of things, MPL forces Keto back, but Keto, he's still hanging around. Farvan does lock up Perfecto, so it's still an even playing field.
Yeah, aggression being taken on every front there. Farvan actually decides he's done with the orb. It's time to get out the M4. Tabson, meanwhile, just bams Electronic down. MPL caught by Farvan in that reposition. A heads-up play to swap out to the M4, net success, and Hyped is still over towards B. He is the solo player over on this side. His ankle is not being watched towards Palace, but the issue is now he's going to be ready. A quick flick down, Hyped is holding strong, and it's Simple in the clutch again. Smoke forward, Simple darts around to try and catch his opponent by surprise, but Hyped is playing safe here, dancing around the pillars of the site while his teammates come on over, and Simple is not finding anything. Looking desperately for some sort of body to be presented, and nothing comes. Favin on the rotation, takes him down, and Big get another on the board.
Yeah, that's actually really well played from Hypes. The fact that he gets the first kill and then just tucks into the smoke, and he makes sure that Simple can't really take any control further than the van. There's no possible safe passage of play. And by that point, Big all rotate in. There's also the flank coming in from apartments. There was no chance for Simple in that round, and never want to count them out of anything, but Big, their fundamentals are really starting to show off here in this second half. Was double digits, a 10-5 scoreline, now reduced down to the single. And NAVI, Edge looking to barrage it straight in towards the A bomb site. Smokes ring out, flashbangs here, Hype misses the shot.
Keto steps up, the flashbang is so good. Perfecto, a great shot. Electronic runs out of bullets. Hype gets another opportunity, and he takes out Electronic. The Tech-9 betrays, but Hype is hitting everything right now. Staying alive, falls on back, has the support from all his teammates. Favin gets up on close, the no-scope, he's on top of his head. Bit Goomba stomps him, gets himself the AWP, but the bomb doesn't go down. Orb cast on over, but now it's just Bit regretting giving that one to Simple because he's left with the Tech-9. The chaos recovered by Big. And Bit has so much on his shoulders to do here. It feels impossible. Crimbo's going to come up on over, jumps on the box, and it's a 12-12 scoreline.
God, what a rough and tumble on A. There's so much going on, and the fact that Electronic runs out of bullets allows Hype to not only find this one, but it's the follow-up. That is fantastic. Close quarters AWP, and it just jumps off Barber's head. Like, this round is chaos, but Big thrive within it.
3 HP, Hype finds 3. That's actually insane.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen. You play that round like 10 times over with the same circumstances. Say Electronic has got one more bullet in his
One more
mag.
bullet, and NAVI win that round, 100%.
Easily. 5 margins. Double AWP really paying off for Big. And it was an investment that they didn't even make themselves initially, right? It was the AWP that they found off Simple. And they thought, yeah, let's run it. Let's see how effective it is. Turns out it's been pretty good.
That was a very fun round of Counter-Strike. Hope everyone at home enjoyed that one. So much back and forth. Shout out to the observers for keeping control of that chaos so that we could all see it as it transpired. Let's see what Na'Vi have to show. This T side is looking a little rough for them. Just 2 rounds while Big have posted 7. Smokes causing a little bit of a slowdown for Na'Vi. Simple boost up over. Electronic taking that space again. He's been given so much room to work with. Creeps into the connector. Unaccounted for. Surely a gap that Big have notably left open. tabseN holding. Drops the incendiary forward and Electronic activates. Beautifully timed. But Hyped is still here. And Hyped has been hitting every shot that comes his way. Tucked into the back, forced on back by the Flames. He's down to low HP. Maybe that's the buff he needs. We've seen him thrive, but Electronic, he's the one thriving in this round. A massive double. Big call it off.
Yeah, they're out of there. Very limited money, and they really want to hold on to the fact that the double snipers have been working out. That was such a good moment from Na'Vi. They actually changed the variation of how fast they want to go in the early stages, take middle really abruptly. And whilst tabseN's holding for it, it's just the additions of the utility that really are his downfall. Electronic stepping up, and now Bit on the hunt with him. Trying to restrict weaponry. It's still the 2 AWPs left alive for Big. Farben holding, but not securing. Electronic blindsides him. And Hyped. You gotta remember, he's still on 12 HP.
Yes, a really successful hunt. He will live. Yeah. Oh, nah. He's fine in the shelves.
Oh.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Never stress. Electronic, that's great. You know, you hear that grenade being thrown, you know you've got that half a second where tabseN's not going to have his gun out. Getting in front of all the util here to deal with Crimbo, the murder hole living up to its name. And Hype's not able to really be given a fight there. Forced on back by the util. Very well executed by Na'Vi. And a necessary gun round. It was starting to really slip out of control, but now they have taken back the lead. See what they can do with it. This round's a bit of a swing round. If they win this one, Big are limping into the late stages of the half.
Yeah.
Oh, from the game, the map. Mirage, our first map of this best of 3.
Oh. tabseN does reveal that he's there. Electronic won't spam him down. Instead, elects to go a different route, but misses the jump. Unfortunate KZ moment.
Nah, but he shoots the bullet. Now they think he's made the jump, and they're just running on through. Oh, Keto, he got the dink there. I don't know if he heard it because he got that first one. So Bit, lucky to be alive, and well, maybe not so lucky as all his teammates have fallen. And surely a grave been dug for him already. Just has to step onto it. Vector with the HP, but no bomb. He's repositioned to see if he can catch out any aggression, and he might just spot some toes here. tabseN's going to reveal his feet, and Perfecto, he's going to like, comment, and subscribe to those. HE goes on through. He's happy with that payment. Now a flash drops on through. Perfecto, very tricky maneuver, but Keto was ready for it. That's the round done. Bit's going to be holding on to the AK if he's lucky. And this is such an important round for Big to pick up. You can see that money for them in such a tentative position. Now they can equalize it again, 13 apiece.
Yeah, it was really solid, instantaneous response from Big as well, right? The fact that Na'Vi were taking the control out towards mid, so instead they go, okay, well, look, we'll let Crimbo try and anchor down the B bomb site. We'll actually reposition, have everyone towards mid and A just in case. And it works out perfectly because you've got 2 crosshairs trained on positions of each angle as Na'Vi walk on in. And I think the deep sort of spot here in towards ramp, despite Perfecto finding that one, it just gives so much control over towards Big, and Na'Vi can't really make good on the early positions that they've got because there's so many difficult angles to try and clear.
Third timeout for Na'Vi. Keep in mind, they only used their first in the second half. Now they've used 3 of them, knowing that we're now very much into the scary part of it for them. They will have enough to buy here. All that loss bonus ticking on through. Big have a bit more breathing room now. Even if they drop one, they'll still have a bit to work with later on. So it gets a little trickier for Na'Vi. Keep in mind the stakes of this one. It's not elimination. Both these teams are already at the playoffs. We're fighting for semi-finals or quarterfinals. So winner gets to skip a best of 3. Makes it a bit easier for that deep run in the playoffs to come.
Again, it's a lot of heavy proactiveness towards mid for Big, and Tabson's even going to go searching. It's being held currently by Simple, so we can't overstep too far in. As soon as I say that, Simple just moves off, posts back. But it's still a lot of control being established for this CT side, and with Na'Vi, they need to go quick. The timing on this is everything. If they start executing it in towards the bomb site now, the rotation is going to be a little bit further away.
Okay, you don't want to go back to the old ways of Na'Vi. Keep them guessing. Execute comes on through, but it's just a bit of a fake out. Big gets the hit. In through underpass, Tabson goes down, but did find electronic. So that 1-for-1 still keeps it a little uncomfortable. Rotation's going back towards A. Big feel that that's where it's going to be. And Na'Vi actually might end up there. They've still got a player in towards Palace. Perfecto hasn't budged. He's made himself very comfortable on the plush seats of the Palachi. In towards mid, the bomb is boosted up. Keto deals with him. Now it gets a little bit tricky for Na'Vi. Perfecto spotted. The read is on here, and it's another boost up. They never expected the second time. MPL. Oh, tickled by the flames, runs on through. Keto's here. Simple with the trade. Time, such an issue. B, potential option, but no, decides holding onto the AWP is the play. And so Big will find their 14th.
Yeah, this is really good mind games and mid-round and coming in from Tabson. This is now the second time he's had more than 3 players over towards the A bomb site. It's been a gamble stack call that has worked out based on the early information gathered towards mid. And as a result, Electronic must be scratching his head thinking, this guy knows the plans. This guy knows what's up. How do we counter this? We were living in a life of luxury, and now it's all come crumbling down against us. Big take the lead for the first time since we begun Mirage, and they're either going to take a pause, they're going to let Na'Vi sweat, and also they want to make sure they're all on the same page. Just close it out.
This is a Big you got to get excited about, right? If you're Maui Snake, you're so happy right now. You're absolutely loving life. Because this is a Big that's firing on all cylinders. You got Favin stepping up, you got Hyped, hitting shots, multi-kills, Keto delivering when needed. And then you've got your X Factor, you got Crimbo ready for the clutch when it presents itself. But the rounds have been so convincing, it's not really been needed in that capacity. Just need to stick the landing, do big. This round, well, it's not the best looking for Na'Vi. We've got the AWP out, we've got the Galil, but look what everyone else is working with.
Can have a little bit of a venture towards A, it seems. Smoke's raining in, flashbangs over the top to get the players out. Palace hyped on the timing. That's to secure the first shot and not even the follow-up. This is quite scary now because we get overwhelmed by the Mac 10. Electronic looking to take more space, but that's where Crimbo steps up. 4-on-4. Crimbo could even be that fly in the ointment as MPL secures both. That's huge for Na'Vi.
A massive double from MPL. Keto cannot go for this. Needs to hold on to the M4. Just contact into A. Hype, just as we were praising him, just hyping him up for what he's been doing for this team. Misses 2 opportunities. So close shots, and obviously a lot of pressure in that position, but Electronic just gets up so close, gets in his grill, and makes his mark. Stomps him on down and gets a little overzealous with the push through towards CT, but MPL steps up when it's his time to shine. Finds both of them with that smoke. Keto, will he be allowed to survive here? Yes. Perfecto's not going to peek on through, so 28 rounds go, 14 apiece. Tight as can be between these two teams. Check this one out from MPL. That flash from Perfecto is just so. And Tabson's flash also pretty good.
Yeah, it helps them out. I think what's interesting there is the previous round, you've got the double up delayed boost in towards window. It's like, you mentioned it, right? Oh, they'll never see that coming. Similar story here with the A bomb site. A lot of Electronic runs all the way through CT, and it's a little bit, it feels a little bit desperate. It's like, oh, wow, they are really accelerated here for the pace, but surely that doesn't happen again. And then it does. And it's almost the hope that kills you for Big after you secured that first one. Plenty of money still to buy. You can see that Hyped can get out an AWP. Farven can also get an M4. We're taking a pause because the lights have flickered off again. That happened with Heroic and the Mongols. And here, Big NAVI, history do repeat itself. Oh no, they're too bright apparently. It's gone the other way.
Too much power. We've got up to number 11. Dial that one back down. Yeah, it's like if you've ever streamed, anyway, any streamers in the chat, and you have the big light behind you, and it's like, or in front of you, sorry, and it's like in your eyes, and it makes it harder to frag, but you know, yeah, it's difficult out here. Those lights can be bright, can be blistering, make you sweat, if the game wasn't already making you sweat. A knife's edge here. One team could slip up, and well, we can take a look at how we think this next round's gonna take place. We can take a look at Big's economy.
Yeah.
Because it's not looking the best. Where I feel like those days, the double ops, they're long gone. Looking back through rose-tinted glasses at those days is Favin. Hype to still get his, so he's happy.
And I feel like that key statement is the consideration for Big, because you can play for overtime, and Big will often do this as well. They will kind of not really reinvest. And they'll potentially just kind of have a little bit of a compromise, because then you can bring out those double snipers. And that was so potent. That was so effective. But never mind. They want to win the game right here and now. Hyped brings out the AWP. Famas dropped over as well. It's a pretty comprehensive buy, all things considered. And you got the utility to boot. Looks quite nice. But NAVI could be on the cusp of winning this in 30.
Yeah, Krimbo's the one that gets shortchanged, but not going to matter too much. Hype is looking to get aggressive down in mid. Looking for a fight that's not being presented to him yet. NAVI again have got this spread out towards A. 4 players here early, making clear their intentions. Tabson is setting up a flashbang. If they peek out through the palace, he's in danger. But no, the peek comes through and it's MPL that's in danger. Hype strikes as well, and this is looking good for Big. Simple was trying to get something back. He can't find a thing. Only finds Tabson's bullet. No luck at all for NAVI in this round. Bits wondering what happened, what went wrong. They had 4 players there and everyone falls. The Galil at long range betrays Bit. And it's Big that find map point.
That's such an awesome round for Big to bring out in the sort of gritted teeth moments, the nail-biting round 29, and they just disrupt NAVI. NAVI, they're going to go for a similar play because it's what's worked. It's what's broken the streak of big rounds in a row. It's a big call, the Hail Mary. They flashbang through. The incendiary on Palace was perfect to allow Hypes to isolate those gunfights as well. And now NAVI, they still got the investment. They're working with a couple of limited pieces of utility, but the weaponry will reign true. Hyped gets baited by Electronic, and MPL can't follow up though. Will find Keto, and then Electronic just swings out further. Really good stuff from middle. But suddenly, it's a barrage of kills in a matter of moments. It swings back the other way. Tabson wants to get aggressive with Farben, but Simple strikes him down.
Yeah, Favin and Crimbo now have to come up big. Favin tries to slip on through, but Simple denies it. And it has to be Crimbo, the clutch meister, if he wants to take it in regulation. Otherwise, we go to overtime. Crimbo's looking to see if he can find any outliers here. Check out MPL's position. It's perfect. Crimbo goes down. Navi strike. And we go straight into overtime.
Yeah, no messing about, no breaks here. We're straight into the action. Money reset, of course, for both teams. Magic number 19.
That was also such a sick round from Navi,
yeah, that
right?
was cool.
Perfecto baits out the AWP shot. The flashes come over, and obviously Favin wants to retreat, right? Or sorry, Hyped wants to retreat, right? So immediately the hit comes out through main to deny any escape.
And that's Electronic as well, just getting aggressive in towards middle, just catching them off. Speaking of mid-aggression, we've got it in droves for Navi, Bit and Electronic. Again, begin their attack. Full frontal assault down the guts of Mirage. tabseN actually just wants to go for a peek. Doesn't take the fight, but he gets information. Electronic, he's just at the mouth of Connector.
Yeah, he could have been tempted into that fight, but probably would have been traded pretty quickly, as he would have burnt down to half. Big have been loving going for a bit of aggression over towards A. They had Hyped and Keto posted up there early. Now Hyped has fallen back in towards default. Navi have been favoring this A-bomb site, so you can't blame the setup for Big, but how do they respond to this? That flash comes through. Favin, a nice flick. He's going to see no one behind MPL. It's going to cause some movement around. That push from Keto is huge. Hype, though, is out in the open and Simple punishes.
Yeah, and that's the go signal. tabseN dropping the smoke, just trying to eliminate threat. Flashbang through Electronic. This time doesn't go with it. And Crimbo's come here to reinforce. Keep your eye on Palace, because Keto striking could be quite effective, but he still needs his teammates alive. And to try and create this space, here comes Keto. Playing the trigger discipline, finds one, and the follow-up on towards Simple. 2 versus 2. There's still a way back in for Big. Perfecto and Electronic. Tucked in behind default, but Perfecto wants to take the fight. And Crimbo's such low HP, and Electronic can just play off the audio. But he doesn't. What an oversight. Crimbo will lock it in. And there's that clutch meister really coming to the forefront. Navi throw it away in the dying moments, and Big will draw blood first in OT.
Yeah, so we've been hyping up about Crimbo. A huge clutch coming through. And I mean, this started well for Big. They get this opener, they have the information, but Simple finds this kill. They find their way through, but Keto unaccounted for. The push through goes all the way around and does so much work there. Yeah, you're right. Electronic doesn't need a peek here. Crimbo drops on down and is so patient, just sitting here. Able to find that one. Big start overtime with a bang. Hyped. Forced on down in towards underpass. It's waiting for a flash to come on through. Electronic looking on over. It's a lot of aggression back. Hyped is able to find a kill from that position. Big goes down. Felt like he was dead to rights there. Now Hyped is still active, still firing off shots. Simple lucky to survive that one. Electronic will take down tabseN, and now the flames come on over. Hyped is trying to escape with his life, and he gets away.
That's wild. How was Hyped got out of that situation? And because the smoke's still up in Palace, he can now reconvene towards jungle. Electronic, in amongst all that chaos, made his way in towards ladder and dealt with tabseN. But for Navi, it's a familiar end. It's going to be this A-bomb site, and with Hyped repositioning towards B, despite Crimbo having all of this deep control, this A-bomb site isn't really that well secured.
Yeah, Favin, he has to come up big here. Drops the smoke towards CT to play around with. Can jump up and use this as a one-way if he so wishes. He's actually got a bit of a one-way here. He can hold out towards Palace. That bomb won't be coming through there. Will Perfecto be jumping through is the question. The smoke over towards Connector. Crimbo's pushing. A flick shot from Favin misses. That bomb is going to be able to make its way through. Oh, Keto looks away, but Electronic hasn't spotted him. Keto's walked just through the smoke. Gonna deny the bomb going down as well. It was out in the open. Keto is still being such a nuisance, being peppered, but finding purchase. Perfecto eventually deals with him. Favin locked into that position. Time such a concern, and Crimber activates. That bomb goes out into the open. Electronic trying to find something back, but the clock is ticking. Perfecto has just enough time to get it in. They're both in CT. They line up for Electronic, and Favin now steps up. A 1v2 for him. AWP in hand, hits the first. Perfecto spotted, but there's not enough bullets.
How on earth do Navi recover that situation? It feels like the bomb being denied not once, but twice should have ended things immediately. But no, Perfecto and Electronic, it's calm heads. And it's the experience on their shoulders. And you gotta then fight with a double AWP in the retake for Big. That always feels uncomfortable. And it's just the proactiveness from Electronic. He makes good on the fact that he did actually allow Keto to walk through that connector smoke in the first place.
And he doesn't get that kill the round's end. Done.
Yeah,
Crimber staying alive there is it. The bomb gets denied twice there, and Navi still wins. That's insane.
It's a joke. What a round. How chaotic has this been? And it's only the first map of the best of 3. Semi-finals on the line. Both teams want to lock in top 4 at IEM Rio.
Big taking space, Tabson peering out through, not going to spot anything just yet. Molotov thrown in towards underpass to deny any swing up while he takes that space, but now Electronic is going to creep on through. Hyped, fully blind, hits the timing shot onto MPL, peeks on back out, Simple's hand is spotted. Now has to fall on back. Tabson's found Electronic, Keto swings up for one. Navi getting picked apart here, Simple does get one back, and with bomb on his shoulder, decides to run on out. Bit knows he has to take space now. There's no one over towards B, so he's going to be able to get in here. He's going to be able to take all this space. That's going to enable Simple to maybe join him, but no. Okay, this gets a little bit weird. Simple in the palace, just going to wait here, holding the angle in case the info comes. All comes down to Bit working this. Favin is going to peek on through, but doesn't spot anything. Bit's now repositioned, coming on through. Favin in such a difficult position to clear. Tucked into this corner. Bit, there's no way he clears this. Oh, he spots the gun barrel. That gives him the headshot. And with 15 seconds left, Big just don't have to move. Hyped hits a huge shot. Simple drops the bomb, and Bit, well, he might hit another great headshot, but he knows he can't win the round. And so the half in overtime is going to go the way of Big.
Yeah, that's really well done by Big as well, right towards the dying seconds of that round, because sometimes when kills come in there, you start to think, oh my goodness me, it's going to be B. That's exactly what Navi were hoping for. But because the bomb plant doesn't come in, despite Bit's advanced positioning, Big are just like, well, maybe they're just faking it. Let's just stay here just in case. And at the very worst result, we can just retake B anyway. We'll have to deal and isolate with Bit. We can deal with that in sort of 10 seconds. Hyped remains vigilant up towards the top of Palace, drops the bomb, and that's the round said and done.
Now, you got to remember, Big haven't played a T side in quite a few rounds now. They only got 5 on their T side. 3 of those with a pistol and the follow-up 2 rounds. So they had a lot of difficulty on this T side, despite having 1 round lead going into this second half of OT. Navi's CT side looked very strong, so we'll see what Big can offer now that we get into OT off the back of that last timeout.
It was the pace. The pace was earning Big those rounds. They were really offsetting the tempo of Navi. Navi never were able to fully establish themselves in those setups. And when Big were going for those slow mid-rounds through connector, that was really offsetting their progress. MPL's already had to use his smoke. Felt the pressure of the flashbangs. So it's early preventative utility that's now already been exerted.
Look at this from Big. They're grouping up outside B. Only a single player here. It's MPL now. He was good for a few multis from this position, but needs the support. Perfecto's the one that comes on over. Smoke comes on through to the market. Perfecto blocked off. Throws the incendiary. That is well timed. That's going to keep them at bay for now. Further executes. Smoke's coming on through. That's every smoke save 1 from Big expended early. MPL with more utility. The hit comes on through. Now he's feeling uncomfortable. Falling on back. Perfecto steps up but can't convert the kill. MPL is here looking to try and get 1 back. Favin does go down but swipes him in the head on the way out. Hype is there to finish the job, and Simple now steps up to the plate. Electronics found 1, but that's all it's going to be. Has to be Simple and Bit in the 2 versus 3. Bit is deep in towards short. Has a lot of ground here, but Hyped has him locked on in. Fires up the shot. Bit is, for a second, given a lifeline, but Hype denies. Simple now in a 1v3 to deny map point again here in overtime, and his position is known. They're not giving him a fight. They know they have every advantage in this, and it's Hyped with his AWP that strikes again.
That's really well done from Big. There's 3 Molotovs put down towards the right-hand side of the bomb site, and where the smokes land in an arch, it creates a safe passageway for them to all fan out, and it becomes so much more difficult for Na'Vi to get those kills in isolation. It's corruption on the B bomb site. Big will secure it, lock in a map point for themselves. Suddenly, Na'Vi, they're on the back foot. They need to fight back from the brink. It's consecutive in a row.
Yeah, and I will say, Hyped always feels steps up in these overtime positions. Thrives when the pressure is on. And he's shown it already. A triple kill with the AWP on the T side is massive. 2 opportunities now for Big to close out their map pick. They're setting up for A. 2 players on the site itself. 2 in towards mid. So they can get here pretty quickly. Keto is great in this position as well, lurking out from Palace. A lot more active than we saw from Perfecto, for instance, and that Molotov is going to actually give Bit a bit of room, but starts to bleed. Simple's found 2 suddenly. Favin does get 1 back. Simple hits his 30th frag, make it 31. Simple almost gets another, but it's Perfecto that strikes. Electronic with another. And Na'Vi stopped that one before it can even begin.
Yeah, there's the GOAT. Really striking when Na'Vi need him most. Just on a swivel, even hunting for more. Probably a bit upset that Perfecto and Electronic even deny him with the ace, because he's on rails in this round. On a swivel between Palace and Ramp, and it doesn't matter. Close, far away, Simple's hitting every single shot. For Na'Vi, that's 1 step in the right direction. Need to move the other foot there. Otherwise, Big will still win this in singular OT. That's a collateral. Tabson limping, surely put down by the HE.
Simple's done. He wants to go to the next map, but he has to get through a second overtime to take us there if he can find these final 3, or if his team can. Electronic, he's going to be given that opportunity. Bomb delivered. Double OT almost assured now. Keto and Favin in a very difficult 2 versus 5. What an amazing couple of rounds from Simple. MPL has got enough high here, and okay, well, Favin is able to deal with him. Got ahead of that little boost up, and Keto's found 1 as well. The issue is, these are kills on the extremities. These were the players that were the warning system as to the positions of these big players, so despite them falling and it being a 2-on-3, the issue pertains that there is no bomb here, and the objective in Counter-Strike is to blow up various objectives, and you need a bomb to do that.
That's cool. That's supposed to land top middle, deep on to try and isolate Perfecto. And Electronic here. Simple though. Oh, gets decimated. Maybe there's a way in. Further mollies now being dropped off. That's going to prevent Perfecto from pushing on through, but it doesn't matter. He does it anyway with the multi-kill. Na'Vi, hold on. They send us into second OT. And Big, they're now on the back foot.
Ooh, you started to believe there, right? I mean, Simple just starts this with a bang. The collateral doesn't get the second there, but the HE does the job, lobs it on over to remove tabs, then the bomb gets dropped top mid. I'll tell you what, Keto and Favin with him almost recover that. That's sharp from Perfecto. Isn't the headshot, but finds the kill with that double. Big, immediate out the gate, looking for an A hit.
Yeah, very execute heavy now for Big. They're about to test the metal of Bit, and on the off angle we find a kill, and basically 2. Favin on a sliver will get burned alive by Electronic. And whilst the bomb site is secured, it comes with a cost.
Yeah, Navi have been great at these retakes as well. Already in position, 3 players coming CT. That could be an issue. Simple's looking for the gap here and doesn't spot Tabson, but the flick will connect. Looking for a follow-up. Simple is here to play. And Hype, well, we've been hyping him up, but he has to do so much here. Has delivered on the first, but that bomb is planted in an awkward position for him to do anything. The smoke makes it even harder. Goes for the desperate shot. Through the tag, the leg. That is insane, but it's not enough. and Na'Vi take the round.
Fair play to Hyped. That's the only thing he could have really done in that situation. That's a big NT in chat. But Simple, yet again, closing the show, or at least trying his very best to. Now up to 35 kills, and what could have been. Let's watch this back, because that was so close. MPL lives on literally 2 HP.
That's insane. Imagine he hits that. Highlight moment for the Asias, but not to be for Hyped. Still plenty more opportunities for him to make those moments happen. So much promise for the young AWPer. We're seeing it on display here. MPL, speaking of young stars, looking to take a bit of a fight with Crimbo, but falls back, doesn't want to overstep the mark, wants to bait them into Simple. Crimbo has managed to extract himself from that situation. Now Perfecto. Potentially his turn to step up to the plate. That flash is good, but he still finds the headshot. Crosshair placement on point. Bit with a slammer onto Hyped. Traded by Tabson. Everyone looking so sharp in the server at the moment. Both these teams fighting with everything they have. The side is being taken, but everyone's rotated from Na'Vi. 3 in towards CT as the flames fall in jungle. Electronic gets flashed on through, looking to take the fight. MPL's doubled on up. And Keto now left in a 1 versus 3. In towards the jungle, the flames forward to try and flush out Electronic, but it's MPL with that 3rd frag to get Na'Vi their 20th.
Yeah, every single fight there is on Navi's terms. They flash through, they move as a unit, they want to try and upset Big's potential in trying to overtake A. And I feel like their information is really warranted and validated by the amount of Molotovs that Big were throwing in towards jungle. And MPL, his positioning, and then just his raw mechanic ability is on display for all to see.
Yeah, that was such a sick second shot. Nothing but heads for MPL. Electronic jumps on up over that smoke. Doesn't have that gap to the left side. Okay, it does have a very slight one, and he will spam through, but Tabson manages to avoid the damage. Hyped has taken first blood though. MPL, the star of the previous round, taken out early by Hype Sniper.
That's going to be information as well towards Big, because when MPL is deep on the balcony, that means he doesn't normally have support. There's been 4 or 5 rounds where he's been quite close and he's trying to bait in Simple the entire time. And as a result, Big realized that there's potentially going to be reinforcements heading that way. So they reset. They move to the other end of the map. Electronic now gutting out apartments, can relay this info, and then that allows the pendulum to swing back for Na'Vi. They're going to send their forces right over towards A.
Yeah, they don't have information in towards mid, so they do have to make a little bit of a gamble. Simple is going to make his way over now. Bit sitting behind this smoke is trying to decide when he wants to play. And oh, Tabson from the bottom takes him out. Simple with the immediate trade, but they are so fast on in. But Simple, the fastest, gets 2. Dropped eventually. Electronic now has to find all 3 out in the open. Hyped takes him down. And Big get 1 at the tail end of their T side in this second OT.
Yeah, and that's essential for Big. Just when it looks like the game's kind of fallen away from them, I think that was 4 rounds in a row from Na'Vi without a response from Big. So as a result, Na'Vi, because it's their first round they've lost in a while, they're going to use their final tactical timeout.
That's crazy. They still have one in
Yeah, I know,
OT.
right?
To be fair, they only used their first, I think, in like round 20 or so. So have been saving those. Electronic's calling, being good enough, has felt like he hasn't needed to get Blade involved, but within touching distance of taking Mirage, has decided to take that time. And Big have gone for that double AWP setup. This was so successful for them in regulation until their economy got crippled. So I'm glad to see them bring it out again. Faven with that one, it'll take over towards B. Let's see what Big can do on the defense.
Electronic not buying the smoke.
Actually, he's going to be jumping down lower, so no one's B at all.
Interesting start. Big, they look like they really want to take control here, and Farven, well, he's actually in the perfect position. Electronic, with a jiggle. And Farven locks it in. That's an early opener, and then he just gets out of dodge.
Yeah, doesn't fall for that initial shot, manages to escape with some quick hops. Bunny Rabbit across the dusty plains of Mirage. Simple. Edging on forward. Not spotted anyone yet. There are 2 players here. Rotation back over from Farvid now that he's made his presence known in mid. Could be on the rotate. In fact, they're bringing tabseN over as well, so A is going to be quite lightly defended here if that is where Na'Vi decide to go. They are going to throw a smoke out towards B to feign that is where the attack's coming, but it's a bit of a misdirection. They're going to have these 2 players coming out towards short, though, and if they decide to boost, it would be powerful. Maybe just fighting their way through is the answer. Bit, though, a huge kill and a second. Both players fell, but Hyped is still here. Fully flashed initially, can't adjust. MPL takes him down, and Keto, so often relied upon, can't find the frag. MPL with another, and it's Favin who opened up the round that has to close it. AWP in hand. He's on the way out. Knows the virtue of keeping this AWP. Almost hits that shot there. That would have been something special. May as well try and hold on to this one. Na'Vi will be up to map point.
In he goes. Can't get past Bit. That's the 2 young guns of Na'Vi really stepping up. Bit with surgical headshots towards short, dealing with that threat, and MPL accounting for the presence of Keto in amongst the palace. Really good stuff from Na'Vi. And yet again, they put the pressure right back on towards Big.
So good to see MPL and Bit stepping up. I felt like they were a little slow to get started in this map, but certainly showing it here. 2 chances now for Na'Vi. Double AWP still in play for Big. Simple gets hounded by a little bit of utility. Smoke gonna obscure his vision as well, so no chance to get the AWP activated early. But look at this aggression from Big. They're taking full control of the apartments. Hype just walked on through with the AWP, peering on through, getting so much information. They decide to go back here. I mean, he's guaranteed at least 1. So Na'Vi are forced towards A, and that allows Big to reinforce this side of the map.
Again, it's that question mark over towards middle, but maybe Big don't really care. A executes smokes, will come on through. Na'Vi start to fight their way in. Keto can't see a thing, fully blind. Will still be first point of contact, helped by tabseN's flash. Supporting caster utility is absolutely perfect, but Bit doesn't need to see his opponents. tabseN now stepping out towards the bomb site, and suddenly the trap has been laid for Crimbo to activate. It's still a 2 versus 2, and with Electronic making inroads in towards the underpass, it nearly looked promising, but Farven finds him, and now Simple. Weight of responsibility on his shoulders.
What a 1v2 this would be. Crimbo is sitting behind the D12 boxes. Simple has an opportunity, but a tough shot to hit. I'll tell you what, that's a huge moment from Favin to drop down and find that kill, because if he goes down there, the round's done. But also, I mean, the fact that Na'Vi were in a position to reset there, Bit has got, like, what, 5 HP there? He's up on Tetris, throws the bomb back, knowing how difficult his position is and that he's doomed, essentially. Wants to get that bomb in a position where it can be extracted. Would have been amazing if they were able to make that one work, but Favin denies.
Yeah, gets the smoke stuck behind the bin. Needs to try and force it out with the bullets. Hyped. Now in a standoff with Simple. Very crucial fight's about to take place in towards middle. And Electronic, we know he's always been mischievous very early on. Hear all the scope in, but tabseN this time bets him. And that is a crucial kill for Big. More often than not, Electronic's been getting the best of the defense in those sort of situations.
Yeah, I mean, Electronic's out here on 30 kills, 31 deaths, so you can see that he's taking a lot of fights. That one does not go his way. Equilibrium slips. Look at this for the Big. Keto taking space in. Here's the footstep of MPL. You can see he wants to swing, but MPL has been sharp with it. Perfecto swings on out. tabseN removed. Hype from under has able to get one back. And now he's looking to find more, but Bit doesn't let him. Na'Vi now 2 frags to find to take this map. Crimbo has made his way towards Ticket, looking to book one into another OT, but no, it has to be Favin. 3 kills required. The bomb being planted. Favin swaps to the M4. Simple takes him down, and Na'Vi finally, in double overtime, take Mirage.
What a brawl from NAVI and Big. And to think that's the first map of this best of 3. Big looking so strong on their map pick, but it's MPL. It's Bit in the second overtime to drive the wooden stake into the heart, and NAVI, they'll take the map advantage in the series.
Well, we knew it'd be a close call between these two teams, both looking hot to trot here in Rio, and it took double OT on the opening map of Mirage to separate them. NAVI just edging it out.
Yeah, big question marks over Big coming into this one. Obviously, you saw what they did against Heroic, and it was like, well, is that a flash in the pan, or is there more for this roster to provide? And it's a Clash of the Titans on Mirage, because you've got every single individual stepping up, and that creates so many crazy scenarios. It creates so many multi-kills and also an incredibly long game, nearly triple overtime, but Na'Vi just about edge it out.
Yeah, and it was really a tale of those two CT sides, right? It felt like both teams were looking really solid on the defense, great responses in terms of moving around the map, the repositioning, but I mean, just absolutely chaos towards the tail end there. It felt like there was so many different highlight moments. So many of the rounds were just absolute brawls on the bomb side, particularly over towards A. It felt like we saw so much just happening there constantly. A really exciting game to sort of kick things off here. And it felt like everybody on the server was fired up.
Yeah, it was absolutely wild. There was so many variations being thrown in by the two teams as well, because you had Big that would either go for execute heavy stuff or they tried to slow it down in the mid round. The KDs are a little bit wrong here, but regardless, in our aim high head to head, we've gone for Hyped and Simple because, look, they were exceptional. Simple, especially in overtime, was performing miracle after miracle. And speaking of, for Hyped, I mean, it was so consistent. He was on low HP, was in a really uncomfortable spot, and yet he found multi-kill after multi-kill.
Yeah, I feel like we're looking at maybe the second OT stats here rather than the whole series.
Yeah.
But yeah, Simple 38 for 26, Hyped 33 for 26. So both players putting on such an incredible performance here. And, you know, obviously Simple comes out slightly ahead in that head-to-head, but you'd expect that. Hyped is a new player. He's only just started playing at Tier 1, and he's going almost toe-to-toe with the greatest to touch the game. That's such a great sign for Big and for Hyped as an AWPer. You got to be excited after watching what he showed us on Mirage.
Yeah, and whilst it was close on Mirage, we now look ahead to Inferno, and it's a map that's driven so heavily by fundamentals, and that is what you also look for Big to rely on, right? It's always the consistency of their structure, what's their response times to situations, but it's always been the individuals now called into question, and now we can start to see the amalgamation of both forming and why they are such a dangerous roster, truly deserving of a playoff spot here in IEM Rio. But now the next question, can they fight back on Navi's map pick? Can they force us to that decider?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite difficult for them, to be honest. I mean, Mirage looked so strong for them coming out the gate. And, you know, I will say their team play looked a bit better than Navi's most of the time throughout that entire map. You know, a lot of the ways that they were moving about, they had a really good reads in the situations, going for the right bits of aggression on the CT side at the right time. Navi just had the better individuals in a lot of the fights, right? When it came down to like a 4-on-4 fight on the site, you know, it was someone like Bit getting 2, MPL stepping up, Simple getting a multi-kill. You know, it always felt like it was kind of one of these individuals rising to the occasion. And we definitely saw that from Big, but a lot of it was set up by like really good use of utility, really good spacing. So I'm really interested to see how that translates on Inferno. You mentioned obviously it's a map with fundamentals being a key part of it, and a map that I think both are going to feel quite comfortable on. I'm not sure as how much impact Hyped is going to have on this map. That's my kind of question. I feel like Mirage was really his map to shine, and it has been kind of every big performance that Big have had is with Hyped has been on Mirage. It feels like I'm looking towards the Riflers now to really be stepping up on Inferno.
At least Big will be starting on the CT side, and that's kind of how we framed Mirage, right? A tale of the defense, and it's now going to be a lot for Na'Vi to kind of now mentally reset and go again, try and finish it in 2. But will the stars shine for Big? Will they even align and potentially see us through to that third map, or will Na'Vi see it out in 2 and lock in a semi-final spot for the playoffs? All that and more to find out just in a few minutes.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays.
Well, it took a little bit for us to get here. A double OT to kick things off, but now we find ourselves in Inferno. Map 2 here, the pick of NAVI, who are now one map away, locking themselves in the semi-finals of IEM Rio.
Yeah, for sure. Not saying like goodbye to anyone here for the rest of the games on the B stream. We're just trying to figure out the hierarchy. Who's going through to the semi-finals? Who starts off in the playoffs in the quarters? And Inferno, it's a little bit of an interesting map. We were just having a little bit of a discussion, Lucy, about Big's recent results. And it kind of goes hand in hand with the primary storylines for Big, right? It's the fact that they've been a little bit inconsistent, but you can kind of attribute a lot of that factor towards the lack of not having a consistent 5, and also some of the individuals not performing when needed. Certainly not the narrative here. So it's exciting to kind of figure out and establish how well they're going to perform against NAVI.
Well, double dualies in the mix, so they have 2 more pistols in hand than NAVI. So already it feels like all the advantages are with them. One of these dualies set up playing anti-flash at the moment. Tabson with a flashbang of his own, ready to go off the contact from NAVI. As dualies can swing. Keto is there as well for first contact. Everyone ready for this flashbang to come on through. It all comes down to the timing from Tabson. He's waiting for some sort of indication. Hyped, looking, waiting. Keto peering on through, looking for the contact, spots it out. No response yet from NAVI. Now, there's a bit of a timer on this play because you're committing 3 players to holding here. NAVI start to take space over to A. They've thrown out a smoke, thrown out a molly. 2 important pieces of utility on this pistol round.
Oh, trajectory of the flashbang changed. That's to the half wall. Hyped, will find Big. But you're right, that's going to mean the activation for NAVI now starts to creep in towards A, but Farben and Crimbo are delivering good. It's a double up for the dual Berettas. In fact, make it a hat trick. Big, the defense holds strong, and it's yet another pistol in the series.
Cool, yeehaw! Nice one from Crimbo. Massive triple kill. That first one through the apartments shuts the door. Beautiful stuff. Hype's got his dualies activated early as well. You're absolutely right. That adjustment there. They don't spot anyone towards truck, towards cars. So they decide to go for the flashbang deeper to the right to set up that swing to half wall. That's not really the excitement. The excitement is Crimbo. Massive triple kill. Big win the pistol. NAVI don't get the bomb plant, but they do force into it. And they're going fast towards B. There's only 2 players here. That flashbang is good, but Keto's spray is better, and he jumps back up for more. Gets out the USP, and Keto gets 3. Tabson gets one as well, and this forced buy falls flat. Simple, nothing to be done. Hype is already there as he tries to retreat.
Yeah, excellent stuff, of course, by Crimbo, but that's all set up by Tabson. The supporting cast of flashbangs here keeps him alive and then sets him up for further successes. Look at them all dabbing at the top of Banana. Can't see a damn thing.
Yeah, dabbing is so 2016. We don't do that here, and Na'Vi, well, they've learned that lesson quickly. Hey, Cheese, 5 of them for Na'Vi. Where will they be lobbing them? Let's see. One goes down mid, Hyped is fast on down, and it's a barrage going both ways, but it's Na'Vi that come out worse for wear. They have been peppered, they have been damaged, but they have found a couple of kills with the pistols. And in fact, it's even here, but look at the health. There's nothing between them. They're going to fall like flies to a stiff breeze. Maybe it's Tabson's bullets that are the answer, but no, it's Favin that collects both. And again, Big, same way they did on Mirage, a 3-0 start.
Yeah, they were just running at them there. You could say that round was really highly explosive. So many being exchanged, and the damage all fell in favor towards Big. Navi's health bars were depleting, and the bullets were the ultimate recipe for success. But here's the gun round, and here's where we saw Na'Vi start to establish themselves on Mirage. It's always been these quick starts to halves for Big, but once the weaponry's in, that's where Na'Vi start to shine.
Yeah, Hype invests into the AWP early as well. See him in towards Quad, looking for any sort of fight. MPL wants to get up into the apartments, but the Flames are going to make that difficult at the moment. Jumps on through. Bit crawls up the stairs as well, like a antagonist in a Japanese horror movie. Just the default now from Na'Vi. A lot of space being taken towards Banana in this fight, but it's Hype that gets the first frag. MPL falls and he flashes back in so we can take a further aggressive stance. No response from Na'Vi yet.
This angle's really shallow. I don't think you expect this if you're Na'Vi. Simple. Hasn't even got an AK, it's just a Galil. And they haven't actually really applied any pressure towards the top of brackets despite losing the opening kill, which means that Big can just remain anchored in. Heavily ingrained within the site. 30 seconds left. Na'Vi need to start making a move. Big have got 3 players over towards B right now. So there's a heavy reliance on this AWP. Turns the flashbang and then gets overwhelmed by the Galil.
Yeah, Crimbo's already playing a defensive position, and while he needs to stay alive here, or at least find a couple swings on out, does get a kill. Takes down Bit. Simple actually helps him out there. That spam almost finds a kill. One more bullet connects onto Simple there, and they go for this retake every single day. Simple, lucky to be alive. And the difference that bullet makes means that Na'Vi get this round 100%.
You see how just confused he was there as well, the player cam. He's like, oh my god, like how has this spam connected onto me? But finally, that's the breakthrough that Na'Vi needed. They were very disciplined in how they wanted to approach that. They knew if they could just sit, remain patient, wind down the clock, there'd be a little bit of doubt creeping into Big's mind. Which way is this one heading? We should probably just remain on B. We haven't felt any further presence out towards A, and we've even elected to leave Hype there all on his lonesome.
Yeah, you got to wonder to Big in terms of keeping 3 players committed B. It's quite a kind of tough decision there because there hasn't been any contact over there. It wasn't like there was a real strong presence being shown from Na'Vi in towards Banana in those last 30 seconds or so, but they really did feel like that's where the hit was coming. And Inferno is often a game of flipping coins, heads or tails. Where's that stack gonna go? You gotta make the best call you can, and the mind games are a big part of the meta. That's a little bit of a sad way to start the round. Sad call of chicken. Taken on down. F's in the chat. A little bit of plucky. Ooh, F in the chat for Crimbo and Hyped as well, as they just get removed. And again, this 3 lean towards B means that Big can't really do anything here, even though that bomb's going to take quite some time to actually get to the site.
Yeah, that's a nice little variation out of Na'Vi. We've seen the slow approach, waiting until the last possible moment to then execute onto the bomb site. This time, it's just the individuals wanting to swing, wanting to take contact, and it comes up good for a couple. And Inferno, well, we know what it's like. It's one of these maps where if you do lose control on one side of the map, you're never really incentivized to go for a retake until it really comes to the crunch moments of the game. The economy very brittle on the side of Big, and well, Faven gets absolutely decimated by Electronic. Keto would love to hold on. Is Nate done enough to force Simple back, and even finds good purchase onto MPL. Now Tabson can swing in unconfirmed, but suddenly somehow Simple finds Keto and Electronic deals with Tabson. No rifles can be brought over for Big.
Yeah, not sure how Simple got away with that, but he'll take it. Maybe we'll see it here. Lovely entry. The Electronic finds this one at the exact same time. Bit finds his onto Hyped. And Electronic, as we mentioned, has been such a strong performer for this team at the moment. Calling, leading from the front. Papatronic, a big presence in the server. And for Big, well, this is not a big round for them. It's a small one, a tiny round. Faven, M4 in hands, the biggest gun in the server for them. See what he can do with that one. It's important for Na'Vi in this situation to take this one cleanly, so they can start to build up into this T side. And it's especially important not to fall to this single rifle purchase.
Key to play anti-flash, but the molly is just going to disrupt all of that positioning. So now a lot hinges on this boost. Faven lying in wait. Flashbang's good, but it doesn't actually dismount the boost just yet. Faven goes for it, but Simple's holding. That's phenomenal. That's 2 kills. The bomb site, the red carpet, it's been rolled out for Na'Vi. 5v2, the rifle, it can't be recovered, but Hype finds Perfecto at the very least.
Yeah, well, the rifle didn't get worked up, but the USP does. And yeah, you can see how much he wants it so badly, that AK. Just out of grasp. And yeah, gotta remain that way. Bit gets himself an AK, gets rid of that dastardly M4. Crimbo, be nice if he can hold on to the armor, just gives him a little bit more to the next round, saves him that $650, but even that might not be given to him, but maybe it will. Na'Vi, again, much like on Mirage, as soon as they get the rifles out, they come in swinging. 3 now in a row. And that round went exactly how they wanted it. All they lost was a single MAC-10.
It'll be interesting to see how Big are going to respond to this, because it's quite difficult on the CT side of Inferno to kind of set tempo in the mid-round unless you start taking presence. If you lock off Banana, then they can start to maybe enable more than 3 players to be over towards A. They can try and lock things in. It gets quite dangerous, and what we saw in Mirage was Big just trying to offset Na'Vi's tempo. And the variations, the push and pull effect was really falling into their favor. Full blind. Hype still hits the timing though. And Faven gets flashed in. But MPL just deals with both. Fair enough, lines them up, knocks them down, and even catches out the rotator Tabson. MPL has done everything to secure Na'Vi their 4th.
A triple from Nipple. Exactly what you want to see. Amazing from the young gun, and well, Hype's entry means nothing now. Incredible from MPL. What more can you say? That's the round done. And I love that, you know, he gets that double kill, which is obviously amazing, trades off his teammates' death, collects that second as well, but immediately knows that that's going to be the A site a lot more vulnerable. You have to take this space when it's given to you, even though it is the 3v3 at that point. And, you know, there's a chance that you could play the numbers. Knows that if he catches up that rotation, the round's done, and that's exactly what happens.
Didn't get the fist bumps in early from Blade. He's like, yeah, let's recognize the success. Electronic, you can see he's looking down the line. He's actually just barking orders because he knows this round's already locked in. And he just wants to ensure that Na'Vi just keep on building back. Good to see smiles in the camp. That's been another theme, interview that Banks kind of picked up upon as well. He goes, the vibes of Na'Vi have been so good at the moment, and Simple is just really happy with how the team's performing. He says, look, we've cut out a lot of these silly mistakes now, and we're here to play and we're here to perform.
That spacing's a little unfortunate for Big into the apartments. Both players really far to the left. It's always good to have one closer to the doorway, obviously, just to be able to get away. All right, well, they have kept, obviously, the AK and the AWP. We saw Hype get the entry into the previous round. Again, he goes back towards B. This time, not going for the aggressive peek. Didn't quite have spawn for that, and while getting that kill twice in a row, a little bit tricky. Keto with the AK, gonna get flashed on through. Doesn't spot anything. So where does he head on off to? Repositioning now. Gonna be making his way into the A site. That is the right read because this is an apartments pop. Flashbang out. Keto dodges it, but he's looking the wrong way. MPL blindsides him. Crimbo gets one, but Bit again with a kill. Bavin just slinking away, and the AWP again cannot get involved.
Yeah, Na'Vi have done a really good job at constantly just applying pressure towards the other bomb site where the AWP's just not located. Hyped, it almost feels like not a complete waste on investment, but he hasn't really had an opportunity to fire off a bullet in the last couple of rounds. It's been a lot of heavy A prioritization for Na'Vi, and that's the conditioning now being laid down. The foundations have already been established, and potentially there's a chance in the next couple of rounds, Hypes will then dedicate his efforts more over towards A. He'll start getting aggressive, and that's where Na'Vi hit B.
Such go the mind games of Inferno. Although you're kind of tempted to continue putting pressure over towards A, given the success you're finding here consistently. We'll see what is to come out for Na'Vi. 5 now on the trot for Na'Vi. High fives around though. Not all is doom and gloom here for Big. No elimination on the line here. The elimination games, they're all taking place on the A stream. Here, we're just looking at the placement in that playoff. Semis or quarters. That's what's on the line.
Yeah, immediately Hyped. The response is he wants to take a peek in towards the boiler. Try to see if he can get involved earlier. And, well, here we go. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Na'Vi now put prioritization right over towards B. Simple misdirection, but that's a fantastic shot on towards Bit. Smoke's now raining in defense with Perfecto. Oh, and MPL just disrespect them. It's acceleration from Na'Vi, and now Tabson needs to survive and gets flushed out by that Molotov. Na'Vi, it's a spring in their step. It's a sting in the tail as well, and Big. But they're going to have to save once more.
Yeah, Hype gets the entry again, but can't be found in the right place. Na'Vi, I mean, just no hesitation there. It's beautiful. They just lose that kill. They know that their space is towards Banana, and they know they can't hesitate. They know they have to go. The AWP isn't on B, which gives you a bit more confidence going for those fights. The entries are perfect. There's no smoke to let them know the hit's coming immediately. They run straight on through. And again, it's MPL with a great headshot to open it up. Tabson can't do anything. He's trapped in the back of the site. Simple has him locked on in. But a run boost being assembled doesn't matter. Electronic is running them down. AWP doesn't even get saved across. Crimbo, a little bit sad there by himself. And it was such a nice entry from Hyped. I feel like he's been doing everything right, but just hasn't been able to be in the right place, and that's all by Navi's design.
Yeah, this is Na'Vi just flexing their muscles right now. And there were some rounds on the CT side of Mirage where it felt like Tabson was in Electronic's head. This time it really feels the other way around. Na'Vi are dancing their way around the AWP. They are really dismantling all these setups without many contributions from Big in response, right? There's been no real multi-kills from the anchors. There's been a kill here or there, but it's never enough to get the remaining players involved in the retake. What have you seen?
I've just seen the Mac 10 from Bit, right? Doesn't need
okay.
Mac 10, but he's got one. I love watching the dynamics between the coaches. Gobi is such a different coach. You know, when Gobi's standing there, he's like getting super animated, hands on out, gesturing, looking at them all. Play's just sitting there, calm, confident, giving Electronic all the information he needs. And again, it's an opener from Hyped.
Really well done. Hang on a second, though, because Bit is in this smoke, and Keto's got no idea. Is there going to be a flashbang, or is Bit just going to sit in the shadows? It's the latter, not the former, and he doubles up. Upgrades to the FAMAS, but Favon is the third element of defense on B. Smokes now rain in response. Favon just wants to do the same. Give Na'Vi a taste of their own medicine. But maybe,
no.
They're definitely aware. It's a no-scope through.
What? Did Simple see anything? Was that just a random shot into the smoke? Oh, okay. Crimbo denies the bomb. This is still on. Drops the smoke forward, causing chaos. Hype was saving. He'd already given this round up, but Crimbo, he's got something to say about it. Comes through for another. Electronic now. He's the one that's forced into the clutch situation. And Crimbo's walking around this smoke. Electronic spots him out. A 1v1 now. Hyped. Electronic knows he's got the AWP, knows that he can't give up this fight, doesn't want to be out in the open. And Hyped has no idea where Electronic has got to. There are kits. They're not in his hands. He walks on through and Electronic hits the headshot. Heroics from Crimbo give them a lifeline, but Electronic cuts it.
Yeah, that's really well played by Electronic. The reposition after finding the initial kill on towards Crimbo, knows that he's going to take a close range engagement against the AWP, but it's been pure contact on Banana. Simple.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. That sucks, man. That really sucks for Favon. He was about to make a sick play. And again, it's Hyped, getting the opener, and Big can't capitalize. What more can he do?
Yeah.
He's finding the opening kill every round.
Look at what it's left them with as well. Relegated down onto MP9s and pistols. Perfecto. Spots a big player on the pogo stick. That's going to make Na'Vi just reset in towards middle. Try and take the fight on towards Hype 2. He's only got a P250 and he's actually out with utility.
Now look at Na'Vi though, they're taking so much space. MPL's looking for this fight onto Crimbo. He's holding the off angle, but you know MPL's going to be thorough with this, surely. Ooh, speaks around. Crimbo fires off shots. MPL's able to get away. Even the Molotov, he hears Hype running towards him, jumps around the corner, trying to draw that fire away, but can't make it happen. Hold up, the bomb's in a dangerous position here. Simple realizes they've lost control. Oh no, Keto's taking him down. Crimbo swings, suddenly it's falling apart. And a round that Big had no hope winning. Just a few pistols in it, some armor, and MP9 now looks golden, and Crimbo spotted the package. That bomb, he's yelling it out now. It's in our hands. No retake required, just need to hold the objective, and they have 30 seconds to do it with. Keto's holding for a flank, so he is disconnected from this. Na'Vi, time is such a concern. 20 seconds, and they still have to get the bomb and get back to a bomb site. They know it. They know they have to put pace on it. Crimbo's heard them, spotted one, and he's getting both. What a round from Big.
But that is really the downfall of Na'Vi. Like, how on earth do you leave the bomb in that situation there? You take full control of A, everything feels hunky-dory, and suddenly it's like, well, hang on a sec. Guys, we have left one important, crucial element to our entire plan. And they completely seize upon it. It's the aggression. And that's based off the contact that Na'Vi found on A. Big response in kind with a push down Banana. And that just is the key to success.
Yeah, I think Simple gets a little flustered there in that moment, right? He's not ready for Big to have already taken that control. Misses his shot. And Keto hits an absolutely delightful tap onto him. So sharp with it. So Big, get that first gun round as well. You gotta remember, this is a 3-0 start. Ooh, Keto. Stuck between fire and the logs. Hype misses a shot. That gives Bit the opener. So maybe you've controlled Banana, but it has cost you something over towards A. Tabson yet to make a move over here. Na'Vi aren't committing just yet.
All depends on whether Perfecto actually goes hunting, and goes toe-to-toe with Keto right now. Based on his jiggling, oh, it's going to assume that he knows he's there. Chicken does catch out Electronic, but it's also a pre-fire for the pit. Flashbang in, and Farben tries to activate with Crimbo, but Electronic is taking names. Bit then finds the third, and Keto's position in deep B locks him out of this round. A 1 versus 4 feels pretty improbable.
Even swapping the utility. Right, you got to plant that one. They're getting ready to hunt.
Yeah, they're off.
That's insane. They're just like already out of there. Bomb gets planted. Keto just wanting to hold on to the AK, but might not be happening for him. And talk about entries from Electronic. That was superb. Considering the setup Big had, they had a player tucked into graveyard, player on the side itself. The flash comes out. Looks like it's going to be good, but Electronic just better.
It's actually a really important hunt as well from NAVI. Recognizing that the money is a little bit disjointed in a little bit of disarray, and actually it's going to force the hand of the timeout for Big. Because take a look at it. Hyped can buy, Keto can buy, but that is it, really. So do you want to compromise? Do you want to drop some Deagles over? Or do you want Keto to kind of arm you with weapons, but then you wouldn't be the best bolstered with utility? 30 seconds to think about all of it.
Yeah, it's not comfy. Not comfy at all. NAVI would double the rounds of Big. As mentioned, it's just been that one gun round that Big have won, and they won it off the back of NAVI slipping up and letting the bomb fall into the sewers of the underpass. And they have opted for the hero M4 on Keto, so playing for the next round, which means that NAVI will be in a good position to get 9. Unless we see something special from Keto. He's over towards Banana early. Might cop a nade here. No, he is able to fall back and dodge that one. Effecto is the one that takes the chip damage. He's had a slow start, but not necessarily been needed with the way these rounds have been going. And it's the boost up for Keto. Not an uncommon one. At the moment, well, NAVI are putting attention over towards A. Smoke going above the smoke here. MPL, he's going to be walking on down, and this one might come down to the timing. Has he heard a sound cue there? No, it looks like it was a silent drop, and MPL meets 2, gets 1. Faven is able to pick up the AK. It does cost him a lot of health. Bit's gotten deep. Going to spot him on the retreat. Nice headshot. They've already found 2 players over here, and there's just 1 remaining as well, hyped with the Desert Eagle. They know it is just the pistols here. Keto with that M4 not involved. Hyped has managed to get 1 with that AK. That's a massive kill to be finding. This one is still definitely on, but Electronic puts Hype down. Hyped had found another. That was Big's pathway back in. Now you just got to save this M4.
And to be fair to Big, the fact that they get 2 kills there and it looks a lot more promising is a pretty decent result. But when you take a look at the top of the scoreline, it kind of tells a completely different story. NAVI are really starting to establish a significant round buffer over Big. And whilst they did end the half 10-5 in that first map, the difference is that was on the CT side. NAVI on the full frontal assault are really taking it to Big. And what's interesting as well is we've kind of spoken about retakes. Apart from that Crimbo kind of heroic effort where he went through the smoke and found 2 kills, I don't think Big have gone for a single retake or like a coordinated attempt at all this entire first half.
I mean, that's just Inferno, right? Like, that's just the meta of it. It's kind of... I mean, I don't want to besmirch Inferno, but it doesn't give the most exciting Counter-Strike all the time, right? Because it's really evolved into a map where the percentages just aren't there to go for the retakes.
I know Inferno can be exciting. On the A stream, it was 15-3 to Heroic.
Okay, no, I'm not saying it can't be exciting. I just mean there's just a lot of saving going on, all right?
I mean, NIP have won 6 in a row. It's now 15-9.
Ooh. That sounds pretty exciting over there, and that's with elimination on the line.
It's not 16-9, just as I say that. NIP have been eliminated from IEM Rio. Keto is eliminating NAVI from the top of Banana.
There we go. That's the hero moment we've been looking for. Keto, the big double. They walk into him over towards Banana. This time around, he manages to get something done. Bit's trying to work the apartments. For anything. Ooh, timing not great. Does a bit of damage, but it goes both ways. Crimbo's just gonna smoke into his face, so he can't get anything more done here. Simple comes on over, but Hyped is on the angle. That flashbang does not connect, and Hype's bullet goes straight through Simple. Bomb dropped. Timing shot doesn't land onto Electronic. Onto Bit. So we're going to group up with the bomb. A 2v5, unlikely. Big should be getting their 5th here.
It looks like they're going to try and pincer into the bomb site. So Electronic's going to wait for the smoke fade, see if anyone's going to push. So he's trying to cut off the rotation from Arch, but Hyped has fallen all the way back towards Moto. With 25 seconds left, I feel like you pick up the AWP and you run away.
Yeah, there's no reason not to do damage here, though. You should absolutely be trying to kill as many people as you can. They've got enough to buy into the last round of the half, so go on a rampage, Bit. We know what you can do. Headshot machine. Let's see it. There's one. Tail end. Faven goes down. Minimal consequences, but I mean, it's the right play. Try and do some damage. So got everything going into the final one, but I mean, this is just Keto stepping up. Half HP, jumps on over. That flashbang is beautiful from Faven. Steps up Keto for the double. Then Hyped is able to be in the right place this time around to get that kill and the follow-up.
Yeah, nicely done. There's been a couple of instances where Hyped has missed the initial point of contact, and that allows Navi a lot more space. This time it's just complete denial. Last round of the first half here. Will Navi make it 10? Or will Big close that gap just to within 3 rounds of this T side? But it's looked pretty convincing so far. On the whole, has felt a lot more comfortable for Navi than it has Big. Keto will claim the space in Banana, which gives Navi a couple of question marks of how many players are here and when do we want to try and retake it.
Yeah, great utility from Big early just to force some control. Have that Molotov thrown all the way down, which singes Perfecto. Keto gets flashed back, and that's going to actually cause Hype to rotate over. He was smoked off towards long. Repositions now, slots spaces with Tabson. And a double up in the pit. Digging deep here into the hole. Navi are looking like they want to go to A.
Very quiet. It looks like Bit might take first contact here, out towards short, because he's so often been the presence here. Starts to activate in. Tabson, would he be blindsided by the balcony? Potentially not. Slides into Moto, but look at Bit in towards Bit. Crimbo holding, but the bullet's overwhelmed. But then Faven, he's a surprise element, gets one, but then it's complete decimation by Perfecto. 2 versus 4, Hyped and Keto, and they have to go for the retake. It's the last round of the half.
If you're gonna beat your teammates like that, you have to come up with the multi. Faven good for one. Hyped, good angle, takes down Simple. Lovely shot. Looking for more as well. This fire gonna go behind Electronic, so he'll be safe here. He'll stay on the box, peeks on through. Hyped with another. You're gonna be getting excited for this guy. He's hitting shots. The 2 more to find. Time out of control. Hyped hits the 3rd. A 1v1 now. MPL, but Hyped delivering. And there might be just enough time for the defuse. Comes down to the wire, and Hyped does it.
An insane quad kill on the AWP. Make sure that Big have a lifeline swapping into the second half of Inferno, and they need to level up this scoreline here to try and contest for that semi-final spot. Can they do it?
Any hypers in the chat? I'll tell you what, that was an unbelievable way to end the first half of Inferno. An amazing 4K from Hyped gives Big a lifeline going into the second half.
It does, but the AWP was finding a lot of success for Big on the T side of Inferno. It's notoriously really difficult to put the sniper into useful positions, and well, that's the bit looking ahead into the future. The bit in the present has just dealt with Keto, looking for further damages, has to fall out of top B, and Big reclaim the space.
Yeah, bit forced on back. Hyped now taking point. There are 3 Na'Vi players on B, as we saw Big starting with. Electronic is over there with the flashbang to set up his teammates. A setup so common on the pistol side for CTs. And it might just be successful because Big are looking to come back here. They're grouping up with that bomb. Have the full execute ready. A couple of smokes, a Molotov, a flashbang of their own. Everything you need to go towards B. Bit getting on close. In fact, this flashbang's coming first. Bit falls on back. Smoke over the top. Electronics getting into the side. Perfecto's found one as well. The flames come on over and they're just not finding a way in here. That flashbang comes on through. Remember, was able to take down Electronic, but look at Perfecto go!
Huge stuff from Perfecto. He's playing anti-flash in the smoke, waiting for his teammates to take contact, even dropping the utility because Electronic still had it in his back pocket. And he's the extra element that Na'Vi needed. And this third shot does adjust just in time.
Tell you what, he had a very quiet T side, but what a way to announce your CT side.
That's true. 3 kills when you've got 9 rounds. It's pretty good. It's like, guys, let me in on the action. Simple. Might be looking to do just that himself with the scout. The Big starting banana. Na'Vi use their nade to take full control of it, and look at the damage. They're brutalizing Big right now.
Yeah, decimated with the pistols. Na'Vi unscathed into this round. Those MP9s, 4 of them, in fact. Quite the investment into the second round. Normally you'd see at least 1 rifle in the mix, but no. They've opted for the SMGs. And they're so lightly damaged that Simple can make quick work with his scout. How many more will he find? Not off that shot. Maybe on the repeat. There it is. Simple with 3. The scout is collecting. He's looking for more. 4 for Simple. Why not make it the ace?
That's so sick from Simple. You're right. The early damage from the grenades has just softened them up. He can go for body shots. He's even adding style with some headshots in the mix. I mean, absolutely fantastic job. Big. No way in. And they just feed the beast.
That is not a beast. You want to be waking up. Don't poke the bear. This round's a bit funky, but it doesn't really matter because you're against the pistols. You've still got this 1 scout, 4 MP9 set up, and it doesn't matter. Kind of crazy. It's going to make it difficult into the next round, but they'll have such a lead that they'll probably be happy with that, and they can get these MP9s up so close and personal. Inferno is actually one of the maps where this sort of buy isn't the worst because of that. Scout misses this time, but MPL, he gets activated with his MP9. HE goes forward, does so much damage, and they're just being absolutely eaten alive.
Yeah, hounded down by Na'Vi. All through mid. That one was always going to be by the book. Simple just posts on the same angle. He's like, yeah, are Big going to give me any more upgrades to the AWP?
I feel like the team won't, though. So this is, again, a crazy buy to be in. 4 MP9s and an AWP.
Yeah, I mean, even if he... Worst case scenario, right? If Big win this round and Simple dies on the AWP, whilst there is one given over towards Hype, there's so much money on Navi's kind of bench that they can always just drop Simple and AWP anyway. So he's going, okay, let's just bring it out 1 round early. I can always re-equip it if needed.
Timeout for Big. half the rounds of NAVI currently. NAVI looking for that semi-final spot if they take this map. Looking pretty good to do so, but we'll see what Big can do now they have the 5 AKs on the board. As mentioned, they have the technically better buy here, but let's see what Simple has to say about that.
Deep smoke thrown in. That normally facilitates a second middle peak, but Simple actually striking from apartments. Not pushing, just posting. Allowing the MP9 to get up close and towards bedroom. And there's Simple finding Crimbo. That's an AK that can also be collected if needed for Bit. They will lock it in. As a response, Big, they now start to creep and crawl their way up Banana, but they are being quite loud about it. In actual fact, they just extinguished the flames. They're going straight in.
Ooh. Ooh, Favin, all right, that's one way to open up a site. Whoa, why not a third? Favin, he wants this round. Decimates them with the AK, and Simple, well, he might have got that opener over towards the apartments, but there's just no way into this now. Disgusting from Favin. Now we see NAVI having to say Bit does collect that AK at the very least. And you can see the issues with the MP9s just holding on the defense there. Not that they were really given a chance to put up a defense.
No, not at all. Favin eviscerates all of NAVI, and they're just dancing with Simple. They're giving him a little bit of target practice. And after he does collect on towards Keto, they decide that's enough of that. Let's just save on. So it's a step in the right direction for Big. They do lock it in. It's also the instantaneous decision-making, right? As soon as the kill comes in towards apartments and the molly goes down deep for NAVI at Banana, they just extinguish, they execute, and it just works out perfectly.
Well, it won't be so easy into this one. We have all the rifles back out for NAVI. No MP9s, no SMGs in the mix now. M4s and an AK for Bit. Simple this time, starting over towards B, and, well, Big have nothing to do with Banana. They are going straight up second mid. Out the gate, a smoke going towards long. This one reeks of a call out of Spawn. Flames behind Bit. He's standing strong here, wants to stay present in towards Boiler. Now he's going to fall on back through. Big. They're looking to go straight out through the apartments. Bit here, ducks on down, and Crimbo takes him out. Charging on through. MPL can't get involved. Removed from the site. Taken down by Keto, and immediately NAVI are out of this round.
Yeah, it's instantaneous. Route 1 CS from Big. And we're seeing a lot of these apartments pops come into fruition now. When you've got a full rifle buy, typically it was the meta to kind of go for the Tech 9s just bursting out of apartments. But because you're now incorporating it into your gun rounds, it is a little bit unexpected. The fact that you've also got the layer in a Keto locking out MPL from long. And I really like this decision from Big. They keep one player towards the bomb, and the rest, they're going to try and hunt. They know that the economy for NAVI is a little bit brittle, so they just want to try and remove any weaponry they can.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what happened on the other side of the server, right? When Big were doing this, NAVI were doing this to Big. This time, NAVI are doing a little bit better of holding on to their guns. In fact, they're doing way better. They've removed a bunch of the guns from Big, and, well, Keto and Crimbo, they don't want to overstep the mark. They're going to hold on to their weaponry. The NAVI keep all three alive, so they'll be very happy with that. And now they use their first timeout. Again, they've been so frugal with the usage, but given the advantages they had and how well it was going for them, didn't feel the need.
Yeah, Blade barking orders. It's interesting that you actually bring up the contrast between Blade and God B. It feels like Blade is kind of like your dad's like never satisfied. Like you go to like you go to like present things. It's like, hey, like, I did really well in this project at school, and Blade's like, humph, but you could be achieving more.
God B is like your older brother. You know he wants the best for you. Cheering you on. That was a very dramatic throwdown of the scrapbook, though.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know. That doesn't give me positive vibes.
Throw the book at him, Big. Go get him.
Well, yeah, maybe it was just making a point visually. Well, let's see what they bring out of that book. It looks like, again, it's the same sort of play. A lot of presence towards second mid. Crimbo gets up early. This time Simple is here with the AWP though.
Yeah, did connect on towards Crimbo in the apartments last time he was here. So it could be a rendezvous for both of them, but for now, it's going to be Crimbo peeking his way out towards Boiler, trying to establish control in top brackets for relatively free, whilst Big are really audible. They're loud about their control that they've established towards top Banana, but that's trying to bait in players to go searching up top brackets and try and get Crimbo involved.
Yeah, Big's got to be wondering how they're getting all this space for free. They're going to come back to A. Still got Simple in the apartments, bit in towards quad, and well, MPL's actually moving away. He's gone back out towards CT. He's actually going very fast towards B. They've got the wrong read here, so it's got to be Bit. It's got to be Simple. Behind the flames, Bit steps up, almost gets a second, but now it's all on to Simple. Falls on back as the peak comes on through. Now he's under so much pressure. The no-scope, though. He delivers for one, swaps to the AK. Now they're trying to charge him down. Finds Hype in the chaos there, putting it into the 2v2 and keeping it doable for Na'Vi.
Yeah, this is winnable. There's no utility for Big either. So they now have to just formulate a crossfire immediately. Keto elevated on Graveyard, and Tabson just getting a little bit proactive. Perfecto needs to wait for Electronic in the apartment. There is an incendiary that can be deployed. Keto can lock this out immediately, but turns from the flash, and that's when Electronic can strike. Tabson all alone on the bomb site, and Na'Vi, it's a very successful retake.
Yeah, beautiful retake, and it's all set up by the players on site holding down. It was just Bit and Simple here as the entire execute of Big comes through. Big gets one and almost another, so you know a player's low already because of that information that Bit's given you. And then Simple, this no-scope is beautiful. Then the mindset just swaps the AK immediately, knowing that it's such a difficult fight for him. It's crazy he gets hyped there. That's nuts.
Yeah,
that's enough.
Into the spray, right? Where he's trying to find Tabson on the site, and Hype's just trying to be that player to jack in the box, surprise him, but instead it's whack-a-mole. And Hype gets completely deleted.
Yeah, Simple that collects the tickets. Now he's looking for a few more. Flash over the top. Decides not to peek too far off that one. Probably for good reason. A lot of players here. MPL this time, he's the one towards quad. Flush back by the double, Molly. The entirety of lane is on fire at the moment. Off that contact, the smoke towards long. All of the fire to push Na'Vi back. They know that Na'Vi are going to be having to play a little bit more passive. Now takes some more space elsewhere. Keep your enemies guessing. Good life advice. That applies to Counter-Strike as well.
It's a really deep smoke thrown in by Na'Vi as well. That kind of impedes progress. It also kind of feigns presence that you've got players out towards long that are posted on the position. So as a result, Big are very passive in the way that they are clearing this. All gathering up, congregating towards short. They're going to go for this play. Maybe take the contact off of Crimbo, but again, another smoke thrown in. They're going to have to go through the grey screen, and that's where Bit can activate, not with one, but with two devastating headshots. MPL then reveal himself from the mini pit, and Bit has done everything for Na'Vi. It's just Keto remaining, and he gets sideswiped by Simple.
That's so sick from Bit. You always see the pit player holding the smoke because they'll drop it. They'll put it into that little corner. It blocks the Molotov. You get up on top of the bicycle seat, give yourself a bit of a one-way. And the player in towards apartments, I think it's Crimbo, is sitting up there waiting for that sort of play. His entire position is to deal with Pit. But Pit doesn't give him that fight. Pit throws the smoke forward to completely disrupt the attack from short. What a sick play from Bit. And then he collects all the kills as well.
So well done. Na'Vi in cruise control. Boost up. Oh, kill secured. Simple and Electronic combined, and that means that nobody's safe for Big. It is just pistols, of course, but they are still doing it in style. Simple even going with the USP. Bloodthirsty for more of Farvan. Just like one on his way out. Can he take any to the grave with him?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Big are playing for overtime. I mean, obviously, I feel like that goes without saying, but it's important contextually, right? Because it means that they're going to be working with 7 rounds that they have to find in a row just to get to overtime again. They were able to do it on that first map. Oh, that's a nice shot from Bavin. A reminder what he's capable of. But the round is already Navi's. And the questions for Big are, what comes next? What are our plays? You're finding success with these hits through apartments. Navi put the countermeasures in play. You've lost control there. Early on, you're finding success towards Banana. You moved off it. Now you've tried to go back. Electronics there. Need something different. Need something new. It's now a serious point for Navi.
Yeah, back's really against the wall for Big. We've seen them recover, come back into rounds before, but there was always kind of a lifeline. It felt like it wasn't really do or die. And the fact that it was a 9-6 half and suddenly it's 15-8. That's wild, and it really just feels like the conversation piece about Navi being in control, it really is highlighted. Simple. Goes for the timing shot, but nothing yet connects. Of course, it's the war of attrition out down Banana. Nades being exchanged, and the apartment control seized and gathered, which allows Simple to repeat top middle. And he's even still hanging around. It's so brave, but fortune might favor him.
And no reason not to be bold with how this has been going so far. Crimbo on the elevated angle does find a nice shot onto MPL. 3 of these players are so low, though. Look at this position from Bit. Yeah, Crimbo has no idea it's coming in Electronic. He takes 2 down. Perfecto with another. Hyped is left alone. Had that unbelievable clutch to take the last round in halftime, but not this time around. It's Navi with a clean close on Inferno, a 2-0 in the series, and a semi-final spot secured.
Whilst you can't deny the improvements of Big over recent weeks, it was one step too far as they came toe-to-toe with NAVI. Triple overtime, potentially, on Mirage, denied by NAVI, and then 16-8 decimation on the server.
Yeah, one of the sickest clutches I think we've seen here at Rio from Hyped. What a 4K from him, but a few moments of brilliance weren't quite enough, unfortunately. NAVI just looked the better team on Inferno, and it's a real shame because of how Mirage went, right? That was so close. It could have gone either way. We could have been sitting here ready for that third map decider, but instead, NAVI take the series, a 16-8 on Inferno, and a spot in that semi-final.
Yeah, for sure. And the T side of Big was a little bit lackluster, I'll be honest. And what it really came down to was not anything they were really doing fundamentally wrong. It was the anchor players that NAVI had. It was Perfecto waking up, rising to the occasion on B after a little bit of a slippery slope in the first half. But Bit and MPL, especially on A, I mean, Big just could not get through to that bomb site at all.
Yeah, it was a huge concern for them. And I mean, Simple really got warmed up. He had an outstanding map on Inferno as well. He was 23 for 9. You know, I feel like it was almost a silent 23 for 9. We didn't see a lot of massive multi-kills from him. Obviously got the ace in the mix with the scout, which was super cool to see. But it really felt like everyone from NAVI was stepping up on that map. And it really showed in the scoreline.
Yeah, it did. Hyped obviously had some incredible moments, but I think for the aim high head-to-head, we had to talk about Bit and Farthen, especially on Inferno, because Bit was an absolute brick wall. There was no way in. He was the bouncer at the doorway towards the A bomb site, and Big were not allowed in.
Yeah, look at that headshot percentage. I mean, he's known for that headshot percentage, but that's very high. And considering you combine that with that first kill percentage, which is very high for Bit in a team where you've got Electronic and Simple, and it's Bit that's finding almost 30% of the openers, right? That's really exciting to see from Bit after. I feel like he had a little bit of a quieter Mirage, so really good to see him stepping up here on Inferno. Fathom, we saw some great moments from him. We saw that, obviously, that amazing 3K to entry into the B site, which was super impressive. But yeah, I mean, it was just a really difficult battle for the entire Big squad on that map generally. But felt like Fathom, Hyped, and we had some good moments from Crimbo as well, which did stand out.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really good to see that Hyped is elevating his game and play into the level of a lot of the tier 1 competition that Big have to come and face in, because there were question marks when he was brought in. There was a lot of community outcry of, well, Searson's moving to the bench. How will Hyped integrate in? Is this going to be another situation of Hyped just kind of filling the shoes of Searson for a little bit? But he's coming in permanently and he's really making his mark. And now we get to see a true example of what Big have really been cooking, what their entire structure looks like. Now we've got the individuals really stepping up and performing.
Yeah, I mean, Hyped has lived up to it, right? Like, what an amazing last couple of weeks from him. We started the RMRs, and we're seeing it here as well. He's the real deal, and I do think that this Big looks better than the Big that we saw all throughout 2022. This is a Big to get really excited about, and well, we'll get to see more from them later. But for now, we have Blade on the sidelines for a winner's interview.
NAVI have made it to the semi-finals here at Rio, and I've got Blade with me, and things are looking good for you guys, but I guess people expect NAVI always to be winning championships and they're doing so well. You've still been making playoffs, even with MPL, even with some Die Young. You've had good success, but it does look different now in the team. How would you explain that to me?
You mean it look different at this event?
Yeah.
Oh. I think the answer is really simple. It's progress. when you try to fix mistakes, I think that I always say this, like the progress is inevitable. It's like a matter of time. If you will not like destroy everything, ruin everything, and will be on the right path, you will always, with each day, you will become better and better and better. And I think for me it was important when we took NPL to stay in reality, not to overestimate us as ourselves, and to be patient.
And patience has been key. You've had now BIT, first of all, way back when, now NPL come in. Your system is working at bringing these young players up. But for Electronic, you've also developed him into a more well-rounded IGL. You said in the interview that you believe he can be better than Boomic, right? Do you feel like that's helped him have extra confidence? Because he seems like smiling more, happier more.
Actually, no, we didn't do anything. I think he's doing the same thing that he was doing from the beginning of autumn last year. Like, he was just trying to be better as IGL. I tell him some things. The same thing, progress. We didn't change anything in his path. I always say, like, he's... you were always asking me about this, and I was saying, like, he's still evolving, Yeah, it's still the same. I think this process is really long. Okay. It's not like in 3 months he will be like perfect. No, I don't know, but he's working, and this is the most important thing. And for us, I also said in an interview that it's not like he will be better. He is already better than Boomic, 100%. It's not about who will be instead of Electronic. It's not about that. We are speaking about only IGL. Yes. Of course, we would like to have like Electronic as IGL and another Electronic as a part of the team. But we don't have. We must try to teach NPL.
And how important, lastly, is it for you guys to not just get to the semi-finals, but to start to see this improved in performance coming into the major here at Rio as well? Is it going to help you guys develop further?
Yes, of course, but it's very important to win this event, if you win. And not to go really far in terms of expectations, not to make us favorites like it was sometimes. I think we feel a lot of pressure when we're favorites. And of course, for us now, I think this major will be epic because this is the last one, and I feel like there are too many Tier 1 teams that are getting in their best shape closer to the major, and I don't think it will be like underdog like in Rio. I'm 100% sure it's not going to be an underdog.
I like it, Blade. Thank you very much for your insight. Congratulations on the win. We will see you at the semi-finals. We'll go back to Lucy and B-Dog.
Well, the disappearing banks fades into the mist. But yeah, very insightful interview as always with Blade. And I think it's right. It does feel like there's so many strong teams at the moment that, like, I mean, any of them could take both Rio and the major.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really interesting to hear Blade reflect on the development, and he's trying to tamper expectations. He's like, look, guys, let's just trust the process, because it's a long integration, not only with NPL, but Electronic swapping roles. And it's not going to be an instantaneous effect despite good short-term results at the moment. It's a really good mentality to have. And we can kind of see that from NAVI when they came into the pre-show interview, right? When they said, look, we always think of ourselves as champions, and Blade saying, look, we have to keep thinking and moving forward in the right direction together.
Yeah, well, they've been looking good here today, definitely moving in the right direction. Everything really working out for them in this matchup. Big really brought it to them on Mirage, but it was NAVI that were able to come out the better team, so they lock themselves in for the semis. Big go to the quarters, so still not out of Rio. These are just games to decide where these teams end up in the playoffs themselves. We do have the updated graphics, which you can bring up in a moment to look at as well. Now that we have the tournament coming on through, we can see how it's all been going so far. Obviously, Big NAVI ongoing. We had Heroic take down NIP 2-0 earlier. That was with Yabi really stepping up, and that was after him being ill yesterday and actually having to skip out the game. Yeah, and it's really good to see that despite him feeling a little bit unwell, Heroic's system looks incredibly dominant, and they've kind of gone through everything here in Rio in the group stage already, because they got knocked down by Big,
They then had to substitute in their coach mid-series against the Mongols yesterday. And finally, when they've got all their pieces back together, it's come up trumps against NIP. So they're the third team in Group A that have made it through to playoffs. They go straight into the quarterfinals. We can take a look over at Group B as well, because as we saw, Vitality took down FaZe Clan earlier, as well as OG besting out Fnatic, which sets them up for the lower bracket final on the A stream. Which one of those two teams is going to make the quarterfinals? But we still have one more question here on the B stream. Out of FURIA and Cloud9, which one of those two teams is going to be a semi-finalist, and which one of those is going to be the final quarterfinalist?
Yeah, and I feel like for both of these best of threes, it's a lot of excitement. FURIA 2-0 over FaZe Clan, a massive victory for FURIA. And I think also Vitality, they look great against FaZe earlier. I'm not sure we're using FaZe kind of as the benchmark here, but FaZe are a very good team, so they're a good benchmark. We can see the playoffs as they're developing. Obviously, NAVI, they're already through to the semis. They're the ones that get a little bit ahead of everybody else, and everything else is going to be defined in these final two best of threes.
Yeah, it's a lot of exciting stuff here, and that final game between FURIA and Cloud9, that'll take place in around about 45 minutes or so. So we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we're going to be talking all things FURIA and Cloud9.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days that assume my head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest. Nein, ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Nein, Engel und Teufel tanzen schwammig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
to be joined by Quesarado and, of course, Rob. Gentlemen, how are you feeling? You ready?
Feeling great. Ready for justice.
You ready for justice? All right, so am I. Let's go. All right, what do you guys think about this?
I don't know, it looks fine for me. It's shitty for sure.
All right.
You don't even know. It's pretty fine to throw a smoke. He's playing slowly, looking at the pixels, clearing it all. No, heater shot.
He's not normal.
Oh, nice. Learn.
That's why. That's why.
Hold on. Is that you? No?
So if it's not live, it's cheating.
Yeah, no, it's not.
And welcome back, everybody, here at IEM Rio on the B stream. We are ready to jump into our final best of 3. It's going to be FURIA taking on Cloud9, deciding who goes to the semis and who ends up in the quarters.
Yeah, what a banger of a best of 3, by the way, to kind of round out the B stream. I mean, FURIA have been going from strength to strength in this event. Obviously, they're going to have the home soil advantage, and they're going to be wanting to deliver the best possible version of themselves. We saw what the crowd buff did to them in the major out in Rio, and this time here at IEM, they're looking to follow in the same vein.
Yeah, and you had an interesting point around kind of the importance of this matchup for Cloud9 over FURIA. You were saying before the matchup in terms of that home crowd, right?
Yeah, for sure. So I feel like when you take a look at how much this means to both of these teams, obviously domestically, FURIA are going to be wanting a really good contest. They want to get into the semi-finals. Both teams do. But you think about the importance, the implications of this for Cloud9. They've just come off of a really heartbreaking defeat. They're not making the major in Paris. So for them, it's a statement to get back on track and make the semi-finals. If FURIA drop down into the quarters, at the end of the day, you can kind of think of it like this. It's one more game in front of your crowd that are all going to be behind you. It's another experience. So I feel like it's not the end of the world if FURIA drop down into the quarterfinals and Cloud9 prevail. And I think for the importance of Cloud9 as a roster, they'll be absolutely gunning to try and get that semi spot.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the important picture. I mean, these are the two teams I think when we talk about that kind of have the most on the line in this event. We can take a look here because I think it's important to illustrate how both these teams ended up here. This is the Group A, so we'll get to Group B in a second. But we had Big NAVI playing earlier. Heroic went out against NIP, so that was Group A. We'll take a look at Group B because that's kind of where we're painting the picture here. And you can see FURIA and Cloud9, the paths they took to get here were quite different, right? FURIA kicked off with a win over Fnatic in that best of 1, and then the 2-0 over FaZe, a massive victory for FURIA that I don't think anyone saw coming. And that put them into this upper bracket final. Whereas for Cloud9, it was over MIBR, which was relatively simple for them. And then OG, who have been a little up and down, and Cloud9, that was a really close one. Both those maps went to 30, so it hasn't been an easy battle for them to get here.
Yeah, for Cloud9, that was a really interesting best of 3 because it felt like Shiro was just performing, dragging, kicking, and screaming Cloud9 over the finish line in a lot of those games. Axile didn't really have the numbers. We're really familiar with him really producing, but he came up in crucial clutch moments when needed. And for FURIA, yeah, that's the first time they've beaten FaZe in over 2 years. And when you have a look at the game plan that FURIA implement, it's kind of incorporating art to create space for his team. And the whole game plan is kind of also just based around art maybe not being the most impactful for his team. He can then call just kind of from the grave. But on Nuke especially, I think he had over 20 kills, was really a hindrance to FaZe and was a really big reason why they won.
Yeah, and I feel like FURIA's game style has changed a little bit, right? I feel like they kind of had this reputation as being, you know, obviously the fast, aggressive, Brazilian Counter-Strike. They made their mark for years as that was their playstyle. Art always up in your grill in the first couple of seconds. But it feels like there's been a bit of a shift. They've been adapting some of the European tactics that we see the top teams use because they want to elevate to the next level. They've been kind of petering around this top 10 position in the world for a couple of years now, and they want to go beyond that. They want to reach to the sky, and well, it's been looking really good for them so far. They're all the names from FURIA. Obviously, CEST is the player to be talking about here in terms of one of the best riflers in the world, easily the best player from Brazil currently. But another player I'm really excited about seeing step up, particularly over the last 4 months or so in this year, has been Safe. It feels like he's really come into his own as an AWPer, and that's what's elevating FURIA.
Yeah, because it's always kind of been the curse of FURIA, right? The plague of the AWPers that weren't really delivering a lot of promise or impact. And the fact that they've allowed Safe to integrate into this roster, give him time, has really kind of made him feel a lot more secure and comfortable, and that's really helped him step up. We had that insane round on Nuke as well, where he runs out of hut with the Deagle. It's crunch time on that map, and yet it's a half investment. He delivers 2 blistering kills on towards the site, and he's able to get the team fighting forward and gets them over the line to secure the 2-0 over FaZe. It was incredible to see that Safe has got a lot of clutch potential here in this team, and obviously the same can be said for Axile and Shiro. I mean, the AWP head-to-head is explosive here in this best of 3.
Yeah, and I think no one's going to be arguing that Safe is coming out ahead in that head-to-head. Shiro is by far the best AWPer in the server, and honestly, he's maybe one of the best in the world currently. I think that's a pretty easy conversation to be having. The issue is it hasn't always been consistent around him. It feels like, as you mentioned, particularly in that series against OG, Shiro was the only positive rated player for the entire team at the end of that series, and they still won it. I mean, that's the kind of impact he's had to have, what he's been having to put in for this team. And when we look at Cloud9, there was the graphic, right, of the Hydra, right? Because we look at Cloud9, we look at Shiro, we look at Axel, and we look at Hobbit. These 3 deadly machines in the server. When 2 of those pieces aren't firing, it puts so much more pressure on Shiro. And yes, you could deliver against OG, but that can't be the circumstance every single series.
Yeah, no, and you will not get away with that against a team like FURIA. It needs to be everyone elevating their game. It was interesting. We didn't obviously cover the best of 3 between Cloud9 and OG on the B stream, but we did cover the best of 1 against MIBR. And NAVI was taking a lot of space on that T side, and it has come into question a lot recently about the impact that NAVI is providing on the T side, the way he's calling for his pieces to really get involved. Then we saw elements of it on Ancient where Axel was actually quite passive and he was holding for lurks, and I'll be really interested to see how NAVI utilizes Axel in this best of 3 against FURIA, because surely you want to be getting him to the forefront. And I guess we can also talk about the veto, right? It's incredibly important. I would argue this is quite a straightforward one. There's a couple of interesting decisions that FURIA can make, but obviously we're going to get the bans out the way. Cloud9, you assume they're going to pick into Vertigo. FURIA, do they lead for Mirage, or do they maybe just go for an Inferno? Because Cloud9 have been looking a little bit weak on it.
Yeah, I think that's the question, right? I feel like it's pretty clear that's the way it's going to go. And yeah, they've decided to go Inferno. It's interesting. There's a conversation to be had either way, right, around where FURIA go here. Mirage, obviously a very strong map for them. But Cloud9, you know, they've been looking solid on it. Obviously, had that devastating loss to FaZe on Mirage. But other than that, you know, they're pretty consistent on this map. In fact, FURIA don't even want to go there at all. They're going to ban it out, which means I suspect Ancient will be the decider. And Brandon, this is pretty much the video we discussed off camera as well, where we thought this was going. Who do you think it favors, though?
Well, the twist in the tail here is that Cloud9 have elected to start on the T side of Inferno. So maybe they anticipated this pick coming in, and they were like, okay, let's throw a curveball back FURIA's way. Let's start on the offense. We've got a game plan ready and raring to go. And we have actually started to see teams kind of elect to start on the T side. It's obviously most common on Anubis, but Inferno, it is starting to come into the fold.
I feel like I've seen it on Vertigo a bit. I don't think I've ever seen it on Inferno. That's kind of wild. But Cloud9 are one of the teams that used to do it on Vertigo a lot.
Yeah. So kind of in like the tier 2, tier 3 space, it's actually really common for teams to actually start on the T side of Inferno. It's kind of been a trend over the last sort of 3 weeks to a month or so, and it is just trying to throw a little bit of a curveball your opponent's way. And when you think about Inferno, the fact that we kind of reflect and we always set it up to be this true 50-50 battle, it doesn't really matter. It's not a detriment to you if you do start on the attacking side.
Yeah, and I mean, Cloud9 are certainly quite good at the T side. I mean, like you said, it's almost 50-50 in terms of their recent performance on both sides of the server on it. They have had some struggles on it lately, though, right? They lost to both G2 and to FaZe on Inferno. Obviously, that last matchup was in a bit more of a dramatic fashion, but they lost both of those Infernos at the RMRs to those teams. So it has been a weakness for them, and I think that makes sense for FURIA to pick into it, right? That seems like a very intentional decision, but I think you're right? Choosing us on the T side, that feels like they've been preparing for this particular matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Inferno yet at IEM Rio for Cloud9. So what have they been working on? And have they actually had much time to reflect what happened at the RMR? Because think about it. They played the last chance qualifier game, then they had to get straight on a plane and travel around the world. So I imagine... And also what we've heard from the interviews is they just want to play their own game. They don't want to actually think about what happened in Copenhagen too much. They then want to break down, decompress, and reflect once IEM Rio is over. So a lot to be playing for here. Let's get this involved. FURIA starting on the defense.
Yeah, let's see what C9 have to show us on their T side. They've chosen to start here, even though it is FURIA's pick. And so far, it's a slow one out the gate. Got the old decoy to fake the flash. Axel creeping on up, playing anti-flash to begin with, but so far nothing from FURIA. Again, we've got a triple B set up on the CT side, very common, and Yuri's caught off Hobbit on the lurk. Art thinks that means there might be attack over there, but then decides to come on back. The execution comes on through, smoke comes on over for both sides, and Art's found one through the smoke, completely countering the execute as the Grey lands.
Yeah, drop falls off first oranges, and then the rest of C9 start to try and overwhelm. Buster actually burns one alive. Bomb to be planted. Shiro's holding for the boost. That's phenomenal. Good tag damage onto Art as well. 2 versus 2. Yuri flanking in from Banana. NAVI under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it has to be Yuri. Art is so low. Has a kit though, so there is time for Yuri to work, and he takes it with precision. Nice dink on the Shiro as well. Makes it very uncomfortable for him. Knows he has to try and take some of these fights. Repositioning now. He's planted over towards default, and Art can just defuse this. Shiro is not going to be ready for a kit in play, so the pistol goes the way of FURIA. Shiro will get one nice kill at the end. Can't get the follow-up, but it is FURIA taking the round.
Yeah, that's Yuri opening the show and closing it. It was a nice flash play, actually, out towards the apartments that enabled him to find the opener, and NAVI just didn't expect that there would be a banana flank so late on. Nothing revealed. FURIA, it's a successful retake despite Cloud9 kind of battering down the door.
Yeah, worth mentioning as this one goes on that on the A stream, it is that OG Vitality matchup going for the final playoff spot. So we'll see if we can keep you updated on that one. Although I'm sure you probably got both open. That's why everyone has double monitors, so you can watch both streams at once. And that's what I do. So this time around, Cloud9 obviously with the bomb plant are going to force into it. No surprises there. 4 Galils. It's a gaggle of them. And it's 3 MP9s on the other side, so Cloud9 actually have a pretty decent buy to go up against what FURIA have.
It's very patient and reserved there. Trying to get FURIA to kind of trickle out their utility. But in actual fact, they want to be a little bit proactive. Looking for a flash towards top banana. Drop still holding for it. Is he going to get this crosshair over? No. Art takes first contact. Oh, but the nade's perfect. Serato has to actually drop a smoke. That flashbang still not coming in yet. Shiro just on top of the sandbag. There it is. That enables Serato, well, you would assume to escape, but Shiro betters him.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Serato revealed his position with that smoke drop, trying to make a hero play, and he goes down. That's the round done. Shiro with a multi. Deals with the double sandbag setup. Cloud9 immediately bouncing back. But yeah, it's just quite unfortunate. With that setup, Arc gets that first kill. HG comes on over and deals with him, and I think that Serato thought that a Molotov was coming, and so he just has the smoke ready to go and just drops it immediately. But the fact that he does that while he's grabbing that M4, it just gives up the information that there's another player there.
it also just felt like they were kind of stuck in their ways a little bit. You can see that Drop, we actually swapped to him a number of times during the round, and he was holding the flash in exactly the same place. Even after the contact had initially come in, the design was to kind of tuck in at sandbags, wait, flash back in, and then surprise Cloud9, but it didn't really work out. There was a lot more utility than FURIA were anticipating. It packed quite a punch, which enabled Cloud9 to overwhelm the B bomb site for the second time.
Yeah, too easy for FURIA. Gets a nice little, essentially a one-way there on the side. Works perfectly. So, 1 for 1 to start things off. Shiro, the impact player. I imagine that's a sight we're going to be seeing quite a bit throughout this series. FURIA are kind of forced back up, having saved a couple of weapons over. Drop's using dualies, which is never ideal. If you don't know, dualies have some of the lowest armor penetration in the game, rivaled by weapons like the Bison, which you'll never see. Which makes them very good on pistol rounds, but slightly less useful on follow-up rounds unless you're very good at clicking heads.
Drop certainly can be. Nart has just dropped into the base of Banana. Good control has been established, but Cloud9, you can kind of see and reflect on the fact that they are more than happy to be really patient. FURIA, they're letting them lead, and then they're responding in kind. And whilst that was quite a devastating dink coming out towards Axile, it's not the kill, and it potentially is unconfirmed damage. FURIA actually decided to get out of dodge after securing Banana for just over a minute.
Yeah, I mean, FURIA have a single flashbang left, so they kind of feel a little uncomfortable sticking around. Start taking some space now. NAVI charging on through. Safe is completely smoked off. He's sitting in it though, so at some point he might run on through, but Buster's found one. Hobbit sprays on through. Safe has no chance there. And Shuri in the back of the site steps up for the first, the immediate trade from Shiro. That's going to lock in that round 100%. Even going to reposition the bomb, make sure it's completely optimal. Gets an upgrade too, so he'll be happy.
Yeah, it's actually Cloud9 that are safe as houses. Once they decide to execute in, it's just immediate, and everyone's on the same page. FURIA just get a little bit overwhelmed, and it's always going to be a little bit natural in the regard that you haven't got too much to work with, and just at the virtue of being patient, FURIA can't really work anything in because all the utility has now dispersed. Can he find Buster on the way out? That would be quite nice. No. So another MP9 drops onto the floor. For Cloud9, it's a good response after losing the pistol.
Yeah, looking very strong now. Armory bolstered by the M4s of FURIA. And now the forces back and forth come to a close. FURIA will have CEST wielding the MP9, but the rest will be running very low here. A couple of flashbangs have been purchased, so they can be spread across. Art's also bought a smoke. That's just to delay any early presence, but we'll see. I'm curious to see what CEST does, whether this flashbang's employed. Looks like maybe a poke out towards second mid, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, look, this one should always be a Cloud9 round unless things go absolutely absurd. CEST could provide that with peppering down some players, but anti-flash, NAVI, wiser to it. And now Cloud9 with the initial kill, and they don't find any follow-up. They're just going to walk their way in towards B. It's pretty vacant, apart from Drop, but he's only got a USP.
Yeah, I feel like the Coffin Splash play, it's good in terms of like maybe some mid-round retake presence, but in terms of opening up a round, it's just such an obvious play. Like, it is the thing you do on the CD side to be able to take that space. And obviously they didn't have much to work with, so they had to go for some sort of play there. But if you're a T side that's focusing on the B side, you're always going to have someone playing anti-flash there.
Yeah.
So it's rare to be able to find too much success from it. It's all about pulling off that play when they're not ready for it, which obviously is not the case here.
It's also just really indicative of the setup as well, especially on rounds like this. You see a flash go in, you see one swing around the corner, it's like, okay, that's literally the only player they've got here, apart from the player that flashed them in. So, a good decision for Cloud9. Very heads up, they don't trip over their shoelaces, they're able to convert. But now here's where the true test can kind of begin, because you've got a semi-decent buy coming out of FURIA, but there's still a FAMAS and an MP9 in play.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Art is always happy to wield lesser weaponry. I think we'll likely see him try and get deep down Banana because of that. A lot of utility over there early. They can try and rest control, maybe get down towards logs. Depends how much C9 want to fight it. That one's hefty onto CEST, and that might make it a bit more difficult, but you can see they've already thrown the deep smoke. Counter to that is Axel throwing his. Now he's trying to get up close, peering on over with this one way. A flashbang comes through. Ooh, that's unfortunate for Art. You can see he really did want to get activated early, but cops a dink through the wall. That's going to give them all the space to take Banana on the Cloud9 side. FURIA lose out the battle.
Yeah, Hobbit has caught some flack over towards apartments, though. So damage does go both ways.
That piece coming through is so good, right? You immediately know that nothing's come from that smoke that's been thrown out. It's essentially wasted utility for FURIA at that point.
But because FURIA don't really have any information because they didn't push in, they have to keep 2 players over towards the bomb site anyway. And now for Cloud9, they've got 40 seconds to make their move, and Safe is actually feeling really uncomfortable about B. They've not felt any presence over towards A at all. And as a result, they're really concerned because of the limited information they've got on Banana.
Yeah, just the 2 players here. And one is looking a little low. CEST in the pit. Ooh, Buster takes a lot in the crossfire. Yuri is doubled up, turns around on the swivel, but NAVI is able to find him. CEST gets one, drops the bomb, 10 seconds left. This hold has done it all, and CEST steps up again. The fangs of FURIA bite deep, and Hobbit can't do a thing.
Yeah, really well done. Excellent hold by CEST in towards Pip. Cloud9, they're trying to whittle down the clock. They are playing with the rotations, but you still got to get past the pivot point of FURIA. It's Yuri. Oh my goodness me. Just when you think he can't do any more, he nearly delivers that dink as well, and that just allows CEST all of the space to work with.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that he's half HP there. Set up by Yuri taking first contact, uses the smoke deployed in the pit. Does everything. Cloud9 defeated by the clock. Shiro gets the AWP out now, though. That's exciting. Axile and arrest control of Banana has gotten close up to the half wall. Waiting for the moment to strike. Very close here. NAVI sitting back behind, trying to bait him in a bit. Now swings. Then Art catches him.
Yeah, what a shot by Art. And as FURIA still wrestling with this control over Banana, a key feature piece of what we're going to see all map long. NAVI being a little bit of a caretaker, scooping away the rifles, making sure that FURIA can't acquire them unless they push in deep, and Shiro catches Safe.
Huge kill to find. Safe holding the off angle, but Shiro, he doesn't care. Hits those shots. Flick down, doesn't connect on CEST, but it is information. Now the Molotovs come on over. Has to drop the smoke. Yuri's still up here on the balcony, though. They're going to be walking straight into this setup once again, and Yuri striking for one, dropping on down, a HE out towards long, ready for that player to come. This setup is looking strong. Drop not needed yet, but look at this. They're thinking the push on through, but there's 2 players out here. CEST has found another, and Art is playing. What a position. Gets 2 with the FAMAS, gets himself an AK. That's beautiful from FURIA.
Yeah, that was really well done by FURIA. The fact that what you have is another variation on your apartment setup, but you know where your weaknesses potentially could be. That's why Yuri gets the initial kill, falls off the balcony, drops nades to help facilitate the rotations coming in through library, but you still got Art on Arch just in case Cloud9 try and reset because the initial kill's coming in from the crossfire. And that's exactly what happens. FURIA read them like a book.
Let's see that one again. I mean, how good is Yuri right now? He's just playing this so well. 2 rounds in a row where he's been an absolute menace, finding multiple kills, or at the very least, causing enough chaos to set up his teammates. Of course, it is Art that gets the triple. Cloud9 call a tactical off the back of that little pause. 3 apiece now, and yeah, it's not looking the best for Cloud9 into this one.
We are starting to see that European sort of flair being applied to Furia's stratbook there. Because whilst they are still integrating the aggressive tendencies, like the swings on banana with 3 players in the early round, just the kind of layering that they had coming into the mid round was really exceptional to watch. And the fact that they're able to build back into the game so quickly, they've put a stop to all of Cloud9's momentum. That's why this pause is being called, and also to consider whether you want Shira on the AWP, surrounded by a purchase with not too much utility, or whether you just want to save. But Cloud9 want to keep applying the pressure.
Yeah, when you get out all the guns, you kind of feel like that's worthwhile doing. It does mean Banana a lot more difficult to wrest control there. And FURIA are going to take that pretty easily. They're putting so much pressure over here early. Art is already walking on down. Flashbang comes on over. Axel's tucked on in, but Art is so close by. He's looking for him. Oh, he's between 3 players, though. As the smoke fades, he gets an ugly surprise. And it's NAVI and Axel dropping 2.
Yeah, that's the overextension this time in Banana. FURIA have been able to get a lot of the control there early. And Cloud9 have either retaken it or just reset back towards A. This time they want to contest earlier on. And Art and both drop. Just overstay their welcome just for a moment, which allows Cloud9 to capitalize. And now it's the slowdown. It's the pump of the brakes. And there's still only 1 player currently in CEST over towards B. This crossfire being held at top brackets provides a wealth of information, but also needs to hold strong.
I mean, this is it for FURIA. All comes down to how well they hold here. Safe thinks about extending out. Flashbang comes on through, and now he gets that first on the jump around. Shiro gets the tag, though, and Safe goes down, but it doesn't matter. Yuri's collected 2. Shiro removed by CEST, who has arrived, and Buster has nothing to say again. It's Yuri stepping up for FURIA.
That's so awesome from Yuri. It's the heads up. After getting the multi-kill in top brackets, he just turns around and holds just in case a player is going to reveal themselves in towards the apartment. And it does happen. Game sense on this man right now is impeccable. And you've even got CEST chiming in at the end to bail Yuri out of that situation so he can keep rooted in his position. Really nice stuff.
Hey, look at Thunder Cloud9. Couple of Desert Eagles. That's all there is. Should be an easy cleanup for FURIA. I'll tell you what, it's been super exciting to see CEST and Yuri playing like this. Obviously, we saw a lot of what CEST had to offer last year. It felt like this year was a bit of a slower start to him. I feel like we've seen a bit more out of Safe and Yuri, but when the 2 of them are firing off, this team is something special. It's a special shot, Shiro. That's it.
Cloud9 need a lot more of those in this round if they want to kind of unpick the defense. Looks like they're going to reset in towards Banana, try and fight Art, who's currently the only defender here. CEST thought about rotating, but actually repositions. He's going to swap with Safe. Orpa, who is still on low HP, but Art still has plenty of utility that he can just keep recycling down the middle of Banana.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh,
the Desert Eagle again.
overextension.
Art's in the open. Oh, he's able to collect, though. 2 massive kills. Keeps them in a comfortable position, but Hopper's picked up an AWP. He's running on through. Sports arrived. That's a good flashbang. Art chasing him down. The USP eventually connects. And now Shiro, 19 HP, gets the AWP, and I guess he saves it. That's actually not too bad. He's got enough money, so it's actually a net gain for him, despite not getting the loss bonus.
Counter-terrorists win. Will he be allowed it? Yeah, there's a lot they're going to go beyond the half wall. And for sure, right? It's just Eagles. This is a banger right here, but Safe just overextends. He just kind of wants to get involved here, and there's really no need. Weapons can now be reacquired for Cloud9, and Furia, whilst they do find 5, they still need to be a little bit careful. There's some points where they are being overzealous. And a team like Cloud9 will definitely cost you.
Art's got the AWP out now. Secondary, we know that he loves the sniper. And I think Art's definitely been adapting his playstyle as well a little bit. Less of giving up his life in the first 30 seconds, although he'll still go for those plays. Definitely in the mix. I think it just speaks to the overall adaptations that FURIA are making to their game plan.
Yeah, this time it's earlier control up banana for Cloud9. They do reach the mouth of it. Shiro peeking, waiting, potentially. Boost over the smoke. And yet again, information gained for Cloud9. No one peeking on the side of FURIA. CEST has got a flashbang that he can line up for drop in case he wants to go in, and he will. Actually, converts onto Axile. That's huge.
Yeah, that's a great kill. Axile sitting in a very common position there. And now Art's moved on forward. He's holding this gap, takes down Shiro. Doesn't overextend, falls on back to another angle, but forced off at 2 HP, just lucky to be alive. Drops his smoke, and there's a boost up as well. FURIA playing this really well, just in terms of the repositions, the next trick coming out. Hobbit Buster and NAVI. A Molotov between them, so can't even re-smoke CT, which actually could be a benefit because drop is boosted, so won't be protected here. But with such little time, they're out of here. It's going to be a save on the T side. And this is where you might even see FURIA interested in hunting, but doesn't look like they will.
Counter-terrorists win. Yeah, I mean, they had the money to, right? But I guess it's a lack of information of, have C9 actually evacuated banana? Do we want to kind of throw weapons away to kind of bolster their arsenal? I think FURIA are more than happy with the fact that Cloud9 actually just concede the round, and there's a lot of gunfights that are taking place, and we reflected on it against Big versus NAVI, but it's normally 1 or 2 kills can really just dictate an entire round of Counter-Strike on Inferno. But normally that occurs when the Ts execute a bomb site and the retake doesn't come in. However, what we are seeing in this first half is that FURIA are denying so much presence from Cloud9 that they can't even get to the bomb site in the first place. And that point is just highlighted even further by Art limiting Hobbit.
Yeah, at what point do you respond to this triple B setup from FURIA that's coming every single round? I feel like they've tried a few times to go over towards A, and the fact that Yuri has kind of put them down each time with the multi-kill has made them a little bit more tepid of putting any presence there early, but it just feels like these last, 3 rounds? They've just walked into banana, found some success sometimes, other times losing a player early, like this round with Hobbit falling, and then just kept trying to find fights in banana, and each time it's FURIA that's come out ahead.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to watch the dynamic of the push and pull effect. Good flashbang by CEST. He's been throwing a lot of those to set up the rest of his team to gather more pieces of information. Yuri has a peek down top mid, doesn't see anything, so now just settles himself in towards Boiler, and that pulls the 3-player lean back on over. 40 seconds, here comes the utility, and unscopes at the worst possible moment.
Drops his smoke though to slow them down, but they're already advanced past. Drop on the boost gets 1. Spams on through, not connecting, and there's Art tucked on in behind. The bomb can't be planted. Shiro feels like he needs to get involved, but Art is coming out ahead with the AWP. A fantastic hold, no one falling for FURIA as they get their 7th.
Yeah, I'll be honest, this feels very flat from Cloud9. It feels at times that they are waiting for reactions to come in from FURIA, and half the time they're just not occurring because you give up the man advantage so much that FURIA don't need to go searching. They're more than happy just to tuck in, hang on back. These are absurd shots from Art, by the way, coming in on the replay. The fact that he finds not 1 but 2 just jumping up towards first oranges.
Yeah, I mean, all he has to do is hold that angle, right? Because he's still got a player on the side. He's got a player in drop who's pushing through smoke, so Art's got the easiest job of all there. Interesting to see Drop getting actually a bit vocal here during this timeout. Looked like he was really contributing a bit there towards Art. All right, Cloud9, come on. His pistol's out now. There's a Mach 10 in the mix. There are parts of this map that aren't banana. Let's see if you want to explore them.
Are there?
Well, you'd be forgiven in thinking there wasn't if this was your first time ever watching Inferno.
I think they're just so scared about Yuri getting those multi-kills, right?
Yeah, Safe's been over here as well these last, what, 3-4 rounds? Hasn't actually been needed to do anything. Well, this, I feel like is the jumping there kind of negating the silent boost? Well, maybe not.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, Yuri thinks so as well. Eviscerates Nathani. And it's 1 kill and he's out. We are seeing that from FURIA. They're being very diligent in the way they approach things in the early round. They don't want to overstep. They don't want to invite that trade potential be in there. And they've actually learned from their mistakes because that did happen on Banana a couple of rounds, which allowed Cloud9 the way in.
Yuri, he's ready for the fight, trying to dodge flashes, gets one. The trade is quick from Buster though. It's now Caserado in the pit. He's got something to do here. Safe is holding as well with the AWP. Gets a leg, but no kill, and what a shot from Buster. That's massive. Caserado's low, so he can't afford to face. And this is one of the best looking rounds from Cloud9 in a minute. Shiro sitting in a smoke, looking to try and phase it onto Caserado, but a very passive setup, Drop walking on forward. Shiro does find Caserado. Long range with the Mach 10, trying to get it done, but Buster as well is here, and that's a nice shot as well. Shiro and Buster stepping up for Cloud9. That was in the 4v5. Well handled from Cloud9.
How on earth did Shiro get the second kill from Mini Pit with that Tech 9? That is bonkers, to be honest. What a really well done round. Buster, this shot onto that's Library, it almost just locks it in. It kind of predict what's going to happen here, and the fact he finds a 3K is incredible impact. I like the timing of this timeout as well from FURIA. You've won so many rounds in a row. Cloud9 have just kind of impeded your momentum, but you want to make sure that that's just a flash in the pan.
Yeah, and that was with, what, Tech 9's a deagle. There's a Mach 10 in there that was not hugely needed until that very final kill, well, the second last kill that Shiro got. Normally in that sort of chaos is where FURIA does quite well, but Cloud9 with Buster stepping up to the plate there, get a lot done. And it comes off going towards A, so we'll see if that entices them to spread out there further. It does look like out the gate they are going to go for a bit more of a spread, and with more emphasis in towards second mid. Art suspects that something might be up, but there's a timer on this peak. It falls on back.
Yeah, still wanting to operate with the double AWPs. Here's the second one. Safe. How long does he hang around for? When does Hobbit decide to press the issue? It will be now. Great adjustment. Oh, he's still holding on. Yuri, that's because he struck over towards the bedroom. And Safe gets caught with a smoke out. And as a result, Axel can deal with Yuri. But at least there's good trades here for FURIA.
Yeah, I feel like there was a bit of a miscommunication there for Yuri. I think he definitely thought that Safe was still holding the active angle. And to be fair, I think that was a smoke thrown down to kind of slow that down, but the timing just wasn't there, so Yuri gets caught. Doesn't matter though, Safe does recover with that kill. So does avenge his teammate. Shiro and Buster, who have been playing pretty well here for Cloud9 in this match. See what they can find. Ooh, a head would be delightful. What's going to do is pull out that smoke. Shiro's just waiting. See if anyone peeks in towards top mid. You find one kill, suddenly you've got an avenue onto one of these bomb sites. And it will be the 2-on-2 when they hit in here, so there is a chance for Cloud9.
In goes the smoke as well. What's the response from Caserado? Just a flashbang. Oh, and he swings. Shiro will trade, actually. Favors the AK. Because there's so many numbers of FURIA to get by. We'll give him the respect, at least, of the bomb plant. He's fully blind. Comes off of the vision, now wants to reposition. Oh. Just about dodging the AWP shot is Safe.
He doesn't know where they're coming from, but they are all coming from the same direction. No one in banana. That re-smoke is going to be very useful for him. A flash over to peek on out. Shiro gets an opportunity, but Drop denies it. Looked good for a second, and that flashbang just not blinding as well as he hoped. I think it bloomed a little bit too close to the ground, so both those players able to stand and fight. That allows 8 on the board for FURIA.
Yeah, I think it didn't actually catch the second player. I think Art was a little bit blinded by it. So if there was only one player in towards Coffins, that was the way in. A nice attempt from Shiro. With FURIA.
I had it. I could just feel it, right? It just felt like a Shiro moment. But I think that's kind of the thing with Cloud9 at the moment. You can't rely on the Shiro moments. Okay, that's a good moment.
Solid utility in response, though. Dropping the incendiaries close to prevent access and then dropping the nade deep onto NAVI. Cloud9 reset, safe. Don't edge that corner closer. Otherwise, Shiro might find you. Instead, he converts onto NAVI. Leg shot, but doesn't matter because the nade did the earlier damage.
Yeah, puts it back in the even steading as well. No trade possibility. Good shot from Safe. And again, FURIA is split. Drop is actually going to start to make his way over towards A, and this is good from Cloud9. They've managed to do a bit of more what you'd expect from mid-rounding on Inferno on the T side, trying to draw the rotations rather than kind of just grouping up as a unit and forcing the issue in one direction. They've drawn back FURIA to this 3A lane. Drop will eventually call it clear, but it's going to take him a while to get back there and might push on down. Does mean that K-Serrado is in a tricky position here. That's a flash ready, and it might just be to slow down, or no, he's gonna fight for it. Jumps on through. That flashbang is great, but it doesn't matter. Only so many angles he could run through, and Buster has his trigger held onto one. Drop throws up a few shots, announces his presence, still finds that kill, so it's a 3-on-3. Shiro's in a slightly uncomfortable position with the AWP, and he knows it. Falls on back. Gets into a better line. And I think off the back of that, Drop and Safe are out of there.
Yeah, they were hoping that if they found the kill, which they did on towards Buster, it wouldn't be traded immediately, so they could give the retake a look in. But as soon as Shiro goes up and over the CT smoke, that's where they call it quits. So Cloud9 will find a 5th. Money not looking the healthiest as well for FURIA. Yeah, in actual fact, it's going to have to be the Force buy.
Yeah, it's not the worst case. There's some dropping that can go in here, but yeah, it's not super comfy. Reminder of the stakes. This is a semi-final spot on the line. The loser will go to the quarters. NAVI have already locked themselves in with one of those semi-final spots earlier today. So the other side of the bracket will be determined here. Oh, ouch. Almost 2 with 2 nades. That's crazy. Perfectly on the mark. Art has no chance in the round.
Express delivery. Safe's been found out as well. So a lot of early success here for Cloud9. And they yet again don't instantaneously commit to a bomb site. They want to group together, move as a unit, ensure that FURIA either rotate the wrong way or there's limited numbers. This time, though, Yuri just gets out of dodge, picks up the second AWP and goes, okay, well, look, if Cloud9 try and attempt banana and they go in towards B, we'll give it a good go. If they go A, which is what is currently happening, we'll just save.
Yeah, you get to hold on to the double AWP. It's not the worst case. That's a really nice way to start this round for Cloud9, right? That's such like a thick double nade just to have the right spawns for it. Obviously, it's all down to the timings. That's precise. You throw it the certain X past the seconds mark, and they both land on the player about to peak. It's crazy it almost gets a double kill as well.
they've really turned this around. It was 7-3, and now it's 8-6. Really good resolve of Cloud9. They've really stuck to their guns as well. There's not been a great deal of variation. It's just been the timings and where they want to peak, boost over, deals with drop. And again, I really like this idea for Cloud9. They want to hunt. They really want to restrict this weaponry. One ult removed from the equation, and Yuri has just dropped the second. Case Serato, last man standing, and Buster. All right.
Yeah, Buster bust some skulls. That's a really huge hunt. That completely devastates FURIA into this last round of the half.
Yeah.
You go from 2 AWPs and a rifle to a scout and pistols from one hunt.
That hurts.
Yeah, you basically set yourself up to win the next round just off that. It's almost like a buy one, get one free in that last round for Cloud9.
Speaking of free, still remaining resolute with this setup is FURIA, and it cost them dearly again.
Oh no! Again! Art! He hasn't even got to shoot or see anyone in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, that sucks. That really hurts.
Yeah, what can he do? Normally, you know, he'll go down first a lot of the time, but only because of his own doing. He didn't do anything wrong. They had to read both times on where he'd be.
Front sight smoke dropped in as well. Indicates that Cloud9 potentially wants to wrap in towards CT. But they're just going to smoke it off instead. They're just trying to shift the pieces on the bomb site continuously, always make it feel uncomfortable for FURIA. Smoke goes in, but there's a massive gap in the right-hand side, which NAVI can try and pick apart.
Well, FURIA are going to actually go for a gamble over here. They're rotating 2 more players over. This might be being heard through Speedway. He is edged on forward. Spots drop at the pillar. Now the cookie goes the other way. Prophet blows up his teammate. And everybody's fallen. It's Buster now in a clutch. 1v2. Time not on his side. Swivels for the first. A tag comes through with the scout. 4 HP. Needs to come up good against Drop, who has the clock in his favor. Goes for the wide swing. And it's FURIA taking the half.
really impressive stuff in this first half from FURIA, and now they swap over to the T side, and we know how aggressive they can be. Question is, can Cloud9 handle it?
Well, we'll have to see. At the moment, Shiro is putting on a pretty impressive performance for Cloud9. Looking at a few of these other stars to start shining. Let's see what they've got to offer. It is fast. Check this out. Safe is going in quickly. Shiro's here with the dual Beretta as the smoke gets deployed. They're just running straight on through. Shiro's trying to dodge flashes. And look at Safe. He's already through, but NAVI deals with him. Shiro up on high has found that one, and the smoke is keeping them at bay. Even a few bullets connecting onto drop. The B site is held with ease by Cloud9.
Yeah, forces them away. Double setup in towards long is a little bit unconventional as well on a pistol. Art spots out Buster. Still holding for it. Buster more than happy to take this fight. Just buying time for the rotations to come on over. Now gets Dink, but he can fall away, and that activates Axile, but he can't convert on the kill.
2 dinks that you'd hope would be kills. That bomb spotted crossing, so CEST going to be known. Art's walking on forward. This boost, oh, drop. He's going to be in the back lines, but it might not matter. His teammates have fallen. Shiro goes down. Axel is low, as is Buster, but CEST's alone. And the rest of Cloud9 know this. They just overwhelm. Drop now in a very difficult position. Not ready for Buster in the boiler. So the pistol goes the way of Cloud9.
Yeah, really nice from Cloud9. You've got the, you got the run-in of FURIA through the CT smoke that could have posed a lot of problems, but that went the way of Cloud9. NAVI gets that one. He's an overwhelmed, and then Shiro follows up with a second. And from there, there's 2 dinks that you're right, honestly should have been kills, but it's just the range of the Glock not quite connecting.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for FURIA there. I really like the idea of pushing through the smoke as well. Just trying to cause some chaos, but NAVI's ready for it. He's played FURIA before. He knows what to expect. FURIA, they are going to force. No surprises there. 2 MAC-10s, Tech 9s. But the pace is coming from NAVI. He's charging down Banana. He is set on a collision course. Shiro almost caught reloading, and they're trying to overwhelm. They've done just that onto NAVI, going 1 for 1. Shiro lucky to be alive. 2 HP as he runs away.
Yeah, and he's out of there. Instantly calls for reinforcements. FURIA. Looks like they might recommit. There's a 3rd player of Cloud9 even repositioning over. Hobbit, that's brave, but he does lock out Art.
It's another one of these dinks coming through that's not finding a kill just because of the weaponry they're working with. Does mean 2 players over towards B are very low. And that's why Buster's getting on forward. He knows he's the one that has to take the fight to them, and he does just that. Nice clean kill, another dink, but this one does result in the kill. Safe charging on through. Shiro with 2 HP. Doesn't seem to matter. Finds that one anyway. And now Yuri looking to burst on through. That's a big kill. Should have the read that Hobbit's low as well. The 1v2. This man's come up with many multi-kills in this series so far. He has time to work with. Already, Axile is going to be going all the way around. They don't know where Yuri is gone. Hobbit's tucked in towards Dark. Yuri, oh, Yuri's done him. That's it, surely. Forced out into the open. Yuri, it's a little bit labored, but he finds the fight. Gets himself into the 1v1, but the timing on this flank, Axel is going to arrive with Yuri's back turned.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate from Yuri, because he had he seems to have a very good understanding of what was going on. The fact he deploys the incendiary in towards Dark to force Hobbit out into the flames. Key detail is that he doesn't drop his gun after getting the first kill in towards CT. He goes completely silent. He knows if he tries to upgrade into the A1S, then that just gives away so much audio. So by being silent, he actually facilitates that rotation, able to isolate the 1 versus 1s, but in the end, Axel just about comes out on top.
And it entices FURIA to buy back in. Why wouldn't you? Came down to the 1v1. NAVI again gets overwhelmed. CEST continuing to put his finger on the trigger. Well, very low. Does fall on back with that kill. That HE might be what does it. It hits everyone except him. That's crazy. He dodges everything, but they're all limping and charge forward now. Flames deployed, and they have to respect it because they're so low. Rotation now comes on over. A boost up for Yuri. Hobbit seems like he's suspicious of this, and yeah, gonna find the kill. Spams on through. Gets that one. Bomb collected by Safe, and he extracts himself from the situation.
A lot of pressure now hinges on Buster. You have got Axile making his way back towards A, and I love this from Buster. Just tucks himself in towards the graveyard, can just wait, can hear them all stampeding up short. Buster surely doesn't get cleared. Queserato can't find him, and Buster finds 2 kills and a half. Such low HP. On Furia, just Safe left and all. Safe finds Axile. 1 versus 2. Will stick the bomb in, but Shiro and Hobbit are moving together as a unit, and they know exactly where he is. That is a really nice try from Safe.
Yeah, another bomb player comes on through. Safe with an absolutely delightful headshot onto Axile, who was standing at an off angle, and Safe was so low, but the swing was fast, the headshot even quicker. Furia, they try their hardest in all these 4 spies, but it's Cloud9 that now even things up 9 apiece. If you're Furia, I think now you can't keep full forcing into it, but they are going to have enough to invest some in. There's that HE. It's crazy that Queserado's the one that doesn't take damage there.
What a shot onto Axile as well. Just snapping. Next does Safe. Yeah, all right. We got a little bit of a compromise coming in for Furia. They still want to apply some pressure, but can't obviously bring everything to the table. Drop on a hero Galil is not the best sentence in the world, but let's see what he can try and achieve with it. Early boost up for Hobbit. But here we go. Flashes straight in towards Banana. Cloud9 respect the control because they're searching elsewhere for information.
I feel like 80% of this map has been taking place on Banana. This time, Cloud9, they're not fighting it early. We've seen NAVI so many times forcing that issue, but surely they know that Furia are towards breaking point. Though the Galil might have them questioning.
Well-timed incendiary.
Very well-timed HE. Queserato takes one to the noggin. Yuri's going to be putting a bit of pressure over A, but I don't think they're falling for this one just yet. Execute getting ready. Furia ready to come into this B bomb site. Just waiting on this smoke to fade before they hit go.
They might try and wrap CT here with their smoke as well. So potentially could be some pressure, but no, instead Cloud9 have got so much utility to try and deal with this, and Furia, they were just trying to feel out the sort of resistance that Cloud9 would bring to the table. Flashbang in, but Yuri has found Buster in the back lines, and the bomb can't go down. 10 seconds, surely. This is the Cloud9 round. Furia will just try and, do some economic damage. The trades and responses are immediate, but still, Queserato, that's a really nice kill to find, and even gets out with an M4.
Yeah, he's lucky to be alive at the end of that. I'm surprised they didn't expect him to be New Box try and take him down after time, considering he just absolutely wide swung the player that was there. Tack timeout coming through for Furia now, yet to get around on this T side, despite so many of them coming down to the 1v1s. We saw Observer showed us that one as it was going through. Yuri on that lurk actually found a timing where he found the kill in towards CT spawn. That bomb goes down. It's a front side plant in front of that smoke. Yuri is in a powerful position, not just to deal with rotators, but to be able to close out the round just from that position. Not to mention everyone else on the site. So denying that bomb is really the biggest play that Cloud9 make in that round.
A lot of fine margins here on the server, which are just separating the two sides. But right now, it feels like Cloud9 are just edging out these advantages. Orp for Safe. First time we're going to see that this half. Chiro still electing to be on with the AK. And with 109 ADR, I don't blame him, to be fair. Performing exceptionally well. Early mollies exchanged. Art's found a pocket of space where he can reveal to Furia that, hey, no one's here.
This time the HEs don't find their mark either. It's just a two-man setup here, but Safe. This angle is so tough. Oh, nice swing though. That flash is perfect. Half a second more and Nafani goes down, but the timing wasn't there. Quesarado wants to get something back and Nafani takes him down too. A massive double from the IGL. That's forced Furia over towards A, where there's 3 players lying in wait.
Yeah, it starts to get a little bit dicey now for Furia. Interesting that Art is still dropping utility here. He's trying to get a rotation over, but Cloud9 just don't budge on it. Art is actually just walking his way through B right now. Nafani should spot him if he elects to go towards CT, and potentially not. Okay, goes a little bit too far into the open. And Furia are actually rotating over towards B based on that space that he found.
Yeah, I mean, Nafani's just doing everything here. That's such a heads-up play, that angle he's holding, knowing that that smoke does let the lurk go through. Has his teammate watching into pool itself so that if that play comes through, it's covered, but his job is just holding. Someone walks out towards CT. Yeah, 3 kills in the round for Nafani, and that's all he needs. Yuri and Drop will just be saving the AKs, and Cloud9 continue this flawless CT side.
Yeah, super impressive out of Shiro. And Nafani on B there, just moving in tandem. Nafani wants to go forward to try and set up Shiro later in the round in case he falls, but this is just a masterclass on B. Every angle is taken in favor of Cloud9, and Furia, it feels like they've got no way in. They have to go for these contact plays. They have to go for the immediate assault onto Cloud9 rather than just executing over. Just trying to attack with contact and then creating space in the mid portions of the round, but it's really just not working out.
Deliberating in both camps. Arc getting vocal for Furia. Groove weighing in his opinions towards Nafani. It's a little bit of a little journal notebook for Gary, and obviously Groove has the clipboard as his method of choice. I feel like clipboard conveys a lot of authority, right? I feel like only someone in charge has a clipboard.
Definitely means business for the Cloud9. Still yet to allow Furia around. Okay. So Safe's being boosted up here because he's going to throw deep flashes for Furia as they try and make their way forward over apartments. It's quite cool. We saw this in the major for FaZe. It was Twist that was actually dropping the flashbangs over the top, and here we go. They go very deep, and our Cloud9 going to be ready for this.
Well, it's got to be Axel is ready. He's the only one on the side itself. He goes down without multis and could be in trouble, and the flashbang is beautiful. Art collects, and look at the positions from these Cloud9 players. Buster is so removed. They had this double setup to fight towards top mid. That's not where the play comes. The bomb can come on through and get planted. That's a really nice molly thrown out over to actually go on the bomb planted. Does a lot of damage. They need to find kills. It could be Buster that's the one that does it. Cloud9, they're not saving here. They want to give this a look in. Flashbang over. Buster's looking on down. Knows the Quesarado might be here, but the gun does not work out for him. Bullets all over the place, but none to the face. And Art taking through. You know he wants some more. But he meets his own demise in that process. But Furia do get the round.
Yeah, a really cool idea from Furia. It's a much faster way to throw the apps pop, and it ensures that Axile is fully blind in that pit position. And that's exactly what happens. The first one doesn't quite catch him, but the second follow-up just really facilitates the play to come in.
And it's unlucky for Axile, right, that he's caught between 2 spots, because he was kind of moving back right, ready to get to a more defensive spot, drops the smoke. You can tell he's about to move in towards Big Pit, or even if he got into Mini Pit, right? Either way, he's in a better position to actually avoid, if not the flashes and the bullets, right? You can duck away, you can hide, wait till you recover. But caught out in the open, and with him going down, that was essentially the round.
Second mid now the play, but C9 have actually got the perfect counter to this. You're going to have Shiro posting with the AWP and Axel holding the bedroom. Flashbangs are in, being vocal. Axel fully blind. Shiro will at least trade, but now he needs to get out of dodge.
What a great trade from Shiro, though. That is so fast and a difficult one to do with the AWP. And now he's fired off the AWP. Do FURIA want to continue pushing into this? That's the question. Shiro now entrusted with Long. The Moto Smoke being set up. Buster goes down. Shiro has to come up big. Flashbangs come through. The timing shot almost connects, but just goes shy. KT over the top. Not going to do too much, and Shiro's out of there.
Yeah, that's a nice mid-round call coming out of Art as well. The fact that they know that Shiro revealed his position, but where you've got two players typically pushing in towards apartments, that would suggest that the only player there is the sniper. So let's lead with utility, let's flashbang over the top, and they even find out Buster, who had rotated earlier on from long in. I'm really enjoying just what FURIA are doing in the mid-rounds to now construct these T rounds into fruition. It's back-to-back rounds, and that really starts to hurt and damage the economy of Cloud9. NAVI is going to be under a lot of strain in a minute, but should hear these footsteps.
Yeah, and it's back-to-back rounds where Axile has really been caught in an uncomfortable position, fully blinded, taken down before he can really do anything. And I think, you know, in terms of punishing a player, Axile is a good one to be choosing if you're FURIA. It's obviously not intentional that he's the one targeted there, but, you know, he's kind of been a little inconsistent lately. You know, we talked about him being a little bit absent in that series against OG. It was really Shiro that stepped up. Could also make that argument, obviously, in the heartbreaking loss that Cloud9 had towards FaZe in the LCQ of the RMR. On that Mirage map where Axile was looking like a god in the first half, but then disappeared. And you can't have one of your stars, one of the best riflers in the world, a top 5 player of 2022, going missing in important matchups. Obviously, this one isn't elimination, so it's not devastating to lose, but just a consideration going ahead with playoffs on the horizon.
Yeah. Also a timeout is just being called, so Groove can just remind Cloud9 of the flowchart. Here's the responses. Here's how we set up our positionings. We just need the speed of the reactions to be a little bit faster, because the rotations just felt a little bit disjointed at times from Cloud9. FURIA, when they do execute onto the bomb site after eliminating the players, it feels like the rotations aren't immediate. They're not really aware of the gravity of the situation.
FURIA have expended a lot of utility towards Banana, and it's actually caused the third player to rotate early. I'm interested to see if they're very quick to capitalize on the space that they've kind of created here with this. They've also got 2 players showing presence here. 3 over at A. Now, the bomb isn't committed. It's still ramp. NAVI gets flashed on through. CEST was playing anti-flash, though. Meanwhile, over on A, Art did fall. So, in fact, it's where they drew the stack that they find success.
There's a lot of gunfights going on all at once here. Shiro's going to re-flash Hobbit potentially through that smoke. Keep your eye on it. CEST yet again prevails. That's huge. And now definitely you're going to get rotations over. Axel finds drop, but he's still going to deal with Yuri in the boiler. And that creates a pathway. A unlocked.
Yeah, FURIA just forcing fights everywhere. And yeah, it's a little bit of luck that... well, not luck, it's skill, but, you know, it's unfortunate for Cloud9 they don't win out either of those fights onto CEST. Now, this gets a little weird. Buster has got himself in the mix. Safe is moving up mid with the orb out in the open, but he wins the fight. That's the round. He goes down there. Ooh, you start to worry. With CEST coming through the apartments, he can plant the bomb. Shiro, 22 for 10. Wow, what can he do here? So many kills as rounds, but not to be found in this one.
Yeah, just to kind of bring back your point, it's the fact that FURIA are fighting on every front. It feels like Cloud9 have no idea where the true intentions really lie, and they're not expecting the second player in towards Boiler, and that's ultimately what costs them.
I mean, especially after Axile's peeked down mid and found a player towards bottom mid, right?
And that's even after the early rotation towards B, and then your kill on A, you find it's the kill on A that comes through. It's not the heavily reinforced bomb site.
Yeah, Axile, just after we sort of mentioning him after a couple of rough rounds, gets a massive double. 2 kills over towards the A side, and One of them just taking initiative here, pushing on down, wanting to be on the flank, wins out against Drop, but Yuri never considered. Pause coming through. Hopefully something can be resolved quickly. FURIA now back in the lead. Now, this was a 9-6 half. FURIA winning it out, but Cloud9 got back on a really nice roll. It looked like they were going to be cruising through on their CT side, but it feels like off the last few, FURIA found some answers.
When we go back into game as well, we can take a look at the economy for Cloud9 because it looks quite weak. And they're now going to have to really try and potentially work with very minimal. Drop, leaning back.
He's chill. Stretch his arms out. All good. Funky music subsides. The round continues. Sound of bird song, flowing water, and bullets. And chickens.
They are cute. Don't harm the chickens, folks. Shiro on the timing peak. Doesn't find anything, gets flashed off, so now needs to retreat. Again, it's consistent control being taken up top banana by FURIA. Flashbang's over. NAVI now on a difficult boost to clear. And Shiro, he doesn't want to overstep here. He wants the boost to be the first point of contact because if he tries to work his way through, potentially Safe will just nail him.
Yeah, his scope's been hurt as well, like Safe's, by that boost. Sure, it just bails. There's a lot of pressure over towards A. 3 players here. It's very similar to the round before from FURIA, actually. Bomb not with them. Just taking liberties in the space they can found. I mean, look at...
Oh.
Look at her. Maybe not. Wowee. And Buster's just walking on forward. Drop looking the other way, but he wasn't quite about his approach. So Drop's able to find that one. Yuri deletes Axile. Now they can make their way through. Shiro comes on over. Open hand, not smoked off. Has a nice line here. Can be a difficult shot. The bomb still has to cross, but there comes the smoke. NAVI here as well. Bomb. No worries to get that one planted.
Big fight here between NAVI and CEST. NAVI. CEST was on the right-hand side last time, but this time he's on the left. From NAVI's direction, that was really nicely played. Just repositioning, but holding the same angle. And Hobbit, he realizes that this round's already lost. You feel a little bit unfortunate for Shiro in that one because he's constantly just rotating between the two bomb sites. He doesn't have a clear idea of where the final destination is going to be for FURIA. And that's a result of them just applying this pressure. Despite Buster finding the opening kill, Drop immediately trades him. So now there's still no idea of where they're going to go.
Yeah, it's frustrating for Shiro. He's having a great game, and I mean, he's been such a consistent performer. That was such a nice shot from Buster. He made a lot of noise on the approach towards top mid. I think he just felt like he really needed to take the space, but if he walks up there, he might have found Drop for free. But not the world that we live in. Cloud9 now have all the guns back out. And getting a little scary for them. FURIA, momentum's been with them lately. Cloud9 need to get something done.
This time it's 3 players out A early. Shiro's just going to be mantling B, and you imagine that's where most of his devotion will be in this round. As Art and Yuri gut out apartments, you let the rifle be a little bit more flexible. That's the responsibility of Hobbit. But it's no real proactive control out of Cloud9. They just want to rely on their crossfires and their setups. They're going to allow FURIA a lot of luxury in this round.
Yeah, I feel like it's an unfortunate change-up because earlier on in the CT half, Cloud9 were taking control on Banana. NAVI was getting up in the grill. They were really fighting for it, and they were coming out ahead. But they've been playing this very passive style as of late. These last, what feels like 5, even 6 rounds. It's very much been sitting back, waiting for the action to come to them. And I mean, FURIA, they bring the action, and they're doing it right now. Coming up through short, Buster tucks on in. Utility being deployed here. Axel in the pit again, being asked upon to deliver, and he's done just that with one. Staying alive just barely, but he thinks between dropping his smoke and going for the fight, and neither works out for him. Buster, at the very least, is still getting jobs done here. One through the smoke. Buster is delivering, and it's keeping Cloud9 alive. Art and Safe now trying to get something back, but Buster with another kill, and Safe is just running away.
That was the last 3 bullets of the magazine. Buster nails Art to the wall. That's so well done. And finally, we get to see a crossfire hold on for Cloud9. And that's even with Axel just fumbling his nades in amongst the pit. That's really difficult for him. Yuri does catch him off guard. This is so huge. This third kill, just you don't think he's going to nail it. It's the very last bullet.
Yeah, it's been great to see Buster. I feel like we've seen him step up in a lot of games recently.
Yeah.
Axel, he's looking to get aggressive. This is the change up from Cloud9. Something new, something fresh. Well, it's Safe. And that's the kill. Shiro trying to peer through and find someone that he can take down. And, oh, the flick almost. Not quite.
It feels like Shiro's actually been stuck on 22 kills for quite a long time now. Never really been too involved in these fights. Has always been that rotating player.
Well, 11-11, I made the point, right?
Oh my gosh.
They've just walked out. All right, well, Buster's still here. And he can still bust the foot up. Does just so. One down, Yuri trades immediately. No other players in short. NAVI wants to go there all time in case Serrato doesn't spot him. NAVI, he can still disrupt everything. Safe gets by Yuri, the safe pair of hands. Shiro. Oh, the flames have come over. That might take down Safe, and in fact it does. But does it entice him? It's bringing back Hobbit. But no. Shiro falls back.
It's really solid stuff out of FURIA yet again. It's the fact that they are just finding these little pockets of space. Haven't shown too much skin towards apartments in the previous rounds, apart from taking the initial control, but mid to late round, it's never really been their priority. This time they just take the chance that they can walk right through, especially because Buster found that kill out in towards short and top middle. And that's even with Cloud9 throwing additional variation. That's with Axel getting really aggressive to kick things off.
It's just Yuri, right? Look at those 2 kills from Yuri. Each time Cloud9 looked like they had an opportunity to get back into that, deny that crossover, Yuri's there, delivering. Sinking his teeth further in, the fangs drawing blood. NAVI, head in hand. Last timeout for Cloud9 comes on through. FURIA up to 14 now.
This is it, really. This is... feels like do or die for Cloud9 on Inferno. Really need to start to see them step up, and if they want to take these fights, if they want to get aggressive early, just do it with utility, because I don't know, running down mid feels really desperate, especially if you're Axile and you don't even find a single kill. Pretty awkward, and FURIA looks like they might even just change the pace off the back of Cloud9's pause. Want to take the fight to them. Hobbit and Serato fully blind, and Hobbit, it's another hero moment for Hobbit. Chimes in with Buster, but that is the majority of the forces quelled.
There we go. That's what Cloud9 have been looking for. Hobbit in the right place at the right time. 2.5. Not quite. Almost takes out Axel, but that one is a perfect round for Cloud9. It was crazy. I was just thinking, Hobbit is 5 for 10, and we were in round 27. How has that even happened? hey, adds 2 more to the tally here. FURIA still have the lead. The Cloud9, a crucial round to be picking up.
Yeah, that's just off the back of the reactions against Furious. The bait and switch, it just works out perfectly. Everyone's fully blind from that flashbang. But now maybe Cloud9 can orchestrate what they wanted to achieve in the previous. Now that FURIA are going to give them a little bit more wiggle room. Shiro starting out on B, taking the shot and having to fall back.
Yeah, it's a very similar setup early. Yuri, it just feels like those bullets are so close to getting Axile there. Few too many layers of wood in the way. Less pace this time from FURIA. A bit more of a default from them. Taking space everywhere on the map at the moment. But comes back over towards B, collecting utility on the way. Shiro is still here, yet to fire a shot. As we mentioned, hasn't had too many opportunities to do so. FURIA have been great at avoiding Shiro, which feels like the win condition to beating Cloud9 a lot of the time.
Shiro's also got the only smoke here, on towards B. So he needs to kind of choose whether he goes for the shots or drops the utility. Speaking of, that's a lot of damage being done towards R. 30 seconds left. They are going for it. Shiro hits the shot, adjusts perfectly. And now Nafani is on the boost. Can he find anything?
Yeah, smoke deployed by Shiro as well, just to give him something to work with. Flash comes on over. Nafani not needed yet because Shiro and Buster have found a piece. Drop does get a double back, but Shiro is still here, and it has to be Drop, and he has to find everything, and time is just not on his side. He realizes it, slinks on out, holds onto the AK, keep it into the next round if he's allowed. But Cloud9 in the dying embers of this map have managed to equalize it again, 14 apiece, and of course, it was Shiro that got them here.
Yeah, finally, they go into Shiro's den. And he just secures all of them. These are such precise shots. Right when Cloud9 need him most, he stands tallest to deliver. Take a look at this money coming out of FURIA. It is rough, because if they lose this round, if it goes 15-14 to Cloud9, they're going to have 2,400 between all of them.
The guy who's like known for going fast, holding W, going for crazy buys. He equips the CZ on the T side. The Tech 9 is like the weapon that was built for him. It might have been dropped to him. I didn't actually... I think it was dropped to him because he had a Glock. All right. Okay, that's all right. But he's still using it, which is crazy to me.
There should never be a CZ on the T side. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a bit maverick, but Art's a bit of a maverick. And Hobbit's getting peppered. Yuri as well. Doesn't seem to matter. Steps up. The trades are there. Axar with a double. Art now has an AWP in his hands. And oh my god, he's standing in the flames. Wanted to try and get a kill, but Shiro's rotated over and he's got an AWP of his own. Tops 250 as he creeps around the smoke. 3-on-3 here in towards top mid. And well, FURIA think better of pushing the issue. They're going to make it sounds like they're falling back, but they're not.
Shiro heard them run away as well, so now he rotates off. Issue is, you've got Axel reboosted. It was Hobbit, and now it's Axel. Oh, it's messy. Only finds one. Definitely should have been a multi-kill. And maybe that's the opportunity that FURIA need, but do they clear Buster in the depths of the A-bomb site? Every corner a challenge, and time is of the essence. FURIA need to get amongst it, and Buster, oh no.
Oh, Yuri with the AWP finds it. And an opportunity presents itself. Shiro's just charging on through. Oh, it's a heroic play. Yuri falls and Quesarado has to come up with a 1 versus 2. Stuck in the back of the site, but a sharp shot. And now Shiro walks on through, but Quesarado sinks his teeth right on in.
How on earth does Quesarado win that 1 versus 2? How does Buster not find any kills on the head glitch? How does Axel only find 1 boosted up? There's so many questions, and yet it's still a mystery to us all. FURIA overcoming all of the odds. That is an unbelievable shot out of Yuri. But Queserato still needs to do the heavy lifting.
The reposition in the 1v1 elevates himself. 15 now for FURIA. Last time out expended. Queserato stepping up. It's been the Yuri show so far, but there's a lot of bite in the server for FURIA.
And that was essential. They needed to win that round, because otherwise their finances would have been in absolute disarray. Smoke being thrown out early as well towards the top of Banana. Shiro wants to get amongst it, but can't. Because of that smoke by design from FURIA, they are preventing him every single opportunity. The game plan is laid bare for all to see, and it is working to perfection.
Ooh, that Molotov is not to perfection though. Art was throwing that towards sandbags. Doesn't quite go that way. Now they have to expend another one just to clear that out. Actually, it's going to go on forward. Shiro, he's here. Stepped up to the mark last time. 27 kills to his name. The hero of Cloud9. But maybe it's Hobbit that's on the quest for them. 2 kills for him. That forces the fight out towards B. Shiro deploys a decoy and now he edges on forward. He can hear Art. Sees the shoulder on the jiggle. Misses the shot. Art not quite able to trade though, and look at the smoke. Shiro's running on through. Hobbit's found another. And Shiro's missing the shots, but it doesn't matter. Dorado gets one back and a follow-up. This is the danger duo. Safe with the AWP, strikes true. And Shiro, he's been here the whole time, but yet to find impact. But there it is. Denies the bomb plant. And it's got to be Queserato again. In the clutch, the AWP misses. Shiro's dancing, trying to find it. But Queserato running away. The nade takes him down, and we go to overtime.
Oh, it does look a little bit scary where Shiro's missing all of those shots. FURIA recover that situation immaculately. But still, Shiro, when it matters most, does lock it in, does deny the bomb plant, and that alleviates so much pressure off of Cloud9. It means they can rotate in, and Queserato needs to try and isolate these kills. It's the utility that seals the deal and locks in overtime.
Well, we knew this series would deliver. Safe. Look at that pace. Can't connect. Art's been blown out of the server early in mid. And look at Buster. He's getting eager to get involved. Peering on through. Yuri walks around the corner. Buster doesn't spot anything, but it's still a very powerful position. Safe runs on by, and actually Buster's smoked off, so he's kind of negated at the moment.
Good flashbangs as well. Are they trying to go for an A-Rap here? Yeah, smokes in for Arch and Library. Now Hobbit can't find a thing. Might just flash himself through, and he does, but Drop walks through the Arch smoke at the perfect time. Shiro can't see him either, and now the support is there, but Hobbit lines them up, and that's a really important multi-kill. And here's Buster. He's been in Boiler the whole time, and it's Cloud9 completely ensnaring the trap onto FURIA, and they draw first blood.
Yeah, where's Hobbit been? Stepped up massively in these last few rounds. We're in overtime. Gets his 13th. Queserato still, that was a couple of rounds ago actually. Not able to do anything in that round. He's definitely not the impact player of that round. It's all Hobbit. Safe, getting aggressive. Shiro is quicker. He's looking for more. He's hungry for it. Wants to get involved. And he does it in a big way. A massive double kill. Buster still in the Boiler. Shiro's looking for more. Hobbit blows Queserato out of the server. Cloud9 are looking fired up in overtime. They are done playing around. Yuri at least gets one back. It's still a 2 versus 4. They have no ground. A bomb to be collected. Shiro has B under lock and key.
Drop. Is he going to peek him? Oh, we'll do with the flash. This is a lot more what you expect out of Cloud9. They've just moved up a gear now. Now they've hit overtime. They've got their belief back in. Shiro not being touched by the flames. Will still escape, and there's Buster striking down top middle. Things go from bad to worse for Drop as he's actually potentially going to get caught with all this utility. Shiro will find him. The game plan the entire time was to avoid this AWPer, not give him an opportunity to fight, and yet when you let him, oh, look at the results.
Yeah, look, good to see Shiro taking some initiative here with the peaks. So many times he was avoided in regulation. That was what allowed FURIA to get up to 15. Now you cannot avoid him. He's coming for you. He's knocking down your door and announcing his presence. Flashbang being set up. That's the fall-in flash. Allow that peak to come on through. Banana arrested by utility. The FURIA, it's like again, they're interested in the A bomb site. I suspect Safe might be in a position to, yeah, throw these flashbangs. We saw this work for them earlier. Let's see if they can pull it off again.
Axel's in such a good position here, though, on the balcony. He just looks into the wall. Buster can take first contact and then sell the dreams. But actually, FURIA Molly, they force him off. They make sure that he will be blinded by the flashbangs, and Art overwhelms Axel yet again. Buster, we've seen him come up with multi-kills round after round from these positions alone. He's trying to fight tooth and nail up and over the boxes, but it's 2 kills in favor of FURIA.
Well, they have to go for the retake here. Once that bomb gets planted, Shiro and Hobbit, well, make it just Hobbit. Art spams down Shiro. Hobbit's blown out of the server. And it's 1T round at the tail end of the first half of OT. And immediately, we're into the second.
You know, is that enough? That's another question, because both of these halves ended 9-6 in favor of the defense. Double AWP immediately acquired as well by FURIA. They're utilizing a lot, if you cast your mind back to that first half. So let's see what they've got in their locker. How's your bottle, Cloud9?
It's crazy to me that the 20 rounds of this game, Hobbit is either not died or not had a kill. 14-14. And we're in round 34. That's absurd.
So many rounds where he was either saving or just constantly going from A to B and never really had a fight. Good flash. They are going to swing. Safe spots the gun barrel. Napoli falls early.
Oh, Yuri, good kill as well onto Hobbit. Yorp's still here. Yuri stepping up to the plate again. Massive amount of impact from him. Shiro smoked out. Safe still here with the AWP. You've got Queserado in the mix as well. Buster's about to find that one out.
Oh. That second flashbang actually just full blinded Queserato. A little bit unfortunate. It gives Buster a little bit of room out long, but he's going to reset with Shiro. How do you recover this if you're Cloud9? Well, they're going to try and slink away and reset B, and this is actually the right decision. It's a 2 versus 2 on this bomb site. They just need to move now.
Yeah, they should know that there's 3 players over an A just based on the contact they've had. Art and Drop are here, and Shiro has a smoke for the cross. A Molotov, where will it go? Well, we'll have to find out. The 1v5 for Shiro, and Art doubles up on the site, 17 apiece.
Yeah, really well done from FURIA there. Make sure that Cloud9 just really get restricted of opportunity. They try and force their way out towards the balcony, but that's where Yuri finds a couple, and it just, again, feels a little bit disjointed. Nafani wants to go on his own to entry to find some space or convey information. And well, because he saw the AWP out short, he thought, okay, guys, go out balcony, try and overwhelm. But that's why Yuri's there. The insurance policy for FURIA. It's actually flawless as well. Really good CT round.
Ooh.
Speaking of explosions, Nafani just destroyed.
We've seen that go both ways. But Art got dunked twice in a row. time around. He's one of the perpetrators. Fires off his AWP. This double AWP set up from FURIA is so strong. Put them in regulation, and they're keeping it going here. Flashbang being set up as well. K, Serato, and Drop, they want to take fights, but hey, people aren't coming long. Hobbit has actually managed to get a lot of space there. Art's considering it, but ready, no. Completely blindsided by Hobbit. This throws the whole round into chaos.
This is clever from FURIA. They're going to push Banana now to try and split the attack in two. Because if you can get rid of the Banana threat, you can then isolate Hobbit. Case Rato over the top of the smoke will drop the bomb, but Axel and Buster remove the totem pole. And all the time, you've got Hobbit in CT, so FURIA need to try and retake through Banana.
Yeah, that's the issue with that boost. Yeah, you might find a kill, but you're so exposed. And Axel, he's got Banana locked now. The smoke is here. He's sitting in it. There's a gap here he can use, and ooh, he's looking the wrong way. Doesn't think that Yuri has the angle, but he does. 2v2 presents itself. An opportunity here, no reason not to give it a look in. Safe swaps over to the M4. Hobbit's holding with the AWP on the cross, and there is no smoke to deny him. The clock is ticking on down. They have to make their way into this soon. Now they start to run on through. Hobbit hits the first, and Yuri, very difficult position, tagged on through. No hope now to take this round. Even damage is fairly meaningless at this point, but hey, he'll add another kill to the tally. Go down with the bomb.
Yeah, really well done from Hobbit there, taking all of the contact, and you've then got Buster in towards New Box, who's never peeking, just waiting, biding his time to ensure that round is a success for Cloud9, and that all comes just off the back that Hobbit finds that little pocket of space towards long. And FURIA, I thought they were going to push further. I thought they were going to try and flashbang their way through and fight Banana head on rather than just stay in the boost, but it just doesn't quite work out for them. Cloud9, they hit map point first.
Yeah, Hobbit doing so much in overtime. Hasn't been enough. We'll have to see. Art wanted to go for the peak, but the fire keeps him at bay. Cloud9 haven't really put much focus over towards A. We reflect back on their T side a long time ago. It was very B dependent. Now they're finding success there in overtime. Will that continue? They're running on through. That flashbang is great. Art is caught in the open. 1 HP. Will the nades do the job? No, he's able to run away. He's scampering out of that. Tail between his legs. And they have no one on B at the moment. Their reposition will come through, but this is a risky gamble.
Yeah, they're really hoping that Cloud9 are just announcing that they are here. Oh, they might swing mid here as free. Okay, this could be quite decisive, but Nathani's holding. Art gets neutralized, and Cloud9 are going to look to really overstep here and towards top brackets. This is where it gets dangerous because you've still got this stack implemented. If you're FURIA, Yuri holding, Yuri not quite securing.
Yeah, but now are you ready for another roll? Safe's here with his on the side. Time is ticking down. He's the only one here. Look at Nathani walking on through. Axel takes down Safe, but Yuri has found one with his ult. The Moto Smoke not there. Shiro is, though. A 2v3 made a 1v3. Shiro's doing everything right now, and it might just be enough. Cloud9 on the precipice of taking Inferno, unless Drop can pull off a miracle. 1 versus 3. A flashbang and a kit in his name. But Buster puts a bullet in his dome, and it takes everything from both these teams. But it's Cloud9 that come out victorious.
what a display from both Furia and Cloud9 on Inferno. It was a heavily contested battle filled with clutch moments, a lot of anticipation from both of these sides, but in the end, it's Cloud9 who need overtime to edge it out.
Yeah, it felt like they just absolutely took it up a gear in overtime, right? It was a bit of a slog during regulation. Furia really pushed them to the limit. We saw Shiro doing a lot of work to get those full 30. But really, in overtime, that's where Cloud9 shone. We got to see a lot of incredible moments, particularly Hobbit. I felt like he really stepped up there. And, well, Shiro, it was a classic Shiro game, head and shoulders above the rest of his team.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a really interesting conversation piece about Hobbit, right? Because we mentioned it in the game and he was largely absent, but he was also there. It was really bizarre until like the very tail end of the game, really stepped up, had some really important moments that swung the bouts back in Cloud9's favor. And you got to feel a little bit for Furia because it felt like their entire game plan was kind of orchestrating and trying to dodge Shiro wherever they went. And then in overtime, they kind of went back to basics a little bit and allowed Shiro to have these opportunities, and he really capitalized upon them.
Yeah, I think for Furia, that one hurts a little bit because it did really feel like they could have taken it before it went to overtime. It felt like they were kind of in control. They lost a couple of key rounds though, and that kind of reset them a bit. It made it really awkward for them. Goes to OT. Doesn't quite work out for them. Hobbit just steps up out of nowhere. I mean, there was that round where he caught the rotation coming through, which was massive. There was also the triple kill he got out towards long. It just felt like he was able to find impact in a way that he didn't during the regular time.
Yeah, and speaking of two players that just brought up an absurd amount of impact, we got our aim high head-to-head, and we got Buster and Yuri. And these two players who you don't typically rely on if you're Cloud9 or Furia to come up with the damage, and yet they were spectacular.
Yeah, Yuri was fantastic. 32 kills to his name. He was the driving force behind Furia on this map on both sides of the server. It felt like he was doing so much work for them. And Buster, just so consistent throughout for Cloud9. I mean, he wasn't having all the flashy moments of Shiro or, some of the rounds that Hobbit had, but it felt like he was capable and safe pair of hands. And I think that was super noticeable on that A side when Axar was having a bit of a rough time on the CT side. It's got to be said. He was struggling. Felt like he was being punished a lot by Furia. But Buster was stepping up in his absence on those site holds, able to find a lot of big kills.
Yeah, especially on those apartments pops that Furia were throwing at them. It felt like Axar was really getting overwhelmed and it needed Buster to be there to kind of level out the playing field and make sure that when there was enough time for Cloud9 to rotate over, it would be effective and it could result in a round win. But looking ahead, now we've got Vertigo as Cloud9's map pick, and this is their home turf, right? They play this all the time. What does Furia need to do to get back in this series?
Yeah, I think this is really tough for Furia, having dropped Inferno when it felt like it could have been theirs and maybe should have been. But I think going into Vertigo, we'll see what they can deliver. Cloud9 look really good on it. Obviously, they've suffered a few dramatic losses on it. I think most notably versus Ents back at the RMR. That was quite a devastating one for them, for a team that has looked really good on this map. There's very few teams that have looked as consistent and solid on Vertigo as Cloud9. A lot of teams just avoid the map, but Cloud9 have kind of mastered it over the years, but they've shown some cracks in the armor, so it's certainly a possibility for Furia to find that way in.
Yeah, and I feel like if Furia keep going with this pack mentality and they slowly just default their way up towards A ramp, take that control like they were doing, if you compare and contrast that to Banana on Inferno, and really just engineering the rotations in the way that they can get a player up B on the lurk, that's where they can be devastating. And that's where Cloud9 need to really be careful, because Furia were doing such a good job at making Cloud9 constantly second guess where the final hit would end up.
Yeah, I think also just a conversation with these two teams in the matchup is that all head-to-head. I feel like obviously we can praise Shiro till the cows come home. He's been looking fantastic, right? In every series he's played so far, he has been the star, right? Just always consistent, always putting up the numbers. Safe hasn't really been performing here in Rio so far, which is a little bit unfortunate because he's really been looking good this year generally outside of this event. But we didn't really see him have to do anything on Inferno. Wasn't really putting up any big kills, a couple here and there. It actually felt like Art was the better AWPer on the server for Furia, right? Particularly in that first half. So I'm kind of maybe not so worried on Vertigo, which is a little less AWP heavy, but I do want to see more out of CF.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we're going to have to see whether he can provide and whether Furia can deliver on Cloud9's map pick of Vertigo. That one's just coming up in a few minutes. If Cloud9 win it, they lock in a semi-final spot at IEM Rio.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show.
Apologies for the delay, everybody. As you saw on the screen, technical difficulties. The Steam server went down for a little bit, but we're all back online and we are ready to jump into map 2 between Furia and Cloud9. Vertigo now coming up after Cloud9 took Inferno in overtime.
Yeah, really exciting to see how this one plays out because, as mentioned before we kind of went to that extended break, Cloud9 have got the reps on this map. They've always historically looked really good on it. And with Furia failing to close out Inferno, how much of a mental impact will that have on them as we do get things underway? Cloud9, of course, starting on that T side, making a lot of noise up the A ramp. And so much so that Art's going to drop his smoke early.
Yeah, he's got the kid as well, so he has to be careful not to go down here. Yuri is in towards ladder as well, so he's actually in a good position to hold rotates. That's allowed Fury to bring 2 more players over here to support. Might even see another start to come on over. But Cloud9 have taken this control early, but they're not going off it quite yet. They're waiting to see if Furia offers anything up. Furia happy to sit back. Now the execute comes on through. The smoke's land, and they can start to make their way up. Art wants to give it a look in, and well, he regrets that choice. Lucky to be alive, a single point of health. Buster, safe. Well. Buster thought he was being clever, planting off default. It ends up being his demise. And Yuri's gotten activated. He's walked on up, not spotted quite yet, but Shiro able to adjust. A 4v4 in the retake.
Look at this little gross angle taken up by Hobbit. In actual fact, Art just gets rid of him, eradicates him off of the 51st floor. NAVI now looking just to try and stay alive. Remember, the pressure's on Furia to try and defuse the bomb. Drop, locking in, gap safe with one more, and Axel can't find anything. Furia will get the retake.
Yeah, nice round from Furia. I mean, it's a little crazy that kill comes through from safe, right? That one's an absolute freebie. Buster wanted to plant. Oh, we'll get to see it actually. What? Come on, man. That ain't it. That ain't right. Ain't allowed. But gets the job done.
He's tucked his head down as well. Like, it's
I know.
ridiculous.
Buster did everything right.
Busted.
Well, hey.
Oh. NAVI. His skull nearly burst all over the A ramp as well, but in actual fact, it's safe to find the opener on towards Shiro. NAVI, Hobbit, both low from all of this spam. So many M4s invested for Furia.
Yeah, 4 players were brought down to basically nothing off that. And Axel deals with one of them. He's the one with the health, wants to fight. That flashbang was good, but Safe was already on the angle. NAVI and Buster, how have they found these? Art collects though. Hobbit immediately presses S. He was ready to go on a late flank. Now he has to be the one to get it done. A 1 versus 2. Art, as mentioned, incredibly low, but so is Hobbit. Serato with the MP9 can do a lot. Hobbit has to take his time with this one. Bomb collected. He's actually going to get on out of there with it. Fury at the moment playing the numbers, keeping 2 over towards A, but there might be a moment where they decide to budge. No contact yet from Hobbit. Furia, they're going to stick over towards A. Hobbit's not going to be heard on this rotate, so he's going to get the bomb down. Furia should be pretty comfortable in this retake. Let's see what Hobbit can pull out for him.
Where does he reposition? That's now the question on Hobbit's mind. Because Furia, they're both going to rotate in from CT, and that's a pretty nicely planted bomb because it means he can just stay here and spray from the stairs. Difficulty you've got is there's a smoke and a kit in play for Serato. Art's very low, so he should be peeking first here. And will walk into the crosshair. But now Serato knows absolutely everything. Drops the incendiary. Hobbit can't peek. In fact, just gets burned in the Inferno. And Serato has got more than enough time to get the defuse. Yet again, it comes down to just a couple of players. One, this time for Furia. Cloud9 making it expensive.
It's a bit of a shame for Hobbit that the flames were in play, but even if they hadn't, Serato had such an advantage there with the smoke and the full HP. Hobbit, really nice shot into Art. But yeah, this was just never going to be his clutch. But Cloud9 with the bomb plant are going to invest into it. Scout on Shiro, the rest have managed to get rifles in the mix, and Queserato spots out Axel early. The spam, it looked like it was going to go the way of Queserato, but Axel simply had more bullets.
Oh, NAVI doubles down. Art starts to get a little bit curious towards a ramp. He wants to take space back or maybe find an opener back in on Furia's end. Doesn't work. 5 versus 3. Shiro shuffles the scout over towards Axel because he's on low HP.
I feel like that battle towards ramp between NAVI and Art, that's going to be a defining thing on Vertigo, right? I feel like both these players have made a name for themselves in terms of the battle on ramp itself and getting aggressive with that battle.
Cab will stack in. Cloud9 taking their time. Actual fact, look at this swing from Furia. They're going to go head first into this Cloud9, and maybe they're not anticipating it. All the kills come in for Furia.
Oh, wow. What a 4K from Safe. They line up for him, and he bowls them over. Outplaying 10-pin here. Cloud9 crumbling down before him. That's with Axel getting this opener, just spamming on through. NAVI getting his as well. The Furia decide to go for the stack here. I don't even so Safe realized he'd gotten that extra kill. 8 for 1. Getting close to his total kills on the first map. Yeah, no shade.
Pistols now for Cloud9. Not spamming away, and in fact it's Safe to find the opener, of course. Continuing his reign of terror. T-side looking for a potential overextension, but all the kills are just coming up in favor of the CT.
Yeah, easy pick'ems. Art and Yuri getting a couple. Surprised Art can make that spam work. I feel like that's one of the most impenetrable bits of metal in this entire map, is that, that one up towards Gap there, but able to get a few through the bars. 4-0 start for Furia, but Cloud9 will have the proper investment now. No Galils here. It's nothing but AKs and an AWP for Shiro.
But this is where Shiro can shine. Finally, allowed this sniper. Let's see what Cloud9 can bring to the table. Shiro going to go for a peek. Furia more than happy to try and fight aggressively. Take a look at Safe. He's already got all of B stairs. 3 players start early out here. Nades does a little bit more damage.
Yeah, Safe's still loud about it. Like, he ran through the Molotov, so the sound cue was there. So, you know, you kind of get that ground. It's only really useful for the very start of the round, right? He has to fall back.
Did Hobbit see him? I don't think so. Now Buster can start to crawl because of Hobbit's advanced position in Safe, though. Oh, he could undo all of this hard work, all this space gained by Cloud9. It's a game of timings, and Buster gets caught looking the wrong way.
Yeah, just a couple of inches short enough that Hobbit can't spot him. Safe's taking a lot of util damage. That's it, and Art looking for this fight. Decides to fall back. It was a bait because Yuri was here the whole time. The retreating footsteps lull NAVI into a false sense of security. All of Cloud9 now grouping up on the ramp. Got a couple of smokes here, enough to get this execute done, but there's a double setup in towards short. Drop's not that far away either. They're not being quiet about it. Smokes come through. 1 for each side. Hobbit starts to take point up through here. Yuri is low. Hobbit, oh, needs to be quick. Yuri gets the headshot. Axel does get one back. Drop comes on over. Drops the bomb. Shiro gets one as well. Can't quite catch Yuri, who's escaped. Time not here, but Shiro hits a fast one. Taps the bomb, trying to bait out the swing. Mendy's out of time and out of life.
At least Shiro died before time expired. It was 1 second left. It was really close, but had he gone down there after time, he wouldn't have had any money. unfortunately can level out his economy with the rest of his team. And Cloud9, they call an early pause. This is really falling apart. It feels like they're falling into every single bait and switch FURIA are laying down.
I feel like Shiro, whenever he's in that situation when the time's low, he'll always bait the plant. Could be super risky to do, especially in a 1-on-2. But probably would have been overwhelmed if he'd gone for the full stick there. The smoke was fading. First time we get to see him activated when he's in that potential clutch, but fortunately left with too much to do. 5-0 start for FURIA. Cloud9. A couple of Mach 10s and pistols. A bit of pace to it. Shiro charging on through mid. There's a gap here at the moment. Safe comes back around. He's now 12 for 1. Having a great time. And indeed, that is the total amount of kills he got in that overtime game. Again, not to throw shade to him on that performance, but it's good to see him stepping up here.
It's Serato. Oh, doesn't get caught off guard by the boost. Important kill locked up. He wants to fight for more. And why not? Buster added to the tally. 2 versus 5. Oh, okay, Serato. It is just so clean from him. Hobbit. Now all that's left, and of course gets cleared by Yuri. Now, Cloud9 are no strangers to coming back in on the map. We even saw on Inferno, right? That was 7 rounds to 3 that FURIA had the advantage on. Cloud9 ended the half 9-6 and was still able to go in towards overtime and recover. But this feels like a kind of a different landscape at the moment. Not aesthetically, of course, that's obvious. However, Cloud9, it feels like they're not really making these rounds very close.
Yeah, I feel like slow starts have been plaguing Cloud9 lately. Not just here. See what they can make with this one. Again, the buy comes on out, and again, Art getting up close. Trying to sniff out NAVI. Nostrils flaring. NAVI not emitting any odors yet.
Big nades. But the Incendiary will actually displace Art. He has to fall all the way back up towards Gap. Will tuck himself in. Buster holding for a mid-peak that currently isn't arriving. And again, it's going to be this dry contact swing. Yuri, Art going for it.
Safe's not far off either. Plenty of pieces here for FURIA to work with. Oh, the boost coming through. A triple setup holding this angle. Devastating if Cloud9 walk into it. This boost. You often see it come out when you're working with maybe a hero M4, so to be playing it here, surely not going to be anticipated. NAVI's head spotted, but NAVI adjusts. Yuri does get the trade immediately. Shiro trying to chase down a kill. Starts walking on through. Has a nice line of sight here. Now the team starts to arrive, and ooh, as he falls off, drop comes around. Shoulder spotted, shot fired off. That keeps drop at bay. They still need to deal with these players in towards short. Axel tries to step up, and it's Yuri delivering a double. 3 in the round. Yuri looking as good as he did on Inferno. Hobbit eventually silences him. And again, it's Shiro with such little time in a huge clutch. Touches the bomb, but safe swings.
It's really interesting variation on towards the A ramp for FURIA, because this time it's led with the contact of the boost, and then they fall back into a much more familiar default. 2 players on short to really help. It kind of, again, invites Cloud9 in, and then it completely takes away the control. The fact that Axel doesn't find the kill on towards Yuri is really shocking, because it feels like he's got the advantage in every single scenario in that gunfight, and yet he still doesn't lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, Yuri's been unbelievable so far in this series. We saw the massive numbers he put up on Inferno despite the loss. Looking to rival CEST at this event. And safe again, delivering crucial kill towards the tail end. He's 13 for 1. Having a great game here on Vertigo. And everyone in FURIA is 7-0. And it doesn't look like a good position for Cloud9 to add a 1 onto their tally.
No, it really doesn't. Incendiary's dropped as well. I mean, this is just really well managed by FURIA. The fact that they recognize that it's going to be the lower investment, so they take these longer range fights. NAVI in the smoke, though, could be overlooked. Yuri not ready, but he does swing the crosshair round just in time.
And NAVI wasn't ready for Yuri to reposition there. Safe gets another one. Hobbit does get a kill back eventually with the Tech 9, but surely very little to be done here. Might have an opportunity. No. Safe comes around under. Buster's position known. He takes a nade. Okay, Serrato flashed on over. Doesn't actually peek off the back of that. But there it comes. 8-0 for FURIA. Cloud9 really struggling to find anything here.
Yeah, this is looking really uncomfortable for Cloud9. FURIA are really setting the tempo into a lot of these rounds, especially towards A ramp. They're more than happy to go for the initial fight, then they'll reset and all swing together as a unit. And Cloud9 really can't deal with the volume of peeking that's going on. Normally they expect a lot more control to be either conceded or just led with by utility. But FURIA, they're throwing their bodies on the line, and it really is working.
I like how Art's the AWP now. Safe is just doing so well with the rifle. He's entrusted with the M4, while Art also probably had the spawn to go for this peek towards Crane. And to be honest, he was looking very good with the AWP on Inferno, so I don't mind the decision for him to hold on to it. It's a double reinforcement over towards B this time around. Given that the AWP is helping out on A, you can afford a bit more of a 2-on-2 setup. Art's getting curious, looking on down, peering with his scope, trying to find anything in the smoke. Not going to spot out much. So he decides to back on up. Minute on the clock, Cloud9, not yet to find anything.
They want to head towards B, but you've got drop up close. You've also got that smoke just being deployed, which really just impedes all progress made. In fact, FURIA reinforced further. Safe juggles the smoke over. Boost coming in. Drop. Can he see them? Not quite, but Axel will strike onto Serato. But there it is. The stilts completely disappear, and Drop finds more.
Yeah, doesn't need a budge. Has Safe to support as well. Time running low now. Buster about to go for the swing onto Drop, and Drop is ready for it. Hobbit does get that trade eventually, but time is a concern once again. Yuri takes down Shiro, so it's all onto Hobbit, and Safe at default takes him down. 9-0, FURIA still flawless.
I see Gary getting animated there in the back. You can see it on the player cam of Safe. This is fantastic from Drop. Knows that there has to be a player right below Axile, so just holds the spray and doesn't need to move, because you're completely correct. Safe was there as well and towards default, taking further contact. 3 timeouts used in 9 rounds for Cloud9. Groove is not happy.
Yeah, well, he needs to give some ideas to them, because at the moment, this kind of default where you slowly poke and prod at ramp, hope you find something, don't find anything, then force the issue with time low on either side isn't working out. One of the best looking rounds is when they went pacey in mid. In fact, mid is actually, they've been there twice, right? There was also the round where they had Buster walk on through with Hobbit boosted, which looked like it could have gone well if Safe hadn't had a good read on the situation. So maybe there's some answers to be found there.
It just really feels like Cloud9 don't have any room to breathe, because there's consistent pressure being applied. Still some Furious T side of Inferno, but now it's the defense that really is damning. Art still with the sniper. Incendiaries go both ways. Just when you think there's a slight release of pressure, no, Yuri just keeps spamming through the tarpaulin. It's so difficult for Cloud9, but they are slowly using their utility to gain ground.
Yeah, the most they've gotten over towards A in a minute, but it has come with everyone having to commit to this. And FURIA reinforced. Another player comes on over, Drop's not that far off either. Art's getting curious again, poking on through. And a reposition. Safe is actually peering all the way out. Look at this. Comes on over. The smoke. Oh, the one-way sets him up. He gets a double kill. Safe is unbelievable on Vertigo. Axel and Nafany get a couple. Axel with another one. A 2 versus 2 drops out. But Shiro, well, he's removed. Drops him and looks for another. Axel now 1 versus 1. That bomb's still not planted. Faked out once more. Eventually has to commit. Quesarado, patience. Starts to walk around. Axel stuck in the site. Cannot escape. Quesarado comes on through. A close one for Cloud9, but close does not cut it.
Safe is unbelievable. He should never find 2 kills there. There should be an instantaneous trade from Cloud9. It just feels like they're so unaware of all of these positions coming in. It's like, yeah, that should never happen. Hobbit should be finding that trade. Axel does really well to try and recover this situation, but just really gets penned in at the bomb site. Unknown where Quesarato is, has to mitigate between so many angles, and as a result, Furia is a perfect 10.
Patience 18 for 2. Has the ult now, which is taken towards mid. Has a very active line there. Oh, Yuri might be in danger here. Nafany, oh my god, how has Yuri survived? He has no right to get away there, jumping around the corner. He was fully exposed. Art, also exposed. Oh, there we go, Nafany! Talk about a transfer, it's onto the wall. He'd be forgiven for thinking he had the cheats enabled. Immediately locks onto that spray.
But Safe has stepped in. Already recovering the ground out towards Gap, scopes in. Did Nafany hear this? Potentially not, but he'll know about the precision now because of that grenade. Cloud9, they've got the kill, so this is where they want to remain. And in actual fact, Furia are kind of doubting this a little bit. Drop Quesarato, they're still over at B. Safe has flashed, and he actually reconsiders, resets towards Hell. Oh, what a shot onto Hobbit!
Goes for another flick, but that one does cost him his life. And finally, it looks like Cloud9 have broken through. It's taken them 10 rounds to get here. Surely Drop and Quesarado aren't considering this. Perhaps if a kill had been close by and presented itself, they would have been enticed. Given how fragile this has looked for Cloud9. Even an exit here would be great. And, well, they might be given one. Buster starts to walk on through. He just wants that ult for Shiro. Here, no chance. Quesarado swings on out. He's doing damage. Shiro stuck behind the side. He's going to blow up regardless. So, yeah, they do end up finding 2, most likely. Surely Shiro doesn't survive here. No, goes on down.
Yeah, that's really nicely done from Furia. They just make sure that it's so expensive for Cloud9. The fact that Nafany just transfers that onto through the wall is gross. I was a believer here. I thought the Safe was going to hit that flick onto Buster. But no. And again, losing a round. Now it's Furia's turn to call the timeout. Because look, it's been going so well. They don't need to put a pause on. But with 30 seconds, it kind of gives them the reflection they need to make sure that this is nearly a perfect half.
I like how everyone's got pink mice. And then Safe has a white mouse, but a pink mouse pad. It's a cool contrast.
The feng shui of the desk.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, it's working out for Safe. He's 19 for 3. That second kill Nafany got, I'm still reeling from that. That was crazy.
Can Cloud9 build on this? They need to. And Art, of course, he's going to potentially get aggressive. One-way smoke drop down in for Yuri. Cloud9, they pump the brakes this time. They are waiting for Furia to get antsy, get aggressive, overexert themselves towards ramp, but that concedes a lot of control.
Yeah, Art's not been deterred by this early barrage and has support as well. Yuri catches one through the smoke. Nafany, no antics this time around. Art thinks that this is his time to step up to the plate. Comes on through, collects one, but Axel does trade. Still the advantage for Furia here. That bomb is getting picked up. Shiro's hanging out over towards B, trying to pry something back. Nine. After the dramatics of last round and the explosiveness towards A, I've gone back to the slower approach. Back to A. 30 seconds left. Shiro is still hanging out over towards B, keeping them interested. That means this attack onto A is weakened. Yuri steps up. No issue for him to collect that one. Shiro falls, and it's Buster. Knows where one is and is able to find that one, but the immediate swing from drop denies anything.
It feels so rough for Cloud9 just watching these rounds. They've only gone towards B, I think, once this entire first half, and that's why they were shut down by the boost. It was the well-timed utility that was really to their detriment. But here, they're just trying to walk ramp again and again, and it's clearly not working. I mean, look at the scoreline. Something's got to give, because there's just no variation.
Art runs on down, catches NAVI, and well, he might be looking for more, but no, spotted out by Shiro, who's just about trying to get that follow-up. Yuri's a little bit quicker on the trigger. Well, the headshots go both ways.
At least Hobbit's got good ground this time. That's your difference.
I guess. I mean, actually, Furia have kind of backed off. They've left safe here, holding deep with the orb.
There's only one smoke as well for Cloud9. That's a difficulty. They are flashing their way through. Trying to get control. Now they will drop in that smoke. And Hobbit has made good ground up towards short. Retake smokes in for Furia, safe. Has he got the line up? Yeah, he does. Fire it again. It's actually the HE to do the damage, but no bomb plant for Cloud9.
Ooh, that's a head spotted. He wants to find it, and Safe does. He is looking so good right now. 22 kills to his name. Safe is missing nothing. Yeah, Gary's happy about that one. A 12-1 scoreline. How many times can you walk into the A site with a player disadvantage and just get eviscerated? Cloud9, this is the most one-dimensional Vertigo T side that they could be pulling out right now, and Furia are happy for it. They're just taking these wins easily.
Yeah, this is not the showing you expect on Vertigo for Cloud9 at all. We're talking about Safe's impact, but Yuri, he's, again, 17 kills. It feels like a very quiet 17, which is wild to say because it's not been the most flashiest of kills, but it's been the most consistent. What's the result for Cloud9? What's going to change here? No mid presence, no B presence. Finally, they kind of escape and realize that there's more to life than this A ramp. Axile wants to lead, and finally, an entry. K-Serato dropped.
Yeah, this time it's not the lurk that finds it, just walking in does. Caught on the timing, rotation comes on through. Safe is here with drop. They're holding active. There's really little utility. The last smoke comes out for Cloud9, but they've forced their way through. Axile with another. Stepping up here. Safe is holding the line though, and they have to cross, but not if Axile has something to say about it. Almost the fourth as well. Arc gets one back. He's so low. So low, and he has to fall back. Yuri is nowhere to be found. Finally, Cloud9 looks to break the silence. Oh my god, Art.
No. No, not like this. So worried about a player in towards mid. No. Everyone's in towards stairs, Buster. Okay. Well, finally, lock it in. Yuri is on this flank, but he's been held by NAVI. Surely this can't go wrong. He's just holding for exits. Cloud9, please don't exit through C spawn.
Yuri is definitely good for one here. Maybe not. Yeah, no, NAVI is going to run this way. So that's a fair bit of damage done as well. So Cloud9 get the round, but it'll cost him a little bit. 2-12, I mean... Whew.
Yeah.
But Axel looked great. This is a great round from Axel. Spots CEST on the right side, puts his crosshair in the perfect position. This kill is great on the drop, and then he prizes out Safe, who was sitting here with the orb in wait. And he almost has enough to take down Art as well.
Yeah, really good round from Exile. Need to just get him involved more. That's the key. Just let him fight. It's very effective it was in that round. Deep nade doesn't do too much damage, but Furia, damage has definitely already been done. Most amount of T rounds that Cloud9 can try and achieve is free. Axel on the hunt yet again. Don't think he spotted CEST out towards the left-hand side. Now creeping in towards the white boxes. Will be deleted, not by CEST but by drop. Two defenders still here for Furia, ready to walk it in, ready to lock in another round. Hobbit next up to the chopping block.
CEST looking sharp when presented with the opportunities. Buster's lurking mid. A different piece, but Safe is holding for it and is going to be good for the kill. Shiro and NAVI now in a 2v5 that they have to try and put together. And of course it has to be B because Yuri's already in the back line, so Furia can expel all their utility to slow this down. Art's still got a set. Yuri might just undo the whole thing right here. Here's NAVI, about to see him. Drops the bomb. Shiro, impossible. CEST takes him down. 13-2. Furia have come to Vertigo to play.
We've gone from a back and forth, heavily contested affair on Inferno to one-way traffic on Vertigo. FURIA are looking incredibly rampant against C9.
Yeah, nothing to say, but just a complete blowout. 2 T rounds at the very tail end is all Cloud9 were able to offer up. The pistol goes without saying, an absolute requirement here, but even then, chances are low. We'll see what Cloud9 can offer up. Buster with the opener. Yuri, though, has come on through. Hobbit has nothing to say. It's a 2v3 already. NAVI and Axile. Axile has been delivering on Vertigo. FURIA are backing on off. They're taking the space. They're out of here.
Yeah, complete reset. Axel has made his way over. NAVI's gathered all this information, and he should actually just regroup with his teammate rather than just trying to get the flank on. Feels a little bit dicey, so yeah, we'll group up together, act in a pair. But FURIA, they are here. Axel, oh, this is a perfect reposition. If he just tucked his head right in, because he has been spotted on the dual Berettas, tapping away with the USP. So worried about mid, but Axel will deliver. One good kill on towards Yuri. Needs to find a couple more.
Yeah, nothing in mid to be worried about, but the tap comes through anyway. Now the bomb starts to go. Okay, it's thrown out a bit of utility. That's just to draw the rotation. That has caught NAVI's attention. Okay, Serato hasn't budged, but neither is Axile. Now he peeks on through. An opportunity on Serato, trying to connect the dots. Can't make these bullets hit the heads, but he's doing a lot of damage to them. Flash comes on over. Axile is fully blinded. Art swinging on through with the dual Berettas, connects. NAVI now has to find both, and that's a nice flick. A 1v1 now, 10 seconds remaining. Art trying to get around here, but NAVI has this read perfectly, and it's a perfect headshot to boot.
Yeah, so well played by NAVI. Really nice clutch coming in at the tail end of this pistol round. FURIA try and throw so much misdirection in. They try and bait Cloud9 into splitting up, and even when Axel is isolated on the bomb site, NAVI does so well to make sure it's always a one-on-one. Ensures that it's a victory for Cloud9, a crucial one to stabilization, but we're still only a step in the right direction. There are so many more rounds to try and recover.
How insanely sharp did those shots look from NAVI, though, after the belabored duel of Axile. Beautiful flick of the wrist. Sure isn't brought down low early. That was over towards Gap. Drop has the AK-47. He's coming on through. Hobbit, though, trying to make mincemeat here, and he's done just so. Safe gets one back. But AK has been lost, and Axel doesn't want to let them pick it back up. Flashbangs have allowed Art to get through, but it's temporary. There's a gap in the smoke, and Buster slips on through it. Dual Berettas not going to do too much here, but Safe is just absolutely phenomenal. 25-4-5. How many more?
Potentially not too many in this round. But at least he's resetting. Has got the bomb on his back, so potentially there's opportunity, but it feels very doubtful, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels very. Thank you. Yeah, nothing to be done there. Buster comes on through. All right. A pistol. The full spy. FURIA. I think at this point, you don't need to force this. Get a couple of pistols in the mix. Play it by the book, even though you got a massive lead. No reason to let Cloud9 start to get those feet dug on in. Heels to the floor. Let him have this one. Little confidence booster. Shiro. He's looking for a bit of a fight. Finds it on towards Art. Go for the reload out in the open. Actually baits in Yuri to swing on through, but Shiro fast with the MP9. Axile's found one as well. Ooh, nice dink. There's Serato. And Safe does find another kill. Swaps to the MP9, but nothing more to be found.
Yeah, by the book. Easy to like for Cloud9. Here's where the true test comes into play, though. FURIA equip everything. Make sure they've got AKs fully invested. Nice shot from NAVI. It's good to see him feeling a little bit sharper. But this is where it comes down to it. Gun on gun. High octane action here for FURIA. Which way do they want to direct this?
It's like the announcement for I don't know, like a wrestling night. Gun on gun, high octane action, live on your screens.
Oh wow! First encounter favors Hobbit. Very low HP as well for Safe, but he's still fighting. Look at him go, trying to accelerate up and over the sandbags, but thinks better of it. Wants to reset with the rest of the troops. Shiro holding down mid the entire time. And CEST now looking to dive down the ladder and find Buster. In a really difficult position here with the fan mask. Able to overextend the shoulder and drop, starts to commit. Buster keeps on going, flashbangs. Don't really help him out, but NAVI's here as well.
Yes, the bomb delivered as well. Molotov is good for flashing one back. Shiro is scanning out in the open. CEST did find Hobbit, but NAVI's still standing, although he's getting peppered by drop. Lucky to be alive. Drop's chances diminish. 11 HP to match the amount of kills he has so far. Always nice to see the patterns at work in the numbers. He's saving this AK to live to fight another day. Is there an argument to be made yet, Brandon, for this C9 comeback?
No, not yet.
Okay.
It's just one gun round. There's still a lot of work to be done. It still comes with casualties. Buster looks a little bit brittle over towards Gap, and that's why it looks quite scary. NAVI, fortunately, there to bail him out with 2 important kills. But it is worrying. I think get to like 13-9, then there starts to be an argument. But even then, you got to think the FURIA just need 3 rounds to equalize the series here. Plenty of opportunity. Really good that NAVI's able to trade space in, even adjust to find CEST. Because if Buster falls there and there's no option to be able to trade him out, FURIA just overwhelm the bomb site.
Well, now you've got the Hero AK in the mix. I think Safe's gonna, he's gonna save even more money. He looks like he wants the AWP. Does end up investing a little, and it's a bit of pace over towards B. Axile dinked on down, goes for the swing, and well, he's punished. That's an AK dropped. Potential to be recovered, although Hobbit now arrives at the scene. Hops over a bit of utility of his own. Ooh, busted. That ain't it. Ooh, drop. Fortunately drops. Now, if you're FURIA, you found the opener so early on. And you've caused a rotation of at least 1, 2 now towards B. I feel like you're feeling a little bit more confident going back towards A, where you have found quite a bit of success.
Yeah, because there's no initial contact, and, well, they can hit everything now. Cloud9 can start to rotate. Shiro can now dictate which angle to pick and choose. FURIA needs to string this one together, try and get drop involved. Shiro missed shot. Provides more opportunity, but okay, a no-scope through the smoke. Buster is close as well to make sure that FURIA can't aggress even further. Art with the AK, but at least adjust on towards Shiro, but 35 seconds left. He's now being spammed through. It was really difficult to try and recover it. Cloud9 keep it flawless on the CT side.
All right, Shiro. I didn't see that one, but the no-scope through the smoke will do the trick. And then Buster doubling on up. Okay, we'll get to see it here. Yeah, that's cool. Cool. Buster's just sitting here. This is perfect though, right? You just know that with the pistols, they want to get up all sneaky-like, try and catch off the AWP, and Buster sits right in their spot. No room for you here. This seat's already taken.
Another timeout called. Another breather, another investment for FURIA. With the lack of bomb plants, it's going to make the buys topsy-turvy if Cloud9 keep winning these rounds. So you got to think there's only about 3 or 4 gun rounds in it before they equalize the scoreline.
Definitely in the back of Furia's mind, but Cloud9 taking this round by round. All Furia need is a breakaway round here to get Cloud9 sweating. We've seen a few flustered moments, an incendiary gone awry, a few timings not working out. Shiro's over towards ramp, NAVI peeking. Shiro edges on forward. Ooh, he's hunting. He's searching. He's not finding anything yet, but information does come through, and he's spotted safe. Trying to find him on the other side of the tarpaulin, and eventually spots him out, but misses the shot. Yuri immediately swings to punish.
Yeah, look at Art
rare
as well.
miss. Oh, Art, he's all the way in the back lines. He's gotten on through. NAVI does get one onto Yuri, but Art's still here. Art's in CT spawn. He's walking on to B.
This is insane. And he finds Axel. Is he going to be ready for Buster, though? Because they swap places. No. Okay, good response for Buster. But now he needs to find Drop, who's already crossed over. Might not be ready for it. Flashbang through. And that makes Buster's demise. Hobbit now needs to stand tall, but he can't get past K-Serato. So it's just NAVI left. And he's thinking better of it. Wants to save forward the AK.
Yeah, I might even grab this up. Yeah, there it is. Picks that one up. What a round from Furia. That's so cool. I mean, obviously, it's a bit unfortunate. Shiro spent so much time on ramp, finally spots a player, and he's just looking for that fight. Misses the flick, and Yuri immediately pounces. Doesn't waste any opportunity. But then all the timings that happen towards mid and B, none of them work out for Cloud9.
It was really well played by Art, because as soon as that kill comes in, knows that Cloud9 are going to start juggling all of their defense to respond accordingly. So as a result, you get this window where you can really activate. And rather than going over the top of construction, he actually takes a little bit of a further risk, but goes through spawn, dodges Buster. And it really just helps facilitate that entire B execute. Cloud9 will take their last timeout of the game.
And they still need 9 rounds. It's looking a little bit more respectable than the 12-3 scoreline they were facing. 14-7 doesn't feel quite as bad.
Yeah, compared to what it was, right? And there's still work to be done here. Cloud9 potentially could start to build a few more back in, but given just how gutted they were in mid and how easy it was for Art to walk through, that's now going to present internal problems in the camp. They're going to start to think, well, we need to make sure all these spaces are plugged, and that's going to dedicate more responsibility in. You see the Shiro starting towards middle, so Furia might be able to potentially just commit onto bomb sites more easily, because Cloud9 will be more hesitant to rotate over.
Well, Shiro forced off, fires off a shot, and has to fall on back. Goes to CT, and it's keeping a lot of players committed over towards that side of the map. A is definitely weaker at the moment, but Furia aren't committing here. All that using the one-way smoke to take some further space, at least slow down Furia. This is a bit of a misdirect with the flames here, just the flush gap back. Furia's true intentions come in towards middle. That's a failed boost, which is probably a good thing for Art, because Shiro was ready for it. Not again. Use the same smoke to get up to a very strong position.
Oh, nearly finds Shiro, but will still escape with his life. Now presence in towards middle. They want to recommit off this. Safe drop in the smoke. Shiro now can't get involved. Yuri applying pressure at A. It's all go for Furia.
Yeah, Art starts to come on through. He's low HP, but it's all to set up the trade. And well, it was needed. Hobbit has collected 2. Buster spams through the smoke. Shiro onto Yuri. This is the round done.
No.
Hit drop.
Don't do it to him.
Yeah, just do it to him. Okay, that'll do. Waste some time at the very least as well. I don't think he was ever going for the knife there. I think it was purely just to give him more time to save.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Furia don't have the best economy right now. But this is really well done from Hobbit. Again, you cast your mind back to Inferno, that play out long where Hobbit finds a multi-kill. That was the spark. They really lit a fire under Cloud9 and was able to propel them to the next height. It feels like these really slow starts are coming back to bite them, and this was the slowest I think they've responded in quite a few weeks. 14-8 now. Still the guns out for Furia as well. Limited utility, and Shiro yet again a missed shot. And it's actually drop on towards Axile. At least there's a trade.
Yeah, 1 for 1. Again in mid, trying to be a nuisance, but oh, okay, he is a nuisance. Sideswipes Hobbit, and Yuri's putting pressure onto Buster. His days are numbered. Serato dispatches of him. NAVI and Shiro looking now down the barrel of a 15th round for Furia. That bomb planted. You can't give this retake a look in. And there's even a hunt, I think, potentially taking place.
Such a good idea to try and limit these weapons out of C9. What a play, though. Just the variation, the change of pace. Furia recognizing how much space and leverage they can get out of middle. And they're really applying the squeeze to C9. And that was such a damaging, devastating headshot that Art provided on towards Hobbit. 0 to 0 real quick.
Yeah, Art's been putting a lot of pressure in mid. Well, Hobbit's been the one that has to respond to it. That time around, just the wide swing to get it done. That point secured for Furia. A little bit later than they anticipated, but still looking very confident in it. Just one now needed. Ancient as that deciding map here. Desert Eagle for Buster.
They training up a Furia. 5 kills would do it in round number 24. Full lineup for the Molly. Even blocked, obscured of vision. Art thinking about jiggling Shiro, which feels like a dangerous game to play. Safe here to support. Oh, that's bad. That's through the wall, Shiro. You can't do that.
Ah, safe. Thought he was safe. Absolutely not. What? That's so unfortunate. That was the whole point, was to bait the shot out, and it worked. Safe is just caught as a bystander. Shiro, he's looking for more. Yuri has opened up onto B, though, and found a way through. Shiro takes a couple. Yuri's out deep now, holding for a peek out wide. Gives it to him. Shiro has to reload. Yuri's really struggling to find anything here. Drop comes to join him, getting up close. Oh, Buster, though, takes down Serato. Now this one's tough. Shiro with the no-scope. Yuri took all that space early, and he has found a nice kill there onto Buster. Shiro is low, but surely no way that Yuri can do much here. He's just going to commit to the bomb plant here, and yeah, Cloud9 going to overwhelm. Hobbit takes him down, and Cloud9 stay alive.
Tell you what, though, what a really nice recovery from Cloud9, considering the space that Furia got on the bomb site. It feels like there was ample opportunity for Shiro to be taken down. The fact that Buster strikes onto Serato really then facilitates that boost, and Shiro to find even more information. Another timeout now being called in for Furia. Bomb plant is perfect. That is so unfortunate for Safe.
He's just sitting there waiting for Art to make the play. Collateral damage. Another timeout come through. I mean, this would be something special if Cloud9 could recover this. 12-3 half. 15-9. The opportunity's there.
That being said, though, FURIA only need one round. They can't get in their own heads about this. If it takes them a couple, that's fine, but at least get it over the finish line. Yuri wants to take matters into his own hands down towards the A ramp. Hobbit, who has been caught off guard a fair number of times. But look at this again. Pressure being applied. Axel not ready for drop, who's already here. Decimated actually by Serato. Drops advanced positioning. Still unnoticed, but Buster swings at the generator. And Shiro's caught off guard. Buster will chime in with 2, but it might not be enough. 3 versus 2, and FURIA could win the map right here, right now.
Looking likely to do so. That's a great smoke from Art, and that's allowed him to get up close. NAVI can't look through this. Ooh, that spam is good. Art cops the couple. Now he's ready for NAVI, looking for the head, but NAVI finds one of his own. A good reposition from Safe. Deadly, though, knowing that Art was so close. Hobbit's boosted over, peering over the top of this smoke. Safe. He hears all of this. He knows what's going on. He's ready to end it all. 26 kills to his name. Looking to add some more. Gets that final frag. And finally, FURIA do it. They take Vertigo in style.
Yeah, really well done by FURIA. A dominating reign on the CT side. And Cloud9, whilst they try their best, they didn't leave themselves enough of a lifeline to work with. All to play for on Ancient.
The Brazilians bounce back on Vertigo, and they do it with a dominating CT side. 12-3 was where they were sitting. Cloud9 tried to crawl it back, but it was simply too much to do.
Yeah, they spared the blushes a little bit with the scoreline, but FURIA, it felt like they were always in control. Once they realized there was such a gap in towards middle on the T side, it was curtains for Cloud9. And now they need to use this break to mentally reset, because when you look at it on the face value, you felt like FURIA were going to be struggling quite a lot on this map, but they really just took the fight to Cloud9.
Yeah, I feel like when NAVI is your highest rated player, it's not feeling great for Cloud9 here. And that's a map that they have really put their mark on, but maybe looking a little bit more shaky lately. FURIA certainly made it look so with such a dominant CT side. That's fantastic on a map like Vertigo as well, right? Where the T sides can often be quite strong, right? But it definitely felt like CT sides where it was at. And I mean, FURIA looked fantastic.
Yeah, they look really good. And now you take a look at Ancient, and it's one of these maps where it can kind of go either way. Cloud9 have been looking pretty decent on it. I mean, it was a close affair in the best of one against MIBR. And then I guess for FURIA with Fnatic, that went overtime as well, also on Ancient. So both these teams can kind of have a real tug of war on this decider map to find out which one will book their spot in the semi-finals. And I think it's going to be an absolute brawl. I think it's going to be carnage. And I think we might be getting some overtimes as well.
Yeah, quite possibly with how things are going. We had a head-to-head to look at for this matchup. We were looking at the two AWPers, and I mean, the conversation was all about Safe here. The contrast between his performance on Inferno and Vertigo was night and day. We're talking 12 kills in total in an overtime game on Inferno. 27 here, 11 deaths. He was absolutely nuclear.
I think the biggest telling story is the stat that he has 4 sniper kills in those 27. He was unbelievable with the rifle. He just kept running at Cloud9. He was suffocating them. And Shiro, whilst he tried his best on that CT side, he was delivering, especially in towards middle, towards the tail end. Cloud9 just as a whole really looked one-dimensional, very flat on that T side, waited until the last possible moment to execute in towards A. It was a really rough watch, to be honest. And FURIA, they were unbelievable, as they probably couldn't quite believe the amounts of rounds that they were able to achieve, because it felt like Cloud9 were just repeating the same idea again and again and again.
Yeah, and I think for Shiro, I mean, obviously not his best performance considering what we saw in Inferno, but the thing with the AWP, particularly on that T side, right, is it's all about the post plant, right? That's where you get in towards sandbags, you're playing white box, quad, wherever you might be with the AWP. Once the bomb is down, Cloud9 just couldn't get onto sites. They were just getting shut down before they got any close to it. There were so many situations where it was like a 3-on-5 and they're pushing up ramp and then just get decimated by the remaining players. Their T side just looked completely underwhelming, and well, that needs to change on Ancient.
Yeah, they're going to have a little reset before swapping over to that final map. I feel like we're really going to need to see Axile step up here, because again, he was a little bit absent on Vertigo. Came up with a couple of rounds, but you could only really highlight them in isolation. It wasn't just a consistent showing all the way through. And for Cloud9, I feel like they're actually in dangerous waters right now.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like FURIA have all the momentum with them. They look good on Inferno, couldn't quite close it out, but they came back with a bang on Vertigo. Will they be able to do the same on Ancient? We'll find out after a very short break.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Melbourne, Australia. Home of the best Palmers, the Flat White, iconic trams, the Yarra River, and CSGO. 2, 3, ESL Challenger Melbourne. Book your tickets now.
You guys just see that? That was wild. Flames a 10-second defuse on the A stream to keep OG alive in map number 3. That one's for elimination. This one is for semi-final and quarter-final placement. Ancient is where it all potentially bubbles over for one of these teams. Will it be FURIA, the pride of Brazil, or will Cloud9 bounce back? Only time will tell. We're about to find out, Lucy.
Yeah, well, look, we wouldn't be mad at you guys if you went and watched the A stream until that one finishes. There's only a few rounds left, surely. With a 15-9 lead, Vitality will close it. And then you can come back and join us for this map 3. To see who goes to the semis, who goes to the quarterfinals of Rio. FURIA with the home crowd, the only Brazilian, only South American team still left in the competition. A lot on their shoulders, but they're stepping up and delivering a masterclass on Vertigo. Now, Ancient is where it all concludes.
I've really got to shout out Trav on Twitter because he came up with this awesome stat. And Shiro just went negative on Vertigo for only the 15th time in his entire career. And that's with 145 maps played in total. And that's also the second time this year he's gone negative on Vertigo as well. That's wild.
Yeah, it's pretty cool Vertigo stats. And it kind of fits that narrative, right, of Cloud9 just being kind of the best consistent Vertigo team. And maybe a narrative that is on its way out. They've been bested by Ents, bested by FURIA. Now they have to bounce back on Ancient. These teams never played each other in Ancient, I don't think. No. New territory. Let's see what they have to offer.
Let's get involved. FURIA starting on the defense. Quite a lot of utility as well. No kit. Cloud9. A couple of decoys they can throw out right now, just gathering up by the B doors. Dropping Yuri wants to get aggressive. And this might either be the biggest payout or the biggest detriment. Jewel Berettas chime in for the first kill, looking for even more flashbangs thrown in support. But Yuri, he really wants to keep fighting this. Now there's a smoke on the doorway. Axel Buster penned in the corner. But that's what you shouldn't do with animals. As Buster finds a second, Safe now thinks better of it and he backs on out.
Yeah, look at Hobbit, meanwhile. He's taking this fight with Art, and it's a little bit funky here. Safe has to fall on back. Worried about cave presence, so there's no threat there at the moment. Okay, Hobbit's dead. Quesarado has him every day in the week. Okay. Hobbit's not dead. But he's been let through, allowed this space. It's all intentional, part of the setup. Because Quesarado knew another piece was coming. Guess Shiro. There we go. 10 steps ahead. He's out here playing Counter-Strike while you're playing checkers on your Windows 98 PC. Hobbit sneaks up at him, though. I don't know how that's happened. And now, there's a chance here, but both players are so low.
FURIA, they're starting to doubt it, but the smoke really gives away intent. 2 versus 2. Huge fight right now between Hobbit and Safe. If Hobbit can maybe bamboozle, no, he's just going to run straight into the crosshair. Never mind, Buster needs to separate these 2 gunfights. Art is just waiting for Safe to activate. Never mind, doesn't even need him. Devastation station. And FURIA will win another pistol.
All aboard. Art defusing. FURIA get the pistol. And, you know, I think they kind of played themselves a little bit there in terms of the positioning with letting Hobbit through. And it kind of gets a little weird. But they're able to recover it. It's all good. And I love the aggression. I love throwing the smoke down towards doors. You want to establish control. Buster doubles up, which is fantastic and overperforms from that position. But you're so low. Chances are numbered, and even with low HP, doesn't matter. Art hits the headshot. 3M4 A1S is out into this one, but Cloud9, of course, they respond in kind with an investment of their own. And check this from FURIA. A lot of presence in mid. Art on the MP9, he wants to get involved early. Hobbit forced on back, and that's a full amount of control established. A little bit of a gap based on the way he's thrown that smoke. And in fact, Art's gonna deny that gap immediately.
Yeah, Quesarado now wants to take point with this A1S. Anthony Buster might swing in tandem together. Hobbit still being a pain in the bottom. In actual fact, that's going to make Quesarado just fall all the way back. So ground temporarily conceded, but yet again, Drop and Yuri really want to fight forward. Fantastic flash, but Drop isn't affected by it.
Yeah, luckily for Yuri. Ooh, but look at Axile. Swings on through and catches out in the rotation. That's enough to keep presence here for FURIA. Okay, Serato does back on off. That bomb is actually going to be going back over towards that mid-A side. Ooh, Drop catches the timing, but a little trigger happy. But it's baited in Yuri. He's able to find the kill onto Shiro. NAVI now drops the smoke just to slow things down. Hop against Serato in mid.
Let's get the AK, and he picks up the MP9. FURIA quicker to it.
That is the worst. And, well, Safe does get one onto NAVI. Axel does get into the A bomb site. The bomb can come through. It's a pretty difficult post plant here for Cloud9.
There are 2 flashes for FURIA. I like this from Hobbit, just trying to get aggressive, trying to take space. And now he's holding. Oh, this is wide, though. This is dangerous, but he does decapitate Yuri. Now there's more opportunity. Safe, though, with the immediate trade, and it all falls onto Axile. Aware of one player, unknown location of the other, but they're both in for Donut. It's a huge fill-in. And suddenly, this gets a little bit difficult. Time a factor for FURIA. No kit involved. Safe gets denied. Surely that's the round 1. Axel played it to perfection.
Here's the downside to investing. Oh, can't even get away with the AK. That's so rough. The plant in the corner denies it. And yeah, that's kind of the other side of bringing out 3 rifles, right? It means that you're so light on other things, including utility, but most importantly, kits. Even though you find the kills, it matters not. And Cloud9 immediately bouncing back. Hobbit does get 2 kills there, but you got to say Axel's really the one that had the most impact in that round. FURIA have to force. And it ain't too pretty.
There's been a couple of rounds now where Cloud9 have just walked out A and either found a kill or taken significant space. This time, Serato boosted with the only fully automatic weapon. And it's only an MP9, doesn't feel the best. Cloud9 now look to branch out, establish deeper connections all over middle. Here he tucks in with the 5-7. If he goes overlooked, if Cloud9 want to push a little bit aggressive, and that could be a factor, but instead they just want to go towards A. They want to split together. Serato dealt with on the boost. Safe now feeling a little bit isolated, trapped and penned in, but the Deagles are shining, and Safe actually finds another.
That's huge from Safe, but look at Shiro walking through mid-house. Ooh, drop spots him. Shiro's power position less so now, but it has isolated Drop over on this side of the map. Buster's coming on through. A 1v1 potentially presents itself shortly. Buster slowly creeps on forward. Not going to spot up Drop. Drop's playing it safe. Oh, did he spot him? Surely. Has the read on this. Buster can just plant the bomb. Shiro's arrived and support coming on through. That incendiary is good. Gonna burn Buster. Oh, no, it doesn't. It actually lands a little bit short. Nice giving Buster a lot of space. Shiro's found one. Looking good now for Cloud9. The recovery coming on through. Where's Yuri? He's going to be coming through cave late. And again, it's a story of no kits. Buster looking to take a fight onto Drop and comes out the victor. Yuri can't even give it a look in. The lack of kit, lack of time, and lack of teammates.
That's really scary, though. The fact that it becomes in favor of FURIA, the pistol's really doing the heavy lifting, and then Shiro misses the initial opportunity to take down Drop from Red House. The Cloud9, they reset, they make sure they are together when they try and plant the bomb. And, oh, okay, Buster, honestly, lucky to be alive.
One AK saved, but nothing that can really go around it. Artsport a flashbang, maybe to set up Yuri for a play somewhere or other. Tapping on through. USP not connecting. That's a dangerous game to be playing against the AKs. Here's Yuri. Oh, good damage, but it doesn't connect the kill. And now Cloud9 have the information on where this rifle is.
Yeah, confirmation, Hobbit just holding. Also confirmation on the A stream. Vitality do secure playoffs, beat an OG 2 maps to 1. Right now, Cloud9 look to actually just take the fight to this rifle. Maybe thinking he could have repositioned, but Yuri strikes true. Not with one, but potentially with another. Hobbit brought down low. And all the rotations are here. The cavalry in full support for FURIA. In case Rato could even hit a timing on Axar with mid.
Surely it's just the pistols, right? Quesarado had the second best investment, and it was just an upgraded pistol, so really nothing to be done. Or is there? Safe has found one. NAVI and Hobbit are very, very low, and they decide to pull the plug. Time to get on out of there. No reason to risk it. Axel holding the rotations. This round is now looking like Cloud9's no worries. A third on the T side. Already looking a lot better than Vertigo T side, let me tell you that much.
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell you what, though, these rounds are scary. Like, they are really working hard to achieve them. Even with very minimal, FURIA is achieving a lot. It's 2 kills, it's nearly 4. Look at the HP bars. So Cloud9, they make the right read in the mid-round, realize that FURIA are probably going to group up, especially with Axel finding that kill onto Quesarado out A. So they do the sensible thing. They don't walk into the Panthers' den. Instead, they reset to the other side, where it's clear, blue skies, and happy days.
Everyone loves a happy day. But hey, at least FURIA get themselves some guns. Shame they got lils. But they'll take it. Keeps the investment a little bit more comfortable. Another test comes through. Oh, Safe's got the AWP on both sides.
That's what they need. Because Safe was really the beacon of light. He was galvanizing FURIA time and time again, round after round, on Vertigo. So the fact he's got the AWP out exactly at the same time that Shiro's got his, feels pretty good. Fighting towards Cave. Flames push him away. Goes both ways, but Yuri's actually being quite proactive. Tucks himself into this corner. Even throws a smoke to kind of impede any progress. And NAVI wants to try and develop towards Cave. Spams. Everyone knows these angles. And Yuri, oh, taking damage as well as drop.
Yeah, everyone getting a bit of a chip. They ain't no fish. Hobbit taking space in mid. Safe is repositioned here. He did start over to B at the beginning, but makes his way over to Donut. Smoked off though, so vision denied. NAVI starts to take control to Cave. That's a nice HE just to allow the peek. Gives a bit more of a one-way. And with him here, I mean, it's got to be B. It's such a powerful position to be in.
Yeah, smokes are lined up. All raining in. Yuri just goes for the spam. Just stands in the smoke just for a second. A lot of pressure on drop because he's completely alone. Isolated, but he still finds Buster anyway. And Yuri through the smokes dealt with NAVI. This is all starting to crumble apart for Cloud9. And even a further flash through drop. That's a little bit too aggressive. And then Axel, oh, can only finish one. Yuri fights down and takes 2 mills instead. And now Shiro, it has to be a save.
Yuri's eating them alive out here. A beautiful triple kill. I think 2 of those were through the smoke. He'll take them. Shiro has to save. Not even allowed to get any impact into that round. And I mean, it's the same sort of story. T-side all about the post plant. Can't get involved there. And it looked like it started really well for Cloud9 there, right? So much damage started onto multiple players. Everything was looking really nice for them, but the hold was just great here. Drop in the open, avoids the flash, and gets that first kill. And yeah, Yuri gets 2 through the smoke, which is a little unfortunate if you're a Cloud9 fan, but hey, Yuri takes those.
That's a recurring theme. Cloud9's T-side flashbang usage being quite ineffective. Clear showcase example here, round number 5. Drop is literally in the middle of the open of the B bomb site. They trade in. This time, NAVI dodges them. It's the familiar exchange of Bottle of Flame and Yuri. Yet again, looking to deal down the hammer of pain. NAVI. Just waiting patiently. Look at this from Hobbit. And he's surprised safe. Oh, yes, he can. And Art's here as well, but he does trade him out.
Hey, and Art can get the AWP now, so hey, lose one AWPer, get another. Flashbang through. Shiro taken down by Art. Lovely initiative from the IGL of FURIA for a double. Well, speaking of initiative, FURIA start to creep down ramp, sitting in the smoke, looking at phase it. Axel's here, and he's caught off guard. The bomb delivered. Buster now steps up, and Drop delivers another killing blow. NAVI has a Tech 9. 4 players to find, gets himself an AK at the very least, but Yuri delivers a blow to the head.
Yeah, Yuri's been insane all series long, and Cloud9, Axel feels like he's quite safe, then just gets deleted. Again, it's this controlled aggression being taken by FURIA in the mid-round. Heavy prioritization down towards B ramp. But Cloud9 are just getting caught round after round, and Buster just swings a little bit brazenly. It's without any utility, it's without any support from NAVI. And he just offers up his head straight into the guillotine. Faster play. Incendiary doesn't really do too much, but Keserato, the bullets will deliver. It's a blind P250 to try and recover the deficit. And now FURIA starts to scramble towards A.
Yeah, no armor though, so even though an AK is recovered, it's not quite as potent as you'd hope. Art is here. Smoke can be deployed. FURIA feel relatively comfortable here, given the situation. I mean, NAVI's just got a Glock, a couple of flashbangs he can throw out, but Safe's got him penned on in. Cloud9 do have an escape route out of Donut, at the very least. They're actually extracting themselves from that spot. Okay, well, Art doesn't quite connect onto NAVI, but honestly, you can just go for a bit of a hunt now. You've spotted NAVI crossing, you haven't seen a gun in his back. Maybe you just let him escape.
Maybe. There's a timing window on this. If C9 going towards B right now, they can potentially overwhelm Drop. There's no smoke, so they can't really prevent any angles. They're going to have to go in with the flashbangs. But Drop is currently still the only player here. You can see there's a rotation. Yuri starts to make his way through, but C9 starts to activate in now.
It's HE and Drop's back pocket. Yuri survived as well, the double rifles. HE not deployed, flashbang on over, so they get to live to fight another day. Bomb goes on down. Yuri spamming, Shiro's connecting shots. There goes the HE, deals with Buster. 3-on-2, surely no chance here for Cloud9. It's a Glock for NAVI. Yeah, it's dealt with. Shiro, an ace required. AK, and he's just lined on up. Wants to spray on through. Safe is in a, well, safe position. He knows his angles. Easy to defuse.
At least Shiro gets out with the AK. That's kind of the most important thing.
Yeah,
bomb
plant,
for Cloud9.
right?
Yeah,
They didn't put a lot into it.
Feels pretty good. Fair. What more can you say about that shot? Fair enough. That was a juicy follow-up. But yeah, bomb plant means the money's secured. No AWP, but still an AK at the very least for Shiro. FURIA start to take some ground, demand authority out of Cloud9 on the CT side.
It's a cool smoke deployed rather than the one deep in towards elbow. It's a little bit further out, so it makes Cloud9 feel uncomfortable about forcing forward. And they've been pushed over towards A, funneled this direction. You got Keserato in Donut. I think Keserato, one of the best ancient players, and particularly this position. I mean, we saw him at the Rio Major, right? Just the amount of impact he had on this map from this position. But Safe by his side, and even Art coming on over. So it's a good reinforcement here. Utility as well deployed as the execute comes on through. Counter utility is great, and keeping Cloud9 at bay. They throw out the smoke. They're looking a bit tepid here, but they are going to go into the hit. Keserato is sitting here. A boost on over is spotted. Smoke dribbled on forward to give CT space to work with. Axel peering on over, looking for something. Look at Keserato. Look at his position. He spots out a shadow, takes one down. NAVI with the spray back through. And in fact, Axel finds one through the smoke as well. Safe in the donut, wants to deny the bomb that's not being planted right now. But now the smoke fades. safe is a lot more deadly when he can see his enemies. The jump on over, he still hits one, but it has to be dropped now. 1 versus 3, 2 players incredibly low. He has no kit. Shiro goes down out in the open, but look at Axel's position, so difficult to deal with. Then you got NAVI tucked in towards the temple. Drop wants to bait him out, but he's not giving anything. A flash over the top is good. Drop's wanting to take the fight to him. He has the time to work with to do this. He finds him here. Suddenly we're talking, but no, Axel is good to deliver.
Yeah, well played by Cloud9. It felt like FURIA, whilst they were together, they were also quite disjointed, and that's because of the utility that they themselves actually threw down. CEST tries to push forward in towards the middle of the smoke and gets dropped. Then Axel finds another. It just feels like there's a lot of individual gunfights that Cloud9 could take, despite there being a large amount of players trying to reinforce that bomb site. Safe always not feeling so secure about middle, so he's just watching it permanently in case there's a late lurk out of Cloud9, and there isn't. It's just the full frontal assault out towards A main. Cloud9 hold on and survive, but it was a really nice attempt as well in the 1 versus 3 by Drop. Like, the fact that he creeps up so close towards Axel, hits a nice little timing, but just can't quite convert.
Yeah, nice idea in that position. Knew that he had to flash Axel out, but can't do it. 4-4 now. Again, a close one. Much like Inferno started and continued the whole way, to be fair. FURIA have enough in the tank to get into this one. There's that smoke again. Hobbit looking to fight around it. CEST crossed though. The Hobbit's not spotted this. Surely in the back of his mind, that possibility is there. Ooh, push on through. FURIA's found NAVI. Hobbit looked like he had that opportunity, but he's the one that's forced back.
Good reaction though. This is perfect from Cloud9. Just go straight in towards A. You feel like it's going to be slightly weaker because you got the push out towards B. And, you know, the mid players are probably helping out Axel. That's a brave fight, but that entices CEST to swing, and that's why Shiro is exactly holding. And this time there's a late mid lurk as well. Save. Oh, gets denied by the no-scope Shiro. He's nearly hitting everything, but that converts the information. For Hobbit to strike in from mid. Once again, low players. So still opportunities for Drop. Swaps to the sidearm. Makes good on his promise on Axile. And there's still an opportunity. Shiro misses the shot. New clip in the magazine. Hobbit steps forward. Drop dancing with the pillar, but Hobbit locks it in.
Yeah, if you're going to step up to dance, you got to have the moves, and Hobbit has them. Plays around the box in that 1v1, but you started to believe when you saw how low they were. The USP chiming true for true. Holy moly, look at Shiro here, the no-scope. Unbelievable. That was after he got that fantastic kill into CEST as well. Kudos to Drop, though. A fantastic attempt.
That's back-to-back clutches. He definitely could have won. But as a result, Cloud9 keep on building. FURIA relegated. Just the pistols. Hobbit this time deals with Arc. Has enough of his shenanigans in the smoke.
Yeah, they're throwing that smoke every round. I really like it. Obviously, that time around, Hobbit has the right read, but we saw what happens when it doesn't go his way. It's just the pistols here. So you shouldn't be expecting too much. And already being dealt with. This angle, not uncommon. And Axel clears. By the book. Here for Cloud9, a 6th assured.
Yeah, this definitely shouldn't spiral out of control. Drop. Under pressure, still being quiet as a mouse, but Hobbit's also in the back lines. Nice kill on towards Axel, but that's it. Just a consolation. Cloud9 now start to get a little bit of a buffer, start to build in to this T side. 6 rounds, plays 4, and that's FURIA with a second tactical timeout.
Yeah, and I think this is really good showing from Cloud9 as well, considering the T side has been with him and really struggling. You know, Inferno, 6 rounds on the T side, fair enough. 3 on Vertigo. I mean, that was just decimation. But already 6 on Ancient. That's a lot better for them, and certainly looking like they'll be in a place to get more. strong words. Groove though, clipboard down. He certainly needs to.
Get another AWP head-to-head here as well. Shiro's safe, both equipped with them. And FURIA, they've been pretty aggressive in towards B and mid. Wouldn't surprise me if they start adding some variation towards A. Cloud9 have been ending there an awful lot. Jay, you can see the case Serato is actually boosted up, no utility, but that shouldn't matter too much. Good spam from Yuri. Does deal a little bit of chip damage on towards NAVI.
Ooh. Looked like he might have had the line up there, but NAVI escapes. With control now being taken for Cloud9. Well, safe. This has to be a sick flick, and yeah, I think he doesn't even want to stick around. Fires off one shot. Shiro takes back control. Donut now here's... Safe is peering back in, though. Desperado boosted on up, deals with Axel. A big kill to find. Safe now steps up, but NAVI steps him down. Now he starts to accelerate on through. Desperado out in the open, but it's all a bait and ruse. Art is here, but now Art has to be everywhere because his teammates are falling. And while it might not matter, Art is still making it work. Burns out eventually. Ooh, Shiro hits the leg drop. Lucky to be alive. Look at this swing from Yuri. It's massive, and it puts Buster in the clutch. 1 versus 2. Drops low, a known entity. That's been calmed on over. You can see Buster wants to find him, but looks for finds Yuri instead.
Yeah, nice from Buster. He tries to eliminate the low HP, but FURIA know this all too well. And it's Yuri's swing here, just as there's so much distraction going on. Yet again, we've got more baits and switches being adopted by FURIA. Art just stays alive in the flames because he thinks he can maybe find another kill. Nearly does. But it's Yuri to save the day. Essential round needed for FURIA.
Yeah, it's a cool reposition from Yuri there, just when that reload's coming through as his teammate drops, falling back through Red House, trying to bait Buster in. Tooth and nail though. Cloud9 investing again. Drops getting on close. Flashbangs are good, and well, it's a bit of a fight coming on through. Cloud9 coming out ahead. Just about gets away, but Safe has found one as well. Oh, Buster through the smoke and Hobbit as well. Criminal kills. Which I suppose all kills are, if you do think about it. Serato can contemplate the philosophy of that as he crawls back and holds on to his rifle.
That's just brutality. That's just Cloud9 fighting forward. Not allowing FURIA to get involved in the round at all. Offsetting the tempo by taking the sting out of the kills towards Shelf and the ramp push. And Hobbit's even going for a little bit of a hunt here. Even though the money doesn't really facilitate it for Cloud9, he knows that the FURIA economy is in a little bit of a brittle situation with the rounds being so close and going backwards and forwards. So any rifle denial is a good idea. Buster, well, it does present himself, and that's a free AK for Serato.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that, although the round is obviously lost. 7 now for Cloud9. What do you do if you're FURIA? You've got an AK on Serato. He's actually got quite a bit to work with here. He's got the kit, but a util, but the rest of the team won't be able to say the same. An 8-round T-half would be phenomenal for Cloud9. He meets no resistance this time on his way to Jaguar. Hobbit, the same situation in mid, so Cloud9 already getting intel early just off the lack of presence being shown by FURIA. He continues his mission, spots out one, Spam trying to find drop, but he has managed to dart on through into that corner, but the issue is his bomb site has been taken. Now Buster wants to deal with him and does just so. A head shot comes through. Bomb has been planted. Bomb planted. And a save for Serato. The rest of the gang can probably get involved, though. Or are they just going to play defend Serato?
Yeah, tower defense. Try and make sure that the AK is retained forward. Cloud9, it always feels like once the game is getting a little bit troublesome, Furia are trying to bite back. They haven't been able to secure rounds, and what's really important is they haven't kind of bled a little bit into these ecos. They've made sure that it's literally just maybe a kill here or there falling in favor of Furia, but that's it. It's damage limitation, and it really is coming up trumps for Cloud9. They're able to win out the half, and potentially this could be double digits if Furia aren't careful, and that would be a statement. That would be a really good resurgence to what we saw on Vertigo.
Yeah, and the cool thing is, I mean, we're seeing everyone from Cloud9 kind of chiming in here. I think the conversation in the last few maps has been single or a couple of players stepping up this time around. Everyone's really getting involved in, particularly Axel and Hobbit, right? The kind of rifle superstars of this team. Really good to see them coming in hot here. This fight in mid continues. A few grazing blows go either way. One HP the difference, so I guess Art wins.
Just about. Oh, I like this. Double layering, but it also means that they could potentially boost over towards Shelf. Yeah, I like it a lot.
I don't know if
Hobbit.
I've seen this.
Hobbit's definitely going to get caught off guard here if he's not careful. Oh, there's no way. Dead to right. Serato locks it in. But that's a heavy commitment in towards mid for Furia. There's 3 players. One stood 4, but Yuri has actually made it over towards B, and that's where the hit's coming in. Limited utility to try and defend this as well for the CT side.
That's not theirs. Yuri wants to try and make it so. He's grabbed forward. Axel's coming on through, though, as that smoke fades. Yuri in a very nice position here, looking to try and get something done, but a smoke lands in his face. NAVI, he's charging on through. A bomb being planted, but Furia have the player advantage here. With it going down, there's no utility for the T side, and the CT's going to fight their way through. NAVI tries to go for the swing, but drops him. Now Axel and Shiro, everything to do, surely. Nothing can be done here. Shiro has found one. Axel under pressure. Shiro gets a final kill on the way out. There's going to be the retake coming through for Furia.
That's honestly a really poorly played afterplant for Cloud9, and that's kind of been the sweeping statement we can use to address all of these maps. I mean, they take control of the bomb site, sure, but the flashbang here in towards long is terrible. Buster's just out in the open, and then Axel, he gets spotted, and he just doesn't try and shoot. He just tries and positions himself away, really trying to play time. Just don't understand why he doesn't go for that fight. Maybe because he doesn't want to block Shiro, but it still doesn't make a whole lot of sense. A very confusing end to the round. Sees Furia take the other.
Yeah, I think the lack of utility, they just couldn't really get anywhere, right? Like, unfortunately, this time they want to get somewhere fast, and well, drop. Says no. Slams the door in their face, and Art, he opens the other door and then slams it right back in there. It's a double slamming. Bam, bam. Buster. Whoa. What do you do? Nothing, probably. But hey, let's let him do his thing.
Oh, well, Art's just going to probably run at him. Position noted. Options restricted. Yeah, feels very difficult for Buster indeed, and he will fall to drop. A really nice recovery at the tail end of the half for Furia. As C9 was starting to try and accelerate away, they do close deficit 8-7 as a side swap over.
Well, close as can be here on the decider. 8-7 at the half. Furia with the final couple towards the tail end gives a little bit of fight and a bit of spice here on Ancient.
Yeah, it really does. And it's good to see them secure so many rounds on that CT side, because obviously with the meta changes and how aggressive Furia are, the offense potentially should be a little bit easier for them. Blistering pace to start out towards Cave. They're looking to take all the control, and they might just run it straight in towards B.
Looks like it, and it's a passive setup for Cloud9. They have to play the retake here. They've got a kit in play, so the site is given up. Flames do come on forward, but all that space being taken, the bomb planted, a boost being assembled. This one's a bit fun, and whoa, it is actually a great boost. Sure, I can't connect the shots though, but the boost was cool.
Yeah, it was pretty good. The issue is, yeah, no kill collected. Still smokes that can rain in as well. There's a fuse kit too.
Yeah, smoke comes in, blocks off that ramp. This smoke's everywhere. This pistol round's crazy. Safe is taken on down. Yuri up above, but they can't see a thing. Double smokes in the retake. The bomb being struck by the kit. Drops him. Finds the kill. Oh, it's just chaos. It's Fury, and it's Furia taking the pistol case to Router. What a way to end it.
Yeah, that's wild. What chaos in that retake. No one has any idea what's going on, let's be honest. Art is just spamming through, trying to prevent, actually knocks NAVI off the defuse, and then from there, everyone runs through the smokes. It's chaos. But Furia thrive within it.
Have you ever seen so many smokes in a pistol round? That's 4 down. 2 from each side. Kitzerato runs out of bullets, swaps to a USP, finds on the ground, and gets both. He's that guy.
He is. So it's drop. Pushing in quite close. NAVI Buster to try and contend with it, but Buster's already being peppered through. Shots rain true as well. Eliminated from the round. NAVI in actually a really good position here. I'm not sure they're aware of him. Safe though. Still holding the angle. Art tucks into another smoke. NAVI though will strike.
Yeah, finally activates for that kill. Oh dear. NAVI, what a spam. Drop thought he was safe there, but the 5-7 does a lot. Arc gets one back. Axel only good for the single, and NAVI tries the swing. But Yuri with the double up means that Furia get their 9th, and they break against the force of Cloud9.
Yeah, really good attempt there from NAVI, especially. The fact that he goes back through Cave just to spam out the close cubby position. But Furia, yet again, they do hold on. A perfect start to life on this T side, and the reward is an eco. Take a look at the money as well for Shiro. Doesn't feel like he can afford an AWP coming into the next either. Dug into the pockets a little bit too deep.
NAVI might be the guy to drop it over to him. We'll see. They just won't rock one. Stack on B. Yuri is dancing over here. Knows that the Deagle is in play over here at the very least. Now, the concern for Furia is if you just walk into the stack. That's obvious. And the way that you kind of want to be playing these sort of rounds, okay, maybe not. Maybe they'll just bring the fight to you. I was going to say, the way you want to be playing these rounds is having somebody checking out the rest of the map, see if there is an opening elsewhere. But I guess if the kills come to you, it's all good.
They can just carve out an opening themselves. Interesting to see how Cloud9 are going to respond. Are they going to go toe-to-toe with Furia in this next gun round? Are they going to try and take the space out towards middle and get really aggressive? Or are they going to respect it? Are they going to concede it? Allow Furia to have quite a lot of map control? This one should always be a Furia attempt. Being accommodated by the utility. It is a dink, but it's no kill for Hobbit, and Shiro still incredibly low. Will only find the 1. 10 rounds for Furia, 6 away from a semi-final performance.
And you think about the teams that are already in the playoffs, and you want to avoid as many of those names as possible. I mean, we've just seen Vitality have locked themselves in. You got Big in the mix. Heroic. multiple teams waiting in that set. That was so cool. Look, oh, never mind. It wasn't cool at all. It landed off the map. God, it looked like it was going to be so cool. That sucks. I wish that had happened.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit unintentional.
What do you do? Like bump his elbow when he threw it? I don't understand.
Potentially, Hobbit could be bumping heads in mid. Look at all the space that FURIA have got out here, by the way. Art is so aggressive in Red Room right now. That means that Shiro needs to actually rotate off B to hold this. He's actually going to play a very deep line, getting a lot of respect here. FURIA flashing in towards the entrance of Donut, trying to obscure vision and just sell Art's position further. He can activate late.
Yes, it's such a good position to get someone in on the T side. It kind of feels like you've won the round. I obviously know that sounds a bit crazy, but it's just such a powerful pivot. No matter where FURIA go here, it's gonna be deadly. But it relies on the rest of the team getting work done in their intended destination, which does seem to be B. Smoke goes out for one. That's Spam doing a bit of damage on the Buster. He's brought down very low, in fact, but still able to come up with the kill. Nafany's found one as well. Feels unbelievable, and Art activates, but it's for nothing. Axile deals with him, and Serato has to swing between two, and then managed to get on by. Shiro was tucked on into the corner, and safe, no chance. Axile swings.
Yeah, what a shot from Axile, even finding Art as well in the back lines. I think that round is just a case of Cloud9 hit all of their shots, and FURIA just can't trade back. There's no safe passage, there's no opportunity to do so. The activation in towards mid is a little bit late as well. He's still invested. It's not the prettiest buy in the world, but he's still prioritizing weaponry. Fully fledged arsenal for FURIA. They've even got the AWP on safe that can look to kind of unpick this defense. No AWP for Shiro. It's just an AK.
Fury boosted, spots that Buster, but the Galil only grazing his shoulder, and he cops a HE in response, so not the trade he was hoping for. And they're retreating off the back of that. They've shown face, there's known that two players were there, and that's enough to keep Cloud9 occupied, although they're immediately going on a investigatory mission down towards lane. They're going to find nothing home. Immediately, the rotations come on through. Shiro starts to get his skates on, going in towards mid. Hit coming through for FURIA onto the A bomb site.
Yeah, Axile's aware. Drops the smoke in. Has got the support as well. Look at these rotations. They're all here just in the nick of time. Axile doesn't even need them. Hat-trick already on the bomb site. Safe will at least find Shiro, which makes it a little bit more manageable. But you still got to find these Cloud9 players and get them into bite-sized pieces. 30 seconds left. I think the round's already over. Have to try and save. No money, no time. Cloud9. What a fantastic round from Axile.
Yeah, wrap it up and put a bow in it. Axile annihilates them. What else can you say? Precision shots and, ooh, safe. There's a lot of time to hunt you. Safe, and, well, Hope doesn't need that much time. Okay, Serato taken down from Buster through the smoke from behind. 10 apiece. And yeah, I mean, let's just watch this from Axile. This is beautiful. Flop. That last kill. Beautiful. 18 for 15. Axile looking a lot more at home here on Ancient than he has on any map so far in this series. A little late to wake up, but hey, better than not at all.
Yeah, for definite. And that was just a really well-played round of Counter-Strike from Cloud9. They got the early information over in towards middle. Then they had layered aggression over towards B ramp, got the information so the rotations could come over in time. And Axile, the dependable anchor there when you need him. Finally, it's taken a very long time to get him activated, but he's here to save the day for Cloud9.
Nothing but Glocks. no investment. Nada. Zilch. 0. Furia's intention to waste the utility of Cloud9, knowing how close a few of these rounds have been. That last one, an exception, but the rest have been pretty much on the line. So you keep the economy as low as possible by beating out utility where you can. And hey, if you can find a kill, that's even better. So far, though, that looks unlikely. And we're running out through the cave, and, well, the goblins are waiting for you on the other side of it. Not in their lair, but, well, you can't make a home in it.
Yeah, always expected in that one, but now we get to see another gun round coming in for Furia. Lack of bomb plants is really going to hurt their economy longer term. So it's very important they get this round on the right foot. Looking more towards Art now to try and take the space so often as he does on the T side. He tries to set his team up by taking map control early so he can facilitate their individual ability in those mid rounds. Flashbangs and nades exchanged, and actually quite a lot of damage has been done early. It makes the A1Ss and the A4s a lot more potent to the head.
Here's Shiro, though. Sitting here in the donut. Smoke about to fade on the other side, and so many silhouettes about to be revealed. Secrets present, but he misses the shot. Axel steps up, though. The bait and switch. Shiro not needed yet, because Axel is delivering. And Shiro is still here. Another opportunity squandered, but the trade is fast anyway. Gets it on the second asking, and Axel is tucked into the corner. Support coming on over from Buster as well towards Temple. Yuri and Art, a difficult fight into this site. And you get past Axel, who's low. Well, you have to get past Axel, and that's not happening.
Yeah, really essential that Buster didn't swing there and waited for the contact of Axel. And, well, the contact of Axel was pretty significant, wasn't it? Again, insane impact from him. I don't know how Shiro is able to get the kill on towards drop in towards middle. It felt like he should never have got that one. But it's Axel diligent, responsive, and supervising everywhere on A. Smile now beaming across his face, limited weaponry again for Furia. And here comes the repercussions of not getting the bomb down on a site.
Flirting with B at the moment. Safe, looking to see if a push comes through. Little cheeky angle with the Desert Eagle, but also peek out for info. Fires off the shot, does not connect. In case Dorado's gotten some space in towards the red house, he might look to walk through here, but Axel is Axel. And he's here in Donut, so if the rest of the team wants to come in this direction, you got to deal with him, and Hobbit's by his side. That is a dangerous pair.
There is a gap. It is being plugged by NAVI at the very least. And now he gets the information that they are trying to wrap on towards A, an immediate repositioning. Still that double donut play being enforced, but they just make sure they can't be exposed. Smoke off. Oh no, it's terrible. Axel can just walk through and will only find one, but Hobbit still yet to be revealed, and he does find Art just on the glimpse. But at least Fury get the bomb down. That's the main thing.
Oh, Drop trying to force the fight here, and he comes out ahead, but Buster's arrived before he can collect that gun. Yuri now in a 1 versus 3, and it's not looking pretty. Buster makes short work of him. It's a bomb plan for Furia at the very least, something that they have been lacking, but Cloud9 do take the round and now are within 3 of finding that semi-final.
It's so crazy how the pendulum just swings immediately. We're getting a lot of streaky rounds here in the final map of this best of 3. Cloud9, it felt like they weren't really in control. Furia were really just applying the heat to them, but the tactical pause at 10-10, Groove reminded them just to maintain the structure, just to ensure that things don't get chaotic. Because it's the regimented structure that prevails for Cloud9, and Furia are really struggling to adapt to it. It's a solid line, horizontal all across the Ancient. You can draw a line in the sand, and they're able just to all move as a unit. They don't cross, they don't aggress, and they hold firm.
Aggression from Cloud9 towards A main. They are asserting control there very early. Committed 2 players to doing this, but it's allowed Axel to get up very close with Shiro. 2 big players to be committed to this play. FURIA are currently going fast in towards mid. Donut looking like the destination once again. The fire comes on through, cooking that one up. They split on here. This is where that position taken early by Axel and Shiro becomes so potent.
I like this as well. Shiro's taking the contact, and Axel can be a late activation. They've even thrown a smoke over there to kind of feign the presence further. What's the play here for FURIA? Currently looking to split through red. Hobbit on a nasty angle to deal with Art on the way in. Actually just repositions, lowers his elevation. That enables him to get a kill and a half. And here comes Shiro and NAVI in the back lines. Everything is just clicking into place for Cloud9.
Yeah, they just had a great setup there, didn't they? Everyone in the right place. The aggression early out A main never noted. So even if Shiro had gone down there, you still had Axel up in the dark crevices that could crawl on out and defensive things. But really, everything was felled by NAVI here, dropping both Yuri and Drop. FURIA have just enough to get the rifles out again, but they are searching for answers and finding nothing. Back towards B they go. NAVI's got a friend with him in towards Jaguar this time as well. Shiro's here with the AWP. Misses the shot onto Drop, falling on back now, and well, Buster delivers. Now he runs through the flames. He's sitting in it. He's cooking alive, able to escape just about. Knows how long he can dance with the fire. Buster's still sitting here. This smoke giving him a bit of space to work with, and Yuri removes it immediately. Hobbit tries to step on up, and there's a gap there that Art uses. NAVI gets one back, a 3 versus 3.
It's still doable for FURIA. Good space being taken out towards long as well. Are they aware of the quantity of players in towards Cave? That's the next question. Cloud9, they've got kits, they've got time to work with, waiting for Axel to make his way through. This is really good. Control being established though from FURIA. Everyone can just swing in an instant. And time's just running out. Cloud9, they do go for it. Axel will activate, but there's Serato chiming in for a couple. Shiro now needs to get out of dodge, but he's on low HP. And he will die to the bomb as well.
That's a great one from FURIA. They just get on in. Shiro can't find the shot. He looks for it twice. Buster does quite a lot here on the defense in terms of finding that first kill and keeping them interested at the very least. But the issue is there, it takes so long for the reinforcements to arrive. Axel runs all the way through T-spawn. Shiro is so low from committing to that swing into the fire that nets him nothing in reward, so it's not a good deal for him. FURIA staying alive, even if it is temporary. Axel playing close, drops the smoke. Hobbit's his closest ally in towards Donut, and well, it's just a straight up execution. Axel sitting behind the boxes. Utility comes on over. He's full blind, trying to spray and pray, but no one is answering. Art takes him down. Hobbit now standing out in the open. He's also caught blind and is able to find that kill. Shiro rotates on over. He's sitting behind default. Smoked off currently, but good space to be working with. That smoke will fade. Buster catches one as well. Looking good now for Cloud9. FURIA struggling to find space here. Safe's trying to take some back, but they are just getting peppered. Everyone has arrived here from Cloud9. The bomb not even down yet. They might not even get the opportunity to do so. Safe's trying to take fights, and he's brought down incredibly low. Shiro just catches one through the smoke. Salt in the wound, and Art, nothing. Everyone gone. It's all falling apart here. A 15th all but assured, and Buster makes it so.
Yeah, it's just really good rotations from Cloud9. They are really determined, and they understand that FURIA, again, similar to the contrast on the T side of Vertigo for Cloud9, it feels very one-dimensional right now. they're going in through A, and then they don't take much control beyond their initial kill. And that's because of the amount of pressure that Cloud9 are applying from so many different angles. You've got the late temple swing in from Shiro. You've got the donut player that's always double layered. There's always a second player on A that provides a nasty surprise for Furia. And then that allows the cavalry to come in. It just felt like they were really restricted to the outside of A main and just towards the big box. That was it. Furia couldn't progress any further.
They're completely suffocated on the bomb site. They think they've got presence taking down Axel, but the rotations were just so fast. And look what Furia working with to deny Cloud9 taking this. It ain't pretty. 2 Mac 10s and a Tech 9.
Good flash though, but Hobbit, oh, not affected by it. 2 quick kills. And now Nafany's here in quick pursuit. Axile doesn't actually strike an art. It's also dealt with Nafany. 2 versus 2 to keep Furia alive.
Looking better than when the round started, but have to make sure they make the right decisions here. At least Art, the one who leads, has the read. He can direct them through this. Beside him, the young gun of Drop, who is stepping up in a big way. 25 kills to his name currently. Frag leader in the server, and they have maybe found the gap here. Oh, has Buster spotted him well. Now he knows. Art takes him out. That's the avenue through. Shiro so far removed from the action, but he is going pretty fast up towards ledge. Swaps to the M4. He wants to give this a look in.
Creeper crawl his way closer. Has got a kit and a smoke to boot. And oh, he's definitely spotted him out there. Just jumps away. So much pressure on Shiro. Spam coming in. No smoke and no peek. Out of Drop. Shiro just tries to disguise his play. Will now have to go for the stick, and that's where Drop can swing on down. Furia stay alive for at least one more.
Yeah, Shiro just knew Drop was there, but Drop just does not give him an inch. Nothing at all. Stays tucked, knows that Art is putting up all of the work there, all the distraction, keeping Shiro occupied. Another overtime? Potentially, but it is still a path ahead. A lot to do for Furia. This round won't be easy either. Still everything that Cloud9 want in it. Much like Inferno, they're doing a good job of avoiding Shiro. I will say that much. Need to keep that the case.
Actually just stands his ground, drops an incendiary as well. Big fight here. Nafany really needs to stand tall and deliver good on the control he's got out towards cave, but instead he just wants to reset back. He wants to play from within the bomb site. Spam. Oh, that looked pretty good, but no bullets are connecting. 3 players still stand strong on B, and Furia are set to make their move, but this time Shiro's here.
Yeah, Shiro avoided so much, now in such a strong position. Flash comes on through, he repicks, they cross, and well, they bait out the shot. Drops the incendiary, he's sticking around, forces them back. They have to regroup. Reconsider this. Oh, Art's not reconsidering. Maybe he is now. Oh, well, definitely is now. Hobbit finds one as well, and the donut almost finds another 2, and he's still going to get past Axile. Yuri's found Nafany, so at least there's a chance here, a 3-on-3, but the health from Furia couldn't put one player together if they wanted. Shiro's here waiting for CEST, who's slowed on down. Defense is very split here, so there is a chance for Furia to find the timings to get back into this round. Shiro starts to edge backwards towards B. Buster pushing down the ramp, taking the extremities. That's given Furia a pathway through. And CEST, he's found Shiro. That's the kill, but Buster is still here. Gets Yuri. Now he wants to try and deny the bomb going down, but safe is safe. Stays alive to live and fight continuously. CEST, AWP in hand, wants to get involved, picked it up off Shiro and hits an incredible shot. It has to be Axile. He's been fantastic here on Ancient and has to come up good for 2 kills. Nothing but his gun in his hand, and one more to find, baiting the shot from Serato. Axile can't quite connect, but he finds it in the end. The HE slows him down, but he might just have done it. It's going to come down to the wire, but Axile gets the defuse, and Cloud9 secure their spot in the semis.
To be honest, plenty of opportunities for FURIA to close out this series, and the mental resolve of Cloud9 has been tested time and time again over the past weeks, but this time, to book their semi-final spot in Rio, they stand and deliver.
Yeah, and what a sigh of relief for Cloud9 to fight back into this and to manage to skip out on that quarterfinal stage. We just know how much a trophy here at Rio would mean to them. I mean, to both teams, of course. But considering the situation Cloud9 found themselves in at the start of the week, they'll be happy they can skip one stage here, get themselves a bit closer to that trophy in Rio. And really, it was a fantastic performance on this CT side from Cloud9.
Yeah, it really was. It was aggression initially that was really disrupting the pace and the flow for Cloud9. But once they started adjusting, having two people in towards A main and Donut, that's where Furia just really fell apart. And it was also the deliberate control given over to Furia in towards mid. It was always a false sense of security. There was always an extra element or player watching that angle from Cloud9, whether it came from A or from B. They just made sure it was always under lock and key.
Yeah, well, there were a couple of players that stepped up for Cloud9 on this map. There was two that we wanted to highlight, or one from Cloud9 in our head-to-head, and that is Axile, a player that was so absent on Inferno and Vertigo, but he arrived on Ancient in a big way. And Drop, actually on the other side, looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's fantastic that we get so many different players in the head-to-head because it really shows how competitive the best of three was, and not only through the score lines, but Axile, again, we keep calling on his performances, and finally, when it matters most, when Cloud9 really needed a hero, he was that player finding multi-kill after multi-kill in towards Donut. The entries that Furia were having were all because of Drop as well, but my mind just always reflects back on the fact that Axile was just killing them all as they're trying to run in towards the A bomb site. It was magnificent.
Yeah, I feel like Axile was really the big difference maker here. Drop obviously put up a fantastic performance, but yeah, on the Cloud9 side, in a map that Shiro surprisingly was a little missing. He actually went negative on Ancient. It was Axile stepping up, and that's been the difference here for Cloud9 in maps where if Shiro's not having the impact, if other people haven't necessarily been stepping up, and that's been a bit of a concern for them. This time around, Axile delivered. Hobbit wasn't that far behind as well, and between the two of them, that A site was completely locked down.
Yeah, it was very impressive, and Cloud9 must be feeling pretty happy after securing the semi-finals. I mean, why don't we hear from them? We've got Hobbit on the sidelines ready to go with Banks.
Cloud9 have booked themselves their semi-final spot, and I finally got the chance to grab Hobbit. And Hobbit, you guys have played 50+ maps, an insane amount of Counter-Strike over and over again. Even this against Furia, it was so crazy back and forth. Now, once you went on Inferno, you must have gone into Vertigo. It's kind of your home map thinking, yes, we've got this. Were they changing things up? Was it different than what you expected? Why do you think it went so wrong?
I'm always saying that we have the best Vertigo,
yeah, I feel
but
that too.
now I don't think that. I mean, I'm trying to be objective, so they're playing really well. They're playing really, really well on that map, so they outplayed us 2 times in a row on Vertigo without any chances, so it means a lot. I mean, it makes sense that they're Vertigo better than us, so I'm not gonna say that we have best Vertigo now.
So back to the drawing board, a bit of learning and improving to do?
Of course, we need to. I mean, we need to change something maybe. We need to adapt, we need to fix, and we need to try to mind game maybe somewhere there. Yeah.
In terms of mind games, how are you looking at this event? Because the thing that has impressed me of looking at Cloud9 is that what happened at the major, the RMR, sucks. But you guys have come to this and you've made semi-finals. It doesn't make it nicer for you, but I'm impressed that you guys have been able to do it and not like curl up and say, oh God, we're like completely out of mood. How have you done this? How has it been to fight in all these games?
I mean, every tournament is very important for us. Of course, major is like special, something special. Of course, it's big and it's prestigious and status good. I mean, you know, everyone wants to win the major. It's like the main goal for everyone. But yeah, that mindset is a bit have broken our mindset. We got a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. You know, still, I have a feel that we need some experience still. Of course, we are playing together a lot of time and a lot of tournament already behind us, but still, I have a feel. So I'm saying that shit happens, okay. Shit happens to everyone. We need to the best thing what we can do is to fix right mistakes. Do best like conclusions of something like that, you know, because we're on the right way for sure, but we need to fix some small mistakes, and a bit, of course, mental part is not secret for everyone. I mean, we have some problems, but you know, it's okay. It's sport. We're gonna fix. We're gonna try, and we're gonna do our best. I'm pretty sure.
I will say I'm very impressed with your words. I'm very impressed with the mentality. But how important is it that you now have 2 days off?
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, I was playing like I'm like in the dream. I was like sleeping. I was trying to focus on my crosshair, but it's really hard. I mean, I'm trying to focus on my crosshair, but it's really hard to do now. A lot of coffee, a lot of like energetic behind these games. It's really hard, but this way, what we need to pass together.
You're an absolute warrior, Hobbit. I think we should get some sleep and get some rest. Thank you so much. We will see you in the semi-final.